All right, we can see the production quality is already extremely good at the Artifact Foundry International. Thank you so much for watching. Man, okay, hold on a second. My hair doesn't. I mean, again, it's Corona season, so it's understandable, but the hair should not look this bad. There we go. Very good now. We look way better. Okay, so friends, thank you for joining us. This is the Artifact Foundry International, hosted by yours truly, Suns fan. We got some good stuff for you today. What I want to do, I'm gonna have somebody join me. I don't think it's me for this first best of three. It's basically whenever he wakes up because I believe his time zone is horrendous. He has to wake up at like 3, 4 a.m. But I will be eventually joined by Pronto. I did make a couple graphics here, and by me I mean my girlfriend, who I really do appreciate. I'm joined by Gaben, if you haven't noticed. We really appreciate you supporting the game, Gaben. Perhaps letting us mod the game in the future. That would be great. That is the that is the general purpose of this, I suppose. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about the players that we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes. We're about 7 minutes away from the game actually beginning. So this is the bracket. As you can see, very professional. We have 8 players, all of which we'll talk about in just a moment here. This is single elimination. It is best of 3, and we will be watching every single game. And yes, there's a person named =4, and there's a person named _ that both their names are horrendous for putting into Excel documents. I just need to say that now. Like, dear God, awful. But they are very good at Artifact, so this is why that they've been invited. So let's actually just talk about them a little bit here. And let me go back to the bracket. It's going to go in order as well. So it's going to be Pero versus Blue Power Van, then =4 versus the Untouchable. Pro position 6, which every time I read this, I think Pro piece of shit 6. Another just unfortunate name. I don't know if that's just me. Then we have Don Armand going to be facing off against him as well. Then equals _ versus Jester. So it's going to go in order. No big surprises. If there are any ties, which I was talking about earlier, we'll just replay the game. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but ties are far more uncommon than in Artifact 1, so I'm not really expecting that to happen. So let's meet our players, ladies and gentlemen. So these ranks were taken from about 24 hours ago, so it's possible that they're a bit changed. Now, keep in mind, when we do make these games, we won't be seeing what the rank is because it's a private game. It's not part of the ranked MMR system. But Pero has won a bunch of tournaments in the past, so no big surprise that he is ranked number 1. He is Chilean, and he is aged 31, and he has the best avatar photo of anybody. It is a cat, and cats are awesome. And I would say that most people are considering him to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite of the tournament. Then we have Pro position 6, rank 2, Canadian, age 27. Both of these guys, both Pero and Pro position 6, and actually you could say most, if not all, well, maybe not -1 here, but pretty much everybody plays Constructed. Like, all the top level players play Constructed more often than Draft. There are a couple exceptions, but a lot of these guys are just mostly Constructed players. Then we have =4. He is rank number 4, very fitting, age 27. Brazilian. He's living in Japan, I do believe. And yeah, another Constructed player. I know I watch a lot of it. He has some interesting decks for sure, in terms of Constructed. A lot of them do have blue, so I'm not sure if I approve necessarily, but it is what it is. Then we have _, not to be confused with the other _ man that I allude to all the time on my streams. He is rank 7, age 30, Russian. Played again. I'm not trying to remember if I actually played against him or not, but either way, everybody here is a very high-level player. Then we have Jester, rank 10. He is Irish, age 32, lives in the U.S., and this guy he's known for meme decks. His rank was not particularly impressive about a week ago, but then when he was invited, he started grinding a bit of draft because he's mostly a constructed player that just builds like really weird decks. So going to be really interested to see how he does in the draft format. Then we have the Untouchable, who uses characters from 1999 to make his name look elite and whatnot. Rank 11, age 29, from the US. And then we have Don Armand. This was a special invite from me. Everybody else was kind of... well, what's the best way to put this? Without naming names, I would invite like 1 or 2 people, and then they would recommend people to me. This one was all me. Don Armand, rank 16, age 20, so he's the youngest by far in this group. And he is from Russia. And the reason I invited him is because he is almost exclusively a draft player, which is quite unique. And I was watching him play like a month or 2 ago, because as you guys that follow me know, I've been watching a mega shit ton of Artifact. I was really impressed with what he was able to do. So looking forward to see what he does in this tournament. And then last but not least is Blue Power Van, rank 22, age 41. So boomer status with me basically. And he is from the United States of America. And trying to see if I can find some more info that they were sending me here. It looks like he is living in New York City right now, has a 2-year-old little girl. So a nice cuddly dad trying to impress his family with an Artifact victory today. He works as a business analyst and a programmer at a boring life insurance company. Interesting. Okay. So I'd like to thank, obviously, you guys for watching and supporting the stream and the game itself. But also thanks to these 8 guys for coming on. And like I was talking about, friends, there is no delay on the stream. And this was all okayed by the players. And not only that, we will be able to see both hands, which I am very excited about. So we were given special access from Gabe himself. It wasn't actually Gabe, but Valve themselves to see both hands for today. So thank you to... well, you know who you are. Okay, so let me just make sure that we are ready to go. Let's look at the brackets again. So Pero versus Blue Power Van will be the first matchup here. Let me just tag them real quick. Keep in mind that I not only am running the stream by myself, but am adminning as well and casting. So you're going to have to forgive the, not so professional shit that may happen from time to time. I might say shit a bunch as well. I'll try not to say the F word today, but we'll see. Looks like everybody's in game. And I do want to say, even though I did play the tutorial VOD, I'm gonna try to start the cast out a little bit more basic, and we'll try to like expand it from there, if that makes any sense. I mean, we'll kind of play it by ear based on what you guys think. And like I said, we will be getting Pronto on whenever he is able to wake up. I'm not sure what time he's planning on getting on, but when he does, we will do so. All right. Looks like we are going into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it showed. There we go. Perfect. So Pero versus Blue Power Van. Game number 1 of this best of 3. So Pero already starting out with some blue, and these are very scary heroes in draft. Venomancer, Earthshaker with his crazy Echo Slam card. Basically, you don't want a bunch of units in the lane where there's a blue hero. Once you get to 6 mana and beyond, you have to be very, very careful. And then Venomancer able to kind of pressure them. I'm going to say pressure the map as if it's Dota, but pressure the board constantly with his Plague Wars that spawn every round. So I would say these two are extremely good in draft. We've been seeing a lot of blue-red as well for draft. I've been told it has a high win percentage as well. And then for Blue Power Van, he's going for the old red-black. And he's getting some very interesting heroes. So Shadow Fiend PL, I would say, are extremely strong in draft. Anti-Mage just got buffed, but his buff was just 1 extra HP. So I haven't seen a ton of this hero. Interested to see how he works out. I would say Tusk is on the low tier for sure. But he can definitely work out because he's kind of like a one-punch army if you just leave him alone. And in theory, good against Venomancer because you can punch through his wards, actually. So maybe we'll see some of that. Looks like Tide and Legion were taken. I'm not sure if this actually updates live with what they're locking in. But if it is accurate, the Necro's being dropped and Legion here. Although this doesn't look to be right because Tide definitely is a starter. Again, I can feel myself already casting as if everybody knows what I'm talking about. So I'll try to slow it down for you guys. But let's see what the actual lineups are, because I don't think that one updated. It actually did. Wow. So Tidehunter coming out last. That's really interesting. So usually you want Tide to start out the game because he's able to pressure the board immediately with his Anchor Smash ability. But we're going to be looking at the board from Blue Power Man's perspective. Again, we will be able to see both cards, but from Para's perspective, we won't be able to see like his shopping phase, things like that. So just keep that in mind. So both players start with 15 gold. They both start with 3 mana. The objective is to kill 2 towers or kill the same tower twice, essentially. And Blue Power Man will be starting out with Timbersaw in the mid lane. Will not be getting the matchup that he wants. Would have hoped for actually being head-on against the Venomancer. This was a 1 out of 3. This is like a blind pick. And then he puts Shadow Fiend into the off lane, which means Sven is going to be able to match up pretty nicely against him with the essentially free cleave. Isn't getting the kill round 1 to start things out. And then PL, you might be asking, why would he go in front of a creep? It's because he gains 1 armor and 1 attack when he's in front of something. So this is a very common move to put Phantom Lancer in front of a creep. So we are going to start out with the couriers from both respective sides in all likelihood. Oh, actually, we're going to see God Strength come out. So this was I guess you could call it a lucky draw. He just needed 1 extra damage, and that's the best way to do so. So the crazy thing about Sven in Foundry is that his cleave, which you can see here, is just based on his full damage. So he is cleaving, if there were 3 units here, he'd be cleaving all of them. So he's doing 7 of the tower and just killing Shadow Fiend, and there's nothing that can be done here. But in the hand of Blue Power Man was the signature card from PL, which allows you to move, and it puts an illusion in your place, which is a Phantom Lancer illusion, which is really nice. So he can get the head-to-head matchup that he originally wanted, and we see some illusions proc here. So in the other 2 lanes, it's looking pretty good. Sven is a bit of an issue, but one good thing about facing against Sven is he only has 5 health. That's the biggest weakness for him. And a Blue Power Van with 18 gold. So it's likely going to be a phase boots or perhaps a pass into a future round to get more gold. And again, can't see Para's shop, but based on the amount of gold, he got 5 extra gold there because of the kill. So we'll see what items he ends up getting. It's actually I haven't been able to cast a lot of games where we can actually not only see their cards, but see that they even have an item. So that's very exciting. Plague Lord will deal 2 damage randomly to a unit, and it's actually the one that you want to hit. That means the reason you want Timbersaw to be hit here is because these will stay alive. And if they stay alive, or this one will at least, it'll continue to replicate. So this lane's looking actually okay for Blue Power Man. Zeus was deployed into this lane, and as we can see, Necro is put straight ahead into Sven. So you're probably going to see a pick-off into a Reaper's Scythe. So what this does is, if you use it in a lane that you're already in, it'll deal 4 damage to whatever unit you want. So 4 damage to Sven. And then Reaper's Scythe, similar to Dota, deal damage equal to a unit, the amount of HP that they're missing. But Pero, able to get the first move off. He got the initiative after last round, not playing his courier. So he got to go first again. And now you see Duel come out from Legion Commander. So Sven not only gets the kill onto Necro, so more gold in his pocket, but gains damage, so doing even more to the tower. And Blue Power Van literally cannot play anything useful. Most of his cards that he's able to play are black. So he's just going to continue to pass, and the coin essentially means that he gets to go first next round. So that's what keeping initiative means. And he has used 0 mana this round, so kind of crazy. One of the only art that is not done in the game, and I'm kind of thankful for it. I would have missed the Greevil art, personally. These are just 1/1s. This one in particular ends up drawing another one. So you got a Greevil Bronco, which is another 1/1 Greevil. But this tower is being absolutely decimated. Blue Power Van has 2 heroes coming in. 30 gold, so it's going to upgrade the shop. Artificer's Mail is the most expensive item he can get here. But he's going to save. And I don't disagree with that. I think you just have to continue to upgrade. He is going first, and now that he's putting a Shadow Fiend here, he's going to be able to get that pick off that we were originally talking about. Does 4 damage, so Sven is just going to die. And we can see that there's no heroes being deployed for Pero. So Sven will just die at the beginning of the round. And looks like he's going to put Tusk here as well. So Tusk is a really interesting hero. He has an active that allows him to double his damage for 1 round. So you can kind of imagine if he put an attack item on Tusk. Oh, sorry, he does have Tidehunter coming in. It's only the 3rd round, so he's just going to bounce. So bouncing, as we talked about in a tutorial video, it just means that you're sending your hero back to the fountain. So Sven is going to fully heal. And he's replaced with Tidehunter, who's a giant monster of a hero. So Pickoff will not do anything anymore. But we can see this 3rd lane, like these 2 lanes are still fine for Blue Power Van. It's really this one that he needs to kind of take control of. He's going to use Ice Shards to push Tidehunter into the position he wants. But man, Pero has every card available to him right now. So Gush just instantly gets the kill onto not only that creep, but Shadow Fiend himself. So he just cannot take control of this lane anymore. And next round, Ravage is going to be available for Tidehunter to go ham. So we'll see how that ends up taking. I mean, it's going to be really hard for Blue Power Van to take control of this lane again. Still has 4 mana, though. Again, a lot of the cards that he would want to cast are black, and both his black heroes are dead right now. So he does activate the Walrus Punch. And he's going to be doing a little bit of damage to the tower, but with this is a Demolishing Warhammer that was put onto Tidehunter, so he's going to do extra damage to the tower now. And he does use the Illusion Confusion, which we've seen twice now in this game, to be able to put Tusk right in front of Tidehunter. But Tidehunter does have a little bit of HP now thanks to this item, so he's going to live through this engagement. And Blue Power Van's turn basically ends here. Again, if he's able to somewhat stabilize here, then he'll be in pretty good shape. But it's still going to be pretty difficult because Tidehunter is going to be able to do whatever he wants in all likelihood. This is when a big item needs to come out for Blue Power Van. This could definitely turn the tide. This is an amazing item, although you could upgrade to get a 35 gold item, which he'll take Claymore. It seems that anytime you draft Tusk, you'll get a Claymore in your deck because the synergy is kind of crazy. Initiative is on the side, again, of Blue Power Van, so he will go first. Reaper Scythe is available, so Tide... He only has 8 HP initially now, right? Oh no, he has 12 because of the item. So Reaper Scythe would kill him. Question is, do you bounce him again? I would assume yes for Pero, but we'll see. But yeah, eventually, I don't know if he can hold on. Like, I would have liked the Noxious Talisman earlier. It is less gold. And Well, I guess there's no point in talking about it. It's a really good item. And this one will help you push in other lanes, but you really want to put this on Tusk eventually, but it doesn't look like that's really in the cards. No pun intended. All right, so Reaper Sight's going to start things out. He's going to get the kill on Tidehunter, so no Ravage is going to come through. And the cool thing about Necrophos' passive here, if I can actually show it, whenever a unit dies in the lane that Necro's in, you gain 1 mana. So his ability cost 1 mana, but because he got a kill, he gains 1 mana again. So he's at full mana capacity. As we can see, Zeus's passive has killed a bunch of creeps, so the tower is being pounded upon. Wow. Okay. Very aggressive. I like this. So this is a giant-ass creep called the Slumbering Brute. It's an 8/8 that will actually stun itself if it's not next to an ally hero. So it's going to get the kill on Sven, and it will be stunned next round unless a hero is put here, which Shadow Fiend probably will be. You see the Claymore put onto Timbersaw. So the tower is actually going to go down to 2 HP. So Blue Power Van pressuring this like a boss. So in all likelihood, it's going to be really difficult for Para to defend this, but he does have the one card that will do so, which annihilates the entire lane. So he will probably, I would assume, have to do this right away. We'll see, though. And delaying the, like, it's very likely that at some point this game, this tower will die in Blue Power Van's favor, but delaying it, even if it's just 1 round, is actually a huge deal. And the fact that he's putting Shadow Fiend here is going to make this annihilation feel even better for Pero. As we can see, this creep is now stunned, unless Necro is able to get to this side, but based on his cards, it's not going to be the case. So annihilation, he gets 2 creep kills and 2 hero kills. It does cost him 1 hero, but again, you're delaying this. So that is a huge deal. The fact that he even got annihilation in draft is pretty crazy. So now it is Blue Power Van's turn. He is trying to defend 2 towers now. And, again, a lot of his cards are black, and this lane, it's not really going to help him too much here. He might just have to put down all the red cards, like right now. So he puts down a tower enchantment called Path of the Bold, which can have a crazy effect. Anytime an ally, any ally in lane is blocked, which these 2 are, as you can see, it will gain attack based on how many charges this has. And the charges will go up every time you play a card in the lane. So you can see that it's gone up twice now. So PL has crazy amounts of damage now. So we'll be getting this kill onto Zeus. Infernal Amulet gives 6 HP. Won't help PL in this case. Could put it on Necro, but it's really not that good here. So it might just be best to either keep initiative, or he could taunt himself if he wants to save a little bit of extra damage on the tower. Because now that we're looking at it, this tower looks to be even harder to defend than this one originally was. He's stabilized this one pretty well. So the question is, do you want to equip an item, or do you want to save initiative? And again, initiative just means you get to go first next round. So we'll be putting the extra HP onto Necro. So that means Pero will have the first turn, or the first move next time around. Zeus dies, PL dies. Now the question is, this is enough damage to kill this tower? And for Blue Power Van, he only has 1 hero coming in. And like, this is where things get really interesting. Do you want to go for this tower to get the kill, even though it's not in really any peril of dying? Or do you want to try to defend this for 1 more round? I think most people would want to defend this for 1 more round, because this is probably going to happen anyway. Now, again, this is the unfortunate part, is this huge creep is just sitting here stunned constantly. So he's actually going to put himself in front of... this is interesting. So this is to potentially block some damage coming out from the Plague Wards, because they deal 2 damage to random enemies at the beginning of the round. So it looks like he's trying to potentially take both procs so that it doesn't hit the tower, instead of just blocking the Legion Commander here. But his hand is looking pretty rough in the red department. Doesn't really have much to use. And Para will expend both heroes into this lane, so he can Ravage right away to take Necro out of the equation. We do have a creep now for red, so you can at least play something. It looks like both actually did hit Tusk, so he's extremely low now. So Imperial Herald will come out, just a creep that buffs other creeps of the same faction, although that's really not that important here. And again, every time he plays a card in this lane, Path of the Bold gains extra charges. And these happen to be... I feel like I'm maybe going too fast. Sorry. These creeps, you can see this icon here. They're feeble. It essentially means any extra damage that you're doing, so anything past 2, will go through to the tower. So that's why Tusk, I was mentioning earlier, is really good against Venomancer. But smash the defenses. Able to kill that enchantment, so a little less damage to work with here. He is losing this tower, though. So this is a pretty big deal. And this one's left with only 3 HP. So when this tower goes down, Pero will get a TP scroll in his hand. It's like something you get every time you kill a tower. And it'll allow him to move one of these heroes, or I guess it doesn't have to be these heroes, any hero you want, to an adjacent lane. So something I mentioned in the tutorial video, in draft specifically, I mean in the game generally I guess it's true, but in draft for sure, since you're not able to choose your deck, being able to move heroes from one lane to another is a huge deal. So the combat phase commences. Para gets his TP scroll. First move, though, is for Blue Power Van. He only has 23 gold. He's going to have to buy something, because this could be the last round. And you have to put something to block the Plague Ward. 14 damage on Timbersaw. He has Timber Chain, though, so he can move across to the adjacent lane here. Shadow Fiend's going to be put in front of the Plague Ward. Probably hoping that Tusk does not get hit by this Plague Ward at the beginning of the round, because then that's one less hero to block. Although this makes it even... Ooh, it's going to be rough. It's a 50-50 if he dies here, I think, right? So Tusk ends up dropping. All right. Can you defend this lane? You have 9 mana. You can have a lot of minus armor with Presence of the Dark Lord into pick off. You only have 1 charge of Requiem. So this will be difficult to hold. Now the good news is Blink Scroll will only move a hero to an adjacent lane. So none of these heroes can actually... Wait, he has lethal. All right, so Timbersaw has to go to this lane now. That's really unfortunate. And is there any forced combat? No. So there are some cards that can force the combat phase for red, but Para doesn't have it in his hand right now. So Timbersaw, it's 5 range, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can go right here, as we're seeing a Thunder God's Wrath. So Shadow Fiend is done. And so Timber Chain, 5 mana. You have 1 creep and a taunt. So I think you can save this lane still. And then, ooh, this is going to be hard. Because then next turn, there's pretty much no way you can save this tower, I don't think. But this is the 3rd tower next turn. So you'd have to win this and this. So there's the Spirit Swordsman. This is actually a really good creep, but I don't think it's going to really matter here too much. It'll actually move to the next lane next turn, but it'll only block this creep, so not a big deal. So now you have the Timber Chain here to block Zeus. And you don't have to cast the taunt. It actually doesn't really do anything here. So 2 mana, nothing to be done. I think you just chill. So blue power van survives for one more round here. And Necro. All right, so this is where things get hilarious. So this tower has decay on it, which means that it'll take damage at the end of the round. So this tower will 100% die this round. And this Necro has to spawn here. Both Plague Wards have to hit Necro, or he loses immediately. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember how this works. A random adjacent enemy. Okay, I'm sorry. So it's actually guaranteed. It wasn't actually a 50-50 here. Ring of Taras to help Venno kind of tank up a bit. All right, so what the hell do you have? You have Grazing Shot. You have Pick Off. So he uses Pick Off on Venno. He's going to try to get a Reaper Scythe here. But he doesn't have enough damage to actually kill this tower, so I think this is all for naught. The tower has decay because the Plague Wards apply the Poison Sting. I'm actually trying to remember how that works. Either way, at the very least, Venomancer has Poison Sting, which anytime you deal damage to a unit or a tower, it deals 1 decay to it. I'm trying to remember if Plague Wards have that same property. So we can see this isn't going to be enough for Blue Power Van. He will lose this lane right here. So that is game 1 to Mr. Pero. Looks like Pronto is on. We're going to have to test some mics here. Oh, very good. All right, let's move to Gaben for just a moment. Make sure they don't start this game real quick. I'm sure you guys are getting sick of my voice by now, so we get a second person in here. Yes, I'd like to thank Gabe for supporting this tournament. You can see he's really happy with the performance of Artifacts so far. Hello, Mr. Pronto.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello, friend. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Looks like they started. So we're in the game. All right, we can test the mics here while we watch the draft. Talk a little bit, my friend.
That was an interesting game one, wasn't it?
Yes. Blue Power Van tried to hold on there, but wasn't quite enough. I thought, I don't know if you caught the beginning, but Pero's cards, like the first 2 rounds, pretty much dictated the entire game, it felt like.
I've played Pero a few times, and he seems to have some magical ability to always have the cards that he needs, or at least that's how it feels when you're playing against him.
That's right. What time is it there for you, Mr. Pronto?
It is 3:30 a.m.
Ah, did you get up just for us, or are you a degenerate on a terrible schedule?
I got up a couple of hours earlier than normal. I do get up
nice.
pretty early these days.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fun to be here. Thanks for having me on.
All right, just let us know in chat, since this is not on delay, guys, if the mic volume is equalized to me. I tried to YOLO this one. So it's up to you how you want to do this, Pronto. Because I can see both hands. So you can obviously spectate in-game and just see one of them. I don't know if you have dual monitors.
I can see both as well.
Oh, you've been given access as well. Nice.
I do, yes.
Very nice.
Got that organized.
So
who's the next game?
It's going to be the same one. So that was only game 1.
Same. Right, gotcha. Yeah.
All right, as we get into the game. Oh my God. Pero with Rick's Oathbound. Holy balls. Okay. That is exciting stuff. What are your thoughts on Rick's Oathbound in draft since he's been changed?
Um, Rick's Oathbound. He's always been such a controversial character in Artifact Foundry. Let me just refresh my memory on him. Um,
Because he
what
used to be a
what's the
colorless card, right? He was the only colorless
yes,
hero
yes.
in the entire game, and they changed that.
Have you played Rick's Oathbound much yourself?
I've watched a lot, but I have not picked him because it just, I don't know. It Now that you can't cast anything, because before, like, he was colorless, so you could still cast his own card, but now you can't. So it just feels like you
Yeah.
just
So
don't have enough control.
it's like having four heroes on the map.
Yeah.
It's I think he's still worth it even with the change. If you have a strategy in mind. But playing him in draft, you obviously can't pick your cards, so that makes him
Right.
a little bit tougher.
Yeah. And this is actually a
But
perfect example of how he's like not so great. He's out on the flop here, and Bounty Hunter is able. I mean, this is a trade, but this is a track target. So Blue
yeah,
Power Van able to get a shit ton of gold now.
but of course, I guess Rix is going to be right back and doing the same thing again.
Indeed.
And they've just picked up a broadsword to maybe potentially put on Rix or Anti-Mage. It's pretty
Now,
strong for turn one.
Anti-Mage is a hero that we're starting to actually see now that he's gotten one extra HP buff. Do you have any thoughts about him? Because this hero, and I guess a lot of people haven't seen what he does, but anytime he deals physical damage to a target, which for the most part doesn't matter because it's the end of the round, but if you deal physical damage to a target, you lower their mana for the round by 1. So it synergizes with his Blink Strike, which he can't use
I
yet.
tried I tried so hard to make Anti-Mage work, and you're right. He was very squishy before, so I think that health is the thing that he really needed to actually get play, and now we're starting to see it. So I like that. His signature card is Mana Void, which deals damage to the enemy based on how much mana they've used. So it's kind of similar to how it works in Dota, but it can be a very strong ability.
Yeah, I. It's one of those where it's weird because normally you want to have initiative. You want to be able to go first to have like a power move, but Mana Void is the
hmm
complete opposite. You want to actually slow play it, so it's kind of different than what we're used to seeing. But what we're seeing now is a mega shit ton of damage by Pero to this third tower, thanks to Rick's
hmm
Oathbound and LC. You can see the broadsword that you brought up that was purchased. It's already getting this down to 6 HP in round 2.
I guess that's why he didn't mind the trade on turn one, because that helped him get the broadsword
I
and
guess
bounty
so.
hunters off the board.
This is very true. I mean, Tidehunter is going to come back, but still no Ravage for another round after this next one. So Pero off to a really good start.
Even in draft, he always gets the cards he needs.
And the crazy thing is, this is a card we haven't talked about yet, is Raid. So Raid on its own is not particularly good, but if you have a red hero, you
Mhm.
basically proceed to the combat phase immediately, and it gives everybody 1 siege as well. So unless he's able, like right now, he could literally cast it and he will get this tower, which I would expect
Um,
him to potentially do here. Yeah.
no, he can't cast it because. Oh, yeah. Sorry, he's got Legion Commander. That's right. I was forgetting about the change where they can you can cast any color.
Yeah, that is a huge quality of life change from Artifact 1. Uh, I mean, if you couldn't do that, this hero would actually just be complete dog, I think. Like, unusable. So that has definitely made a big impact on the game. So, yeah, this tower is dead. And Rick is just going to continue to own.
Only turn 3 as well, and Rix is just going to stay on the board, bashing at that tower. If they kill him, he may just redeploy to another one, and so that's
Mm-hmm.
the strength of Rix. If you don't have an easy way to keep killing him, then he's just a nightmare.
You can see in this mid lane, Blue Power Van trying to recuperate here, puts down a unit that essentially gets stronger the more units or the more heroes that are next to him. So this is as massive as it gets, and it also taunts. So it saves Phantom Lancer from some damage here, and PL will die as a result. Although there is a Ring of Tarask, so will likely be used on him. He could also use Blink Strike to go to another lane, or potentially just cast right here.
He's also got the taunt boots that he can put onto Mazzy if he wants.
Yeah. So Mazzy is a very unique hero. I've heard a lot of different pro player. I don't know if we can call them pros technically, but hey, we can call them whatever we want. Pro players are kind of iffy on this hero. The design. I don't know if you have any thoughts, but essentially the idea behind him is every hero has a 2-item slot limit, but this hero
Mhm.
has infinite. You can put as many items on you as you want, and for each one, you gain 1 attack, 1 armor, and 1 HP, which is why his stats are kind of massive right now. What do you think of this hero in general?
When the game goes well for Mazzy and he gets off to a really good start because you draw his signatures early and you get early gold, then he can feel really OP. If you don't draw his signature cards to put on him early and you have a bad start, then he sort of just goes to waste. The other thing is that you kind of have to build your whole deck around him. I feel like because if he doesn't get items, he'll have no impact on the game. So for me, I feel like he's not my preferred style of hero. He just doesn't give quite enough for what you have to invest into him. But he's very
Mm-hmm.
interesting design, very interesting to design, and I was excited when they added him back in with the new design because it's always fun having different types of heroes in the
Yeah,
game.
he's really weird though, because all his signature cards, he gets one. Every signature or every hero gets 3 signatures, but he gets 3 different ones, and they're all items.
Yes,
So
yes,
very weird. And it's always funny when you have like 10 items on him and this list is just takes up the entire screen.
yeah.
But looking at the game state, Blue Power Van does have a way to kill Rix, but see, Rix is the way to deal with this hero is just to try and block him constantly with like really cheap units. But right now he just doesn't have super cheap units to work with.
No, he doesn't have that option. He's gonna have to kill him. But then he's gonna be back next turn, and
Exactly.
we'll see where he goes. It's
I mean,
very frustrating to be on the receiving end of that.
you could give up the 12 damage theoretically if you want to try to get this tower right now, because you're only 1 damage off. But as we can see, another item equipped onto Mazzy. So I mean, he's essentially unkillable, which is why he's such a polarizing figure. A lot of times he just doesn't do anything, but he's
Yeah.
unkillable.
Yeah, he's just an unkillable tank who's gonna. Unfortunately, he's only blocking a creep.
Right.
He can even block Ursa and not worry too much about the Ursa passive, because he has that much armor that by the time the game's over, it's not gonna make him overly
Mm-hmm.
damaged.
So it looks like Blue Power Van will get this tower. He put down a creep that has trample, which just means that they will deal damage through to the tower. And looking
Mhm.
at the hand from Pero, all he has is duel, which it's not like Artifact 1 where you could duel a creep. You can only duel heroes, and we can see here that he just doesn't have enough to actually kill anything. So
No,
looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 tower trade here.
and his boots are on cooldown, unfortunately for him.
But Rix is continuing to pound on this tower.
He can potentially just use that those boots though to just keep blocking the lane.
Yeah, so somebody's bringing it like one of the reasons that we have the stream on no delay is so we can look at chat in case you guys have questions. You cannot, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty sure I'm right. You cannot TP Rix with this item, with this consumable item that you get. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's right, because Rix can't use items. As in, he can't use the actives on the items because he's permanently silenced.
Yeah, but this is a
Little bit
consumable, so
different.
I wasn't trying. I was trying to remember if that's the case.
Oh, right. You know, so he can only take on passive items, so you can't blink Rix with a blink scroll.
All right, so this is going to be. Look at this! Wow. So he actually puts several heroes into this lane with Ravage available. This is a very bold move. He can.
So he's
What does he
got
have here?
initiative, so maybe he had a plan. Let's see what he's.
Oh, I see. The only thing he can
He
potentially
got
do is
Jasper
Jasper
Dagger.
Daggers into duel, but he's just going to
Mhm.
get Ravaged before that happens.
No, but you can use the Jasper Daggers to remove Ravage from one of his heroes, but he doesn't
True.
have the damage to end it. He can
That's
kill
true.
Tidehunter after.
Yeah, he has to wait for the Ravage, essentially, right?
Yes.
If he uses it now, and then, I mean, obviously he wouldn't use it now. So Jasper Dagger is really cool. So it gives you 2 attacks. So if you put on Legion, you have 8, and it's piercing. So it just goes through armor. So this is a free kill with duel. But it also will purge opponent's effects from you. So if you get stunned, which you would with Ravage, you become unstunned by equiping this. So that could literally be game.
Hoping to, he could be hoping to set up a Jasper Dagger purge into a mana void, and then to win the game next turn.
That's true. Yeah, mana void plays. He's actually gonna pass here. So Ravage does come out. Ooh. Okay. Pretty big play here.
Probably guessing he'll purge Legion Commander if he purges someone. Yep, there we go. And then he'll probably block him with an illusion.
Let's see if there's any play from... Doesn't really have that much to do. Yeah, he has the Gush for Troll, so he's able to take one hero out. But Legion still is here. Mana Void would deal 4 damage, so nothing really. So again, duel would be a lot. Doesn't have to duel though. The Tidehunter has already expended his Ravage. It's not really that big of an issue.
Okay, so he could just Mana Void him and hit the tower now. He could Mana Void on PL.
Yeah, Mana Void 7 damage. That would clear this up completely, so that would be 9 damage to the tower. Now, keep in mind, he's giving up 15 damage to his own tower by doing this.
Yes. But next turn, it's going to go from right to left, so he's going to have the advantage. He's thinking about the next turn. He could blink Nazi over, but I probably wouldn't. Yeah, he does have raid.
All right, actually, the TP on the other side this time. I cannot tell you the last time I've seen a game where one tower is being completely ignored. Both have 30 HP. That is insane. That is so weird.
You're right. Rix could potentially be in that lane next turn. It would take him 2 turns to kill it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we're gonna see the duel come out.
Cool. And that's going to give him the damage to kill Death Prophet as well.
Yeah, that's
during
really
the combat
good.
phase here. That was well played.
Very good. So he kills 3 heroes this round. Oh, brutal. And he has raid available. No heroes coming in. So I think...
Yeah, this is over.
I think that's it. So he's just going to spawn Rix right here. Doesn't really matter where AM goes, and you just raid for the win. So that looks like it's going to be a 2-0 for Mr. Pero.
I think he came out better from that trade on the first turn with Bounty Hunter than Bounty Hunter's side did.
Yeah, that is accurate.
Getting that broadsword just gave him so much damage on that tower.
He does not have initiative, though. This is true. But as we can see, all he has is Exorcism on the other side, which won't even get the kill on AM. So doesn't look like there's anything to be done for Mr. Blue Power Van. No TP for Ursa as he's already expended it. We're ending a game with 2 towers at 30 HP. That is hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Now, if he had a...
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if he had no hesitation in this lane and he had enough damage to actually kill it, he could have theoretically won right here. But it is not to be. Pero 2-0 over Blue Power Van. Advances to the second round.
Continues to get every card he needs at the right time.
Yes, well, he's expending his luck early in the tournament, so we'll see if that actually continues on or not.
We will. And so, who's up next?
Let's see. I do need to set some things up, but let's look at the bracket. So it's going to be =4 versus the Untouchable. And I have to do some ghetto stuff here, guys. One moment. Let's see, so Pero wins. There we go. Look at that. Real-time graphics. This is high-quality tournament right here. Did you want to turn on your camera, good sir?
Yes. Just give me a minute.
And I think I'm going to try to change the server that we're on so that... Because right now there's a delay between us, obviously, since you are on the other side of the world. I'll try to make it somewhere in the middle. So it might disconnect for a moment. I can put one in Sydney. That's probably bad, though.
Probably for the viewers, yes.
Let's see, what is it on right now? It's on US East. What about South Africa?
No, USA should be fine.
Well, we are on US East right now, but there's definitely a delay.
Right.
No, we'll try South Africa and see how this works.
Okay.
All right, testing. Very good.
What's
okay.
your ping? Okay, good.
As long as it's just an equal delay between the both of us, it should be a little bit more smooth.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let me get your camera going. Let's see. I can't turn my camera on for you. So you're only going to see yourself. You're going to replace Gabe himself, by the way. Do you have a Twitter?
No.
You do not have a Twitter. Okay.
I do not have a Twitter.
Very good.
But just put me out Pronto or something.
Yep, all good.
Put a caption. All right, you are getting the production values up. We're like the NBA playoffs.
Yes, the NBA. The Suns will soon be in the NBA playoffs. I don't know what world we live in, but dear God.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been an eternity. So this will be, there we go, Play Artifact Twitter. Perfect. Definitely still an active Twitter account, by the way. Very normal.
That's depressing, the Play Artifact Twitter.
Yes. Okay, we can actually just start the next series. This is not super important. Okay, so who do we have? We have =4 versus the Untouchable. Let's do it to it.
And who's your pick to win this one?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's look at the player list right here. =4 is rank number 4. The Untouchable is rank 11, so not too far apart. I'm more familiar with =4 if I'm being honest, so I would favor him, but it could go either way. How about you?
Yeah, I've played against both of them, and they're both very good players. If I had to bet on one, I'd probably bet on the Untouchable. From the games I've had with them.
Oh, do you know how much draft he plays? Because I know =4 is a mostly constructed guy.
Yeah, =4 is great at coming up with different and meme decks in constructed, so I would kind of wish it was constructed just to see what he would come up with.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know if the Untouchable plays a lot of draft.
Man, Anti-Mage is getting some love. And we have yet to even see his signature card even used or his active ability.
No, we saw it last game. He used it to do that clear out after the Ravage.
Yeah. That's true. Pugna. Wow. All right, we're getting to see some cool heroes here. So we got some mana burn between both respective decks thus far. Of course, =4 will likely not go for a tricolor. He will either drop the Centaur or Drow. We'll have to wait and see. But Tide is available.
For the rainbow deck.
Yeah, the rainbow decks, I mean, that is an =4 classic, I won't lie. He plays a lot of tricolor in constructed. Probably not recommended for draft, though.
I like the Centaur pickup as well. I love Centaur in this game.
Yeah, he can be decent. I wish he had double edge. that wasn't. I mean, the double edge he has doesn't feel like a real double edge, but doesn't
No.
have the same like oomph as in Dota. So he's probably gonna drop this Drow Ranger. We'll replace it with Ursa. What are your thoughts on Ursa as a hero? I feel like this hero is a bit overrated. I don't think he's terrible, but in terms of like the red heroes in draft, I actually think he's below average because he gets most of his like impact from like just the first round, right? You just deploy in front of somebody, which will probably try to be Tidehunter, decimate their armor, and then the rest of the game he's just there. You know, his signature card's not good on other heroes normally, only good on himself. And what are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
he's sort of odd. He wants to be hitting heroes, but you know you also want to hit towers at the same time. But if you're not hitting heroes, you're not getting any value out of his what makes him unique, which is the Fury swipes. So you
Right.
might as well have picked someone else. So he's really sort of like he goes well in a deck where you have a lot of cards that force them to fight. Like you can pair him with Legion Commander or use the other forced combat cards, which Red does have. But yeah, I agree with you. I would put him down as below average.
Now, Bloodseeker, this is a hero I've been seeing people pick up more often lately as well. Really interesting mechanics. Thirst works in the fact that heroes with low HP essentially just buff Bloodseeker's attack. And they changed it so that it doesn't. What was the change? It doesn't go away with each combat effect, which I guess this is kind of an advanced mechanic we don't really need to talk about. But for all things considered, he's just been buffed, like micro buff after micro buff throughout the last year or so. So he's pretty solid now. Oh, interesting. So
Okay, so we've got Centaur on the left against Anti-Mage, Bloodseeker and Pugner in the middle, and Legion Commander and Ursa on the right. He's put Legion Commander in the creep slot, so that's going to push the creeps out across the lane and eventually build up and block the lane unless they find a way to deal with that.
and I think the reason he did this, Legion was expecting to face Ursa head on. So if you put yourself in front of a creep, Ursa will have to be forced to do the same. Which, if you're Ursa, getting stuck behind a creep wave the whole game is basically what you don't want. But the
Not the
downside, of
place you want
course,
your Ursa to be.
yeah. But the downside, of course, like you said, is that the creep wave will now be in the favor of the untouchable. So we'll see how that works out long term. So grazing shot duel or grazing shot bronze legionnaire. Haven't seen a lot of uses of infernal ally before because there's not that many death effects. It feels like in the game right now.
And plus, it's tough in draft to actually use the card because you can't choose your cards. You can't really draft around it easily. So Equals Forward has drawn 2 double edge cards. So if the Untouchable uses all his mana up early, he could potentially take a ton of tower damage somewhere that he hasn't accounted for. So
yeah, that's true.
Have to watch out and see if that comes into play.
Yeah, with the God Strength on Centaur, he's actually a unit. Like, typically, this is a hero that will just be very tanky, and Double Edge can be scary, but normally you can just kind of ignore him. But now you're forcing somebody in front of him, and it'll be the Necro for now. And Necro really doesn't have anything to deal with him. Another God Strength, this time on Sven, so the cleave action onto the AM. Looks like it'll be successful. So he can put Necronomicon on one of these 2 heroes to save them, but can only choose one.
Not looking good for the Untouchable here on that left lane, and it's going to be hard for him to come back and deal with Sven.
And the funny thing is,
2 turns.
Any hero you put Necro on, you can just double edge to get the rest of the damage on. So I think both these heroes are actually dead. So we're gonna backtrack a bit for the newer players out there. Double edge is Centaur's card. It'll give a hero 6 attack and -6 armor. But if it's Centaur, because of Great Fortitude, his passive, he's not affected by negative attack, armor, or health effects. So for him, it's literally just 6 damage. So you'll probably see that used right now. All right, grazing shot. So killing the creeps at an even faster rate. So eventually Ursa will be stuck behind creeps. It'll take a couple rounds.
2 turns he's got, and then that's it. And that's really annoying when the creeps block the lane, because then you have to go and invest resources just to deal with creeps. It can really be quite annoying when you're on the other end of it.
Indeed. Whoa, he's actually not going to cast Double Edge. So we'll leave Necro at 3 HP. I wonder what the reasoning of that is. Does have initiative, so planning on doing something here, potentially.
Some people, like myself, prefer to try and use Double Edge to hit the tower.
Mm-hmm.
So he may be thinking he wants it. We might see him try to use it on the right lane this turn to almost finish the tower off. So he doesn't have much left to go.
That's true. That feels like a greedy approach, but I think you're right. Most people do look at Double Edge that way. I guess he did have Overpower, so I guess that's a free kill regardless. Yeah. I'm not sure if he just drew that. I don't remember seeing that in his hand, but maybe he did.
Stupid.
I believe this was
I believe
this was a top deck of Gush for Untouchables, so that ends up trading another kill here.
I'm here to fight.
So a little bit of a chump blocker here for Bloodseeker, but we can see that Death Pulse is available, which will kill that unit. And that means 8 damage to the tower here if he wants. Oh, he's going to go for the duel instead. Yeah, this lane's actually going pretty well. I mean, Ursa's been soloing the tower, but I think his reign is coming to an end here as his creep will be blocking him next round. Oh boy, is this the Double Edge moment?
Who would dare face me?
Ooh. Yeah, I don't see this as often anymore in Artifact 2 at least, but you can see that Double Edge can be used offensively. So if you put it on the enemy hero, which we saw there, -6 armor will just die to a creep. So, all right, nice move. Ravage is available this round for the Untouchable. So doesn't have to worry about losing this tower necessarily. Has initiative as well, so Laiku will start things out with that. It's only one hero, though.
Who do you think has the advantage right now? Or is more likely to win?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Whose shoes would you rather be in?
I guess I'd rather be in Untouchable. Because he has more cards. He has Ravage to hold this lane. He still has huge cards like Mana Void. And then on the other side, you have kind of like you have Double Edge, which is really good, but like Legion Scouting Party, which I think is an extremely good creep, it's kind of a slow play. So you can't really push your advantage immediately.
And it's kind of expensive.
Yeah.
For what it does.
It like basically takes up like a whole turn, but then after like a round or two, it makes up for it. So we're going to see the Ravage here. And we can see the double strength potion twin pack. So theoretically could go over the tower here if there's no chump blockers. But we do see that there's a creep here. You could also just continue to pass and try to use Mana Void to kill this Pugna. All right, there's number 1.
No, I guess he has a way of blinking. He can just blink if he gets chump blocked anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he'll force out. Or he could use mana. Depends how much mana they spend.
Yeah, if he's using this card, which he will here, it looks like. So Mana Void will deal 5 damage, which does kill both. The problem, maybe it's not that big of a problem. You can't add another Strength Twin Potion because you're out of mana now.
No, but that'll give him the tower because the creep will hit as well, so he'll get the tower.
Very good. So he gets the tower. Oh, there's a Force Staff, though. So he's going to force himself, potentially. Or the creep. Okay, so he holds on for one more round.
And that means next turn he'll be hitting the tower back, so better that he didn't Force Staff himself because of the positioning. It means he can hit the tower.
Yeah, true.
instead of being chum blocked by a creep. So that was a good play.
But initiative is
Funny
on the
enough,
side of
I-
Untouchable now, and Necrophos has Reaper Scythe, so Ursa will die if he's not bounced
Yes.
right now.
If Necro's deployed there, which he probably will be, although it seems like kind of like overkill to put Necro on the right lane when it's all but secured in terms of killing the tower.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where you don't want two black heroes in the same lane as well, potentially. So it will get bounced because he was expecting the Reaper Scythe, but he read that, I guess, technically incorrectly. Now Mirana is kind of stuck here.
Mirana, there's not a lot she can do here.
Especially while she's dead. Right, down she goes, and you can see now that even her health being temporarily down buffs Bloodseeker. This is why this hero has just been, I wouldn't say he's like S tier by any means, but he's gotten a lot better. He used to be in the dumpster. Okay, Sacred Arrow gonna take Necro out of the fight for now.
So he's got escape room. So I wonder if he might escape room one of these heroes on the right lane into a different lane.
Yeah, you could.
He
has a lot of
Anti-Mage
options.
to the other side of the map.
Indeed. So escape route. He's actually okay. Well, he can do this in two ways. He's going to put it down mid, so you could put Bloodseeker into the left lane if you really want, or like you said, blink AM into mid and then use escape route into the left lane afterwards. Ooh, okay.
He can still do it now, though. He can blink AM
and that's game.
It's ended up the same. Yep. He'll be 1 damage short, I think, on the left lane because he'll kill one of his own creeps. So I think he'll come up at 12 damage.
He still has a strength potion twin pack. So
he has a strength potion, of course.
I think that'll do it. So equals 4 completely out of mana. We're gonna see AM replace a creep, and then all right. So that'll be game 1 for the Untouchable. So a bit of a, I guess, in terms of rankings, an upset to start things out.
But not in terms of my prediction.
That's true. You were correct. We will notate that in the prediction standings that we're definitely keeping track of right now.
Let's just wait and see who wins the overall thing first. Then we'll do it.
All right, sounds good. Just to be very upfront here, ladies and gentlemen, this is Pronto speaking with me. It's not actually Gabe. I know that Gabe has been living in New Zealand, but I don't think like a year living in New Zealand will give you an accent similar to that. Are you Australian or New Zealand? From New Zealand? I can't remember.
I'm Australian. But my parents are from New Zealand. So
okay. Now, just out of curiosity, do people get offended if you call them Australian but they're from New Zealand, or vice versa?
So that's something that a New Zealander would get offended over. Definitely.
I see.
It's because they're a smaller country. They kind of like, they really care about us, and they're always like trying to compare themselves to Australia, and we kind of we don't really care about that country.
Interesting. Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know it's no different anywhere around the world. I thought it might have been an American thing, getting offended about everything, but good to know.
No.
All right, we're already in the next game, by the way. The draft is almost done already. These guys are going real fast. I personally think Underlord is the best hero in draft, and we're going to see it on display for equals 4, potentially. He's probably going to drop the Tidehunter. What do you think of Underlord?
Oh, whenever I play green, Underlord, even in constructed, for me, he's just very hard to pass up because his teleport just allows you to do so much, and in the late game it can be easy to forget about, and then suddenly he just pops up where you don't expect him.
Yeah, it's like one of the few heroes that you can do a one of. You can have Tricolor and actually still be good because Underlord is that freaking good. And I think the best turn 1 play in draft, bar none, is if you have Atrophy Aura turn 1. So we'll see if that ends up being the case for equals 4.
Yep.
And his heroes are pretty insane. He's got Kana, he's got Earthshaker. Really S tier heroes in my opinion.
He has come up with a very strong draft.
And Untouchable in the meantime
And
with a mono green. Don't see that every day.
he's going to
for
try
draft.
to build a no. He's going to try to build a wall and stop him. I wonder where he'll put Treant.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, my personal strategy when I play against an Earthshaker is to not have a lot of creeps. But when you're mono green, you don't have much choice. You're going to get a lot of creeps. That could end up being an issue. We'll see. Now,
And I don't think he's going to be able to get enough armor to deal with it.
yes, that is. I mean, that would be a lot of HP or a lot of armor is a good way to deal with Earthshaker. But I mean, the good news for Untouchable is he does dodge the turn 1 Atrophy Aura. So just to explain Underlord's card and why it's so crazy, I still think this should be 4 mana. I think doing this turn 1 is just too strong. But you enchant a unit, so in this case it would probably be Underlord. It basically means that you're modified forever. Enemies in the lane within range 2, so if you're in the middle, it affects literally every enemy, have -1 attack, and whenever one dies, you gain 1 attack permanently. So just by doing that, the creeps killing each other every lane will buff you by 1 damage every round. It's absolutely absurd.
And if you have Atrophy Aura against Kana, every time the Hound eats its creep, that counts as a kill for the purposes of Atrophy Aura, which gives you crazy damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is not the case here, but just generally speaking.
So while we have some time, since it is just the first round, why don't you talk a little bit about Kana and why you think she's so good in draft? She was nerfed recently from 9 HP to 8. So a slight nerf. Talk to me about this.
I guess so the thing about Kana is that she pressures a particular lane so hard, and she forces you to either respond to it or push into the other lanes. And in draft, the tower health is lower, so she can take the towers out faster. So that's the strength. And he's also drafted Lycan alongside it, which is going to give Lycan the bonus damage and enable him to buff up the creeps, which also then buffs up his own strength.
My goodness. So for people that don't know how Kana works, so if her lane is not full, she will steal creeps. So the way that the game works is creeps will spawn every round on the side, right? But Kana essentially steals those creeps into her own lane. So you kind of go all in on the same lane. And then those creeps are converted into her doggies here, which the Devour concept, which takes over the creep, which are normally 1/1s, but then they get devoured, so they become 3/1s. And the thing that makes them crazy is they have trample. So they'll actually deal damage through units to the tower. So the pushing is absurd. But Omni Knight, in theory, is a good answer to this hero with the purification. But we can see a lot of creeps being expended already. Oh! Repel!
There's the offensive repel.
That was nice. Okay. We had to explain what that does. So, this is where things get a little complicated. So, Diabolic Conclusion is the card that comes with Kana. It essentially allows you to steal the damage from all your creeps and put it onto one unit, right? So he put it all onto Lycan so that he would kill the Drow. But Omni Knight's signature card, which is Repel, will purge an opponent's effects. So he literally just got rid of that, and the creep still did no damage. So ends up working out really well for an Untouchable. That was a really nice play.
Often you'll see Repel cast on yourself, but occasionally it can be good to play it on your enemy, and that's one of those situations.
Right. All right. So round number 3, 5 mana for each respective side. Sand King is a hero we have yet to bring up. I actually like this hero quite a bit. His card's sometimes a bit suspect, but Burrow Strike, which is available now, is extremely good. It'll allow you to stun up to 3 targets and deal 1 damage.
Yeah, Burrow Strike is very strong, so he's got a pretty good combination here to deal with and delay Kana. So he's stalling that lane effectively well and doing good damage in the other lanes. Earthshaker has yet to use his block, but it kind of feels silly to just block Treant and a couple of creeps.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're playing from Earthshaker's perspective.
But it is 9 damage. That's quite a lot right now. And actually, there's a pass here from =4. I would not be surprised if Untouchable just hits this. I actually don't think there's a reason to play anything right now. Doing 9 damage and 5 damage to each tower respectively. This is great. But he's going to use Sandstorm. So this will apply 3 decay to all units in the lane, all enemies, and they'll have random targets that they're attacking. So you can see that these all randomize to these 3 creeps. Personally, I think this was a mistake from Untouchable. I'm pretty sure you passed there.
I think so. He had great damage on both towers. I guess he really wanted to try to store. He wants to kill the wolf. That's what he's doing. He wanted to kill the wolf before it got too big.
Second Sandstorm here as well. So it looks like Lycan is going to die to this one. Still has Burrow Strike. So we'll use it accordingly. Now, the important thing to note, 6 mana is coming up, Mr. Pronto. Echo Slam is in hand against a green deck. And let's go over what this does. Why don't you explain to the audience what Echo Slam does?
Echo Slam deals damage to each enemy equal to the number of enemies. So in the lane on the left, if Earthshaker uses it, that's 5 enemies. He's got 4 creeps and treants, so that's going to do 10 damage. Basically, it's going to wipe the lane. It's kind of like Annihilation, only better sometimes.
Yeah, Annihilation without having to kill your own units. Pretty good. So that will, at the very least, stabilize this lane. And if you're Untouchable here, you have Drow Ranger being deployed. And this is where you have to be really careful. I really like this move. Bouncing heroes is really important, especially against blue when you're facing Echo Slam, because you don't want everybody to die at once. Obviously, there's no blue here in the mid lane, so it wouldn't matter. But Echo Slam, kaboom! That lane is now taken care of for now. But he is completely out of mana now. So Untouchable with 6 of his own.
I wonder if he'll use the Emissary. Yep.
Yes. All right, Emissary. We talked about this in the tutorial video. He can't actually use the ability this round because he's out of mana. But we'll be able to next round. And it does get a kill on Lycan as well.
And I guess he's just praying that he doesn't have another Echo Slam in his hand when he used that Emissary.
That's true. I just realized this tower has 2 health on the right side. So this hero, we haven't even talked about, Lady Anshu, is kind of crazy design. Not typical, like the way that she's been used to hit a tower all game long is not normal. She usually is dying a lot. She can come back to life the next round. She buffs her teammates, but she's kind of just doing her own thing here.
She's doing her best Rick's Oathbound impersonation.
Yeah, that is true.
Just sitting in the corner, bashing away.
No Echo Slam this time. Oh, Mordred's Dagger was picked. I didn't realize how much gold =4 had. Gus is going to come out here. So this means that these heroes are silenced, so they can't play anything. So this tower is just going the way of the Untouchable. But let's talk about this item that was used.
So he has Mordred's Dagger, which gives Quick Strike and Cleave, which means that he's blocking Sand King's damage from the tower because of the Quick Strike.
Ooh, I did not realize that worked that way. That's crazy. I literally did not know that mechanic.
Very strong.
Holy crap. Not that it really matters that much here, but that's really cool. Huh. So Quick Strike essentially... Yeah, Quick Strike essentially means that you're attacking first any units, and if they die, they can't really retaliate here. But we're going to see that Sand King can move away if he wants to. And he will. So 7 damage to this tower. It's going to get blocked by these Wild Wings, though. This is going to be a really strong lane for =4. So, again, remember how Kana works. Any creeps available will be put into her lane. She'll devour them into big creeps. And with this enchantment, it's going to put out these 3/4s, which then are devoured into even bigger dogs. So this lane almost certainly is going the way of =4 now. So this is going to be kind of a trade of sorts. So we'll see how these other lanes end up working out.
He's done a fairly good job of stalling that middle lane where he put Canna, though. He has done an effective job. Normally, by now, you would hope that you would have taken a tower down with Canna. He has invested a lot of items into Canna as well, though. It'll be interesting to see how he responds with Treant.
And he does have a
Underlord's
big
just kind
creep.
of on his own.
Yeah, usually this is fine. Like Underlord's like, if he has his signature card, he wants to be alone. Like he can just solo a lane, but he has not drawn it yet, so he's been kind of useless. But having said that, I see a Thunderhide pack in the hand of =4. That is a big boy creep that you can put down to help finish a tower off. We'll see if he ends up doing that.
So that might end up in the right lane.
Yeah, very, very possible. So if you're in Untouchable's perspective, Lady Anshu is actually just kind of stuck here now.
Yes. You don't want Lady Anshu anymore. He does have the blink. He could blink in front of Canna to try and well,
another gust here.
He does have enough health.
So you can see these doggies have been converted into massive boys. Burrow Strike is available. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can go into this lane if he really wants. But the Gust has already been expended, so these two heroes cannot cast anything, and there's no way to TP over. So the question is, can he get 7 damage to this tower? You have Arm of the Rebellion, so that'll give you 4 extra damage. And that might be it. Although you have another... You have a Blink Scroll as well. I'm trying to spot if there's lethal here. I don't think so. There's no way to kill this creep is the issue.
No. No, there's no lethal. I wonder if we'll see the Blink Strike come out. The Blink Scroll. He could bring Anshu over to the middle and then use Burrow Strike to stun Canna and take back the middle lane and then win it next turn in the middle lane.
Yeah, that's true. So here comes the Burrow. We're going to stun 3 targets, still dealing 7 damage to the tower. So holding on to this for one more round is enormous because of the Blink Scroll potential. But still 9 mana for =4. I know he's just itching to use Thunderhide pack, and that's the only lane he can actually cast anything. So this bad boy, the old 8/8, has Trample, so it'll hit through units. All right. Artificer's Mail put down, so this will allow him to destroy this item to create a unit right here to block even more damage.
I think he was hoping to stall to see what he did.
Right.
He wants to see him spend some mana before committing.
Ooh, okay. So Underlord's going to use his active to get to this lane, and now he can put down Thunderhide pack. But Decay comes out first. But now that he's out of mana, he feels pretty free to put down this Thunderhide pack. Alright, so he's going to be dealing 7 damage to the tower now. The overkill onto the creep.
He's going to kill 3 heroes. He's going to lose 3 heroes for this, though.
Very expensive.
But he will have Trample going on.
Now the question is, Pronto, will he top deck an Echo Slam? Echo Slam wipes this lane again.
If it was Para, I'd say yes.
Yeah, this is true. Can you channel your inner Pero, Mr. =4? And you have to worry about this Ancient going down now to this solo beast Lady Anshu. Never thought I'd say that. In fact, with just Arm the Rebellion, I think that's enough to take this out. Does he have a hero coming in? What's the hero that's missing right now? Can't tell if this UI is...
Where's Rubik? You haven't seen Rubik do anything.
Yeah.
Rubik could stun the whole lane. No, he must have lost Rubik last turn.
I think it's bugged. I think Rubik's coming in now. If it doesn't show up here, I think he's coming in now. But like, what lane do you choose? You have to choose the left lane, which means you just lose in the right lane.
Yeah. You have to. He has a Blink Scroll to go to the right lane.
No, from =4 perspective, he doesn't have a Blink Scroll yet. Hasn't gotten this tower.
No, yeah, of course, sorry.
Okay, so with this, you can telekinesis this creep here, and it'll stun both green heroes. So that's the first thing you need to do. But yeah, I think this game's just over. So Untouchable going to go 2-0 against equals 4. You predicted it, Mike. You didn't say 2-0 though, to be fair.
No, we didn't get. I don't think we discussed how many games. Maybe we'll do that next round.
Yes, let's do that next round. All right, so Untouchable gets to go first, though. So he should see this telekinesis coming. Not sure if it matters. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed this. Call the Reserves is in hand, though. So Kana can actually get to this lane. That's huge. Okay, it's not over yet. Not over yet.
Not quite.
What? They both passed. What in God's name? I think they're trying to play mind games with each other, and Untouchable was like, all right, I'll just, this fine. But in the meantime...
So Rubik has...
What's that?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, Rubik still has telekinesis, so he can sort of defend that left lane, I think.
So the important thing, this is the first tower next turn. This one on the right side. This is extremely important. So even if you stun these two targets here, the trample will, well, depending on what cards are in hand. I'm not sure if you can actually get this tower this turn. But Lycan and Earthshaker are now defending. So that play might have potentially lost Untouchable this game. We'll see how it goes, though. So that was not a bug. So a lot of times these higher level players will pass expecting the opponent to do something. But if you call their bluff and just go to the next round, and we see it occasionally, and that's what happened here.
So he's got the fissure for the right lane, which he's probably going to use to keep that alive.
Right.
Because he's all green, you know, he doesn't have a lot of removal, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Earthshaker just being yeeted off the map.
Mm-hmm.
Middle lane at this rate of damage is going to go down next turn, so the pressure is on for him to either win left or right quick. He's got the telekinesis in the left lane to help stall that for a turn as well. Of course, he has to also block a creep, but you know, he has Call the Reserves, he has Relentless Zombie, he has a lot of ways to do that.
Yes, indeed. I think you have to start out with telekinesis, though. So we're going to see the creep swap here. We can see lethal is still there now. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say Incarnation of Salamane is available. So if you put this down, you can play an item to gain more mana if you want to do that. But then you're actually not going to be able to make up all that mana right away. So let's see what it actually decides to do. All right, Orchid. So we're going to see the fissure almost certainly here to start things out. Ooh, he actually is going to use Incarnation. Okay. So anytime you play a card, including items, you gain 3 mana and it procs on itself. So Earthshaker is going to get silenced, but you can still play blue cards here. Relentless Zombie will block this. And remember, Kana can move with Call the Reserves, so there's like a lot of options for equals 4. But the silence does prevent fissure from coming out. That is important. But look at the hand of Untouchable. It's not particularly good.
No, it's not. He could put something to... If he can get up to 5 mana, he could move Kana across to the left lane and give all his creeps Devour and hit the tower.
Yeah, I think that's the finishing move for sure. All right, Living Armor. So I think that's kind of just cycling cards because his hand is not good right now. Yeah. I think he technically did have lethal in this lane, potentially like with Rampaging Hellbear and Arm of the Rebellion, but that's assuming, like, we can see both hands. Could still actually do that. Okay, Rebel Decoy. The rebellion won't be denied. So that is lethal. Remote detonation is available, though. So 5 damage to unopposed enemies, so these 2 creeps would die. But then do you have enough to actually finish the game? Okay, he had a smaller creep to block. That's even better. So still 6 mana. So Incarnation of Salamane, I don't get to see this that often. Where do we put... It has to be in that lane to get the mana, right?
has to be in that lane. So the reason he put the Braces of Sacrifice on Rubik, it cost him 0 mana, but it triggered the ability to give him mana. And so that gives him enough to play Call the Reserve, and he just has to stall and wait out wait for his opponent to use all their mana. And if he does that, he can just Call Reserve and win the game.
Yep, I think that's what's going to happen. I cannot believe he has turned this game, though. So we have the swap.
It's a very equals 4 play.
Oh, wait a
If
second.
you've played against him before, when he builds his decks, he builds these sort of decks. Kind of wacky plays.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you do here? You have, like, remote detonation doesn't actually do anything anymore. You can't kill Lady Anshu. So do you have to TP Kana, I believe, to block, if I'm not mistaken?
I think that's it's either that or he uses Call as no. Yeah, you would just blink and save the call. Oh no, he did use the call.
Okay, interesting. And that expends almost all of his mana. Huh.
Surprised he didn't just use the blink scroll.
I actually think he missed lethal. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think you TP Kana to this lane. Then you call the reserves Lycan to the last lane, take over one of the creeps, and then you Diabolic Conclusion to go through the tower, right? Doesn't that just win? Or am I missing something?
Yes. No, I think you're right. Would he have been able to block Anshu if he did that?
He would move Lycan, so 2 damage would go to the tower.
Right, okay.
So it could be wrong. We'd have to replay that in our minds, but either way, he's getting the hero kills here. We're going to be going to 11 mana round. What is going on? 1 damage still. 1 HP on this tower.
This is what happens when Brainy's in play.
Now, Diabolic Conclusion in this
use
lane?
Braces. If you use Braces, yeah, there we go. You got it.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay. Well, it's still Blink Scroll, though. So, Drow will be blocking the big creep. Okay.
Trading with the creep.
And the fact that I believe when you use items, you gain mana as well, right? So he still has 3 mana to work with, but he doesn't have anything of use. Now, does Diabolic Conclusion do anything in this lane, is the question. No, not really. You're already killing everything. All right. So Omni Knight's going to survive. We have Sand King coming in with Burrow Strike. The initiative is on the side of =4, though. But he's only going to have 1 hero in this lane. I actually don't think he can win this game now. I think it's too difficult.
So he just used Defend the Weak on Omni Knight, and what he's doing there is that gives Drow armor, which reduces the trample from the Thunderhide. So he's trying to preserve the tower HP on the left lane.
Yeah, good point.
Let's see if he top decks Echo Slam.
Time has come for us to
I mean, I don't know if that's going to make a difference because he can't get to that lane now, right? Unless he has another way to move. Because the problem is this is the first tower of combat now. So it's pretty much up to Underlord. Like, if this was vice versa and Underlord was in this lane, he could TP everybody to this lane. That would be great, but not the case. And he only has 1 green card in hand, and it's not a creep. He just needs to block this lane as best he can to prevent that 1 damage. But we can see the Burrow Strike is just going to come out and stun Underlord. So this should just be it. Unless I'm missing something.
The game's going left to right. The game is going left to right. I think he missed his opportunity.
Blink Dagger. Oh, and call the reserves! Oh my god, are you serious? What are these top decks?
Wow.
Jesus. Okay, so that we're back. Now, this is the next level play, is to Burrow Strike these 3 units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can only stun 2, though. That's way too I don't know if he's gonna like next level this at all, but call the reserves. Okay, blink scroll to start. Okay, so this is really good because now it separates all these heroes. So now he has to choose who to stun. And he will use it in mid. Okay, so Earthshaker's done. So now he's baited that out, and now Earthshaker's stuck in this lane. So Call the Reserves is available, but you don't have to do anything yet. You can continue to pass and force the lethal here in this tower first. So the onus is on Untouchable to do something here.
Yeah, how does he... That was an odd choice for Bioshock. I guess he was worried about him fissuring the creeps, but how does he defend the right lane now?
He doesn't need to. If he has a way to kill this lane, if he's confident enough, that is. Because from his perspective, he doesn't think there's a way for him to get to this lane anymore. Like, I would think the same thing, right? Totally understandable. All right, there's Call the Reserves, and this is where Untouchable's like, are you kidding me? Another one? So here comes Kana. Now continuing to block the lane. Remember, the Salamene is still up, so the mana is just going to keep going up. You still have Blink Dagger. You
and
don't
Stars
have...
Alive.
Yeah, Stars Aligned to basically... I mean, he doesn't have any good cards, though. That's the issue.
That's true.
And there are the creeps being devoured. So what do you have here? Champion of the Ancient to block. That's a good one.
Living Armor to block some of the trample damage. He doesn't have a way of moving. And, you know, even if he did block, Underlord could... Oh, no, he can't leave because he has to defend the Tet. I don't think he can stop Kana from winning this lane.
Yeah, with Diabolic Conclusion, I would agree. There's no way to actually just... Like, if you had Purification, then maybe you could deal with it a bit. Yeah, Living Armor does help, but he's just going to play Champion Ancient right away. So this, he's actually going to play it on top of that unit.
It's going to have more health.
I think he's doing that to prevent a Diabolic Conclusion finish, actually. That's my guess, because he still has one more creep to block this guy. So that's actually a really good play.
He might do it anyway. I think he'll have enough damage anyway. I mean, he's got to block the creep on the right, but I think the Diabolic Conclusion will get him there anyway, wouldn't it?
Well, potentially. It doesn't really matter, though, because there's still a Blink Dagger in hand. So he's going to win in this third lane regardless. Equals 4 is.
Yeah.
All he has to do is block, which we can see now that he has enough to block everything. So Untouchable, he's just trying to survive, and even if he does here, it doesn't matter. So there's a creep.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
You're right, though. Diabolic Conclusion would still actually be enough. Man, this was an epic freaking game, I have to say.
That was a back.
My goodness. All right.
It looked like had it. Then equals 4 came back. Then it looked like equals 4 messed it up, but then he took it anyway.
Yeah, that... Holy crap. That was... This is what I'm talking about, man. Artifact 2 is so much more fun to watch than 1. Not that 1 was bad necessarily, but hopefully we weren't too... hopefully we've done an okay job of explaining things. So it's now 1-1. As you can see on my brackets, I haven't done any any work on the actual amount of games, but they're all best of 3. So, and they've already started.
Going to the decider. All right, prediction. Who do you like for game 3?
Gotta go with the momentum here with equals 4. That was a hype game. He held on that tower with 1 HP for like 3 or 4 rounds in a row. Although he's going green-blue, so maybe I have to change my my prediction here. Just out of disgust.
We might be going the rainbow, and we're only 1 color away.
Yeah, true. It is possible. So some people might be asking, why would, if you don't like if rainbow or if tricolor is bad in draft, why would you do this? Well, overall, what you do, I don't know about Ursa here necessarily. I didn't see what the draft was, but sometimes you can take a hero that you know you're not going to get, but the enemy might, to try to take it away from him. Or you just start out with like the highest quality heroes, and then as you're drafting, you decide what colors you want to keep. So we can see here that he's almost certainly dropping Ursa because he's seeing heroes that he actually likes.
Yeah, Ursa will definitely be the one out.
So how to buff
Ooh, I
Wraith
like
King,
the shadow.
Pronto. How to buff him. I had a suggestion that Wraithfire Blast is 3 mana. Because this, if you have this in your hand, it feels like you never cast it. I don't know if that's just me. It's just stuck in your hand. It feels, it's
is a
not
lot
as bad. It feels like
of
the
mana.
old Artifact 1.0 Keef card, the 5 mana 1/1. Just almost unplayable.
Maybe give him 1 more damage as well.
Sure. Yeah, he could use some love, no doubt. All right. Untouchable with a red-black deck. Very high-quality heroes. PA, the best at one-to-one matchups. Tide is probably the best red hero in the game. I talked about Timbersaw being, in my opinion, the second best hero. I would say the third in terms of red. Third would be Beastmaster. He actually gets the top 3, in my opinion, for red heroes. Very strong.
I'm not sure if this is still true, but for quite a while, as I understand, Timbersaw had the highest win rate in draft.
Not surprising. I think people underrate him. Like, he has decent stats. His Whirling Death is really good at not only dealing like direct damage for red, but also mitigating damage for the enemy simultaneously. And it's good for like clearing waves and whatnot. And then Timber Chain, again, red has an issue at times of getting stuck in lanes. And Timber Chain is one of the few red abilities that allows you to traverse terrain. So,
yep,
I like it. Okay, one of the few heroes that can actually survive against PA round 1, Mr. Omni Knight himself.
Whose draft do you like more? Who would you rather be starting this game?
Let's see. We didn't even talk about =4 here. So we got a blue-green. Ooh, it is Prelix and OD. OD is extremely strong. I still think I'd go with Untouchable just based on heroes. I think if you just go by tier lists in my head, I think these heroes are higher quality. But =4s are still really
like
good.
The draft that he's come up with. It is a very strong draft, but =4 is very good at wacky combinations, so I'll be interested to see what he comes up with this game.
You might be asking yourself why =4 has 4 mana this round. That is the passive of OD. So if you, the beginning of the round, if you're adjacent to an enemy hero, you reduce their damage by 1, and you gain 1 mana point. So this is kind of like, I mean, his stats are absolute garbage, but he is probably the second best green hero behind Underlord, I want to say, for draft. Just being able to cast more mana is obviously a huge advantage. Okay, we're going to see Whirling Death.
He also gives you negative damage, which actually ends up being really annoying when you're on the other end. So yep. Beastmaster's going to go down to 1 damage next turn. It's really annoying.
This is true. And he put himself in front of a creep wave, so Beastmaster's just going to continue to get blocked unless he can actually kill off OD, which, based on the card that he picked up, looks like he will be able to if he puts it onto Beastmaster. This is the Blade of the Vigil, 5 cleave. So cleave works a lot differently versus Artifact 1.0. I think it's way stronger than it used to be. He's actually going to bounce him away. So put SF here. So Prelix has entered the mid lane, and this is a hero we have yet to see today. This hero is extremely strong. Essentially converts any new melee creeps that you have to mega creeps, which are 2/3s, and then they spawn on the opposite side of the lane.
Also a very frustrating hero to play against if you can't actually kill Prelix, because it'll just clog up the lane and do pretty decent damage.
Indeed. All right, you're seeing the Presence of the Dark Lord used on SF. So this is essentially now an aura around him, -2 armor. So he will be able to kill OD just from the creep wave. And if he feels really lucky, he can cast the Requiem as a 1 out of 2 chance to kill OD.
And that's going to net him +2 damage for the next turn.
I'm trying to think if there's a reason not to do it. I think, oh, now it's a 1 out of 3. I mean, even if you kill OD, that's great. If you kill his creep, then you're at least hitting the tower It's not the worst, but then
I
it's on
would
cooldown.
potentially save it because that's going to give. Yeah, that means maybe next turn he wants to kill the recruiter or something. It'll allow him to do that.
Right. And he could Blade of the Vigil, but I think this is better on Tide, if I'm being honest. Especially against the Prelix. So ends up killing Prelix right away. So again, another difference between Artifact 1 and 2. Cleave, just because we're hitting the tower doesn't mean we're not cleaving. Cleave is very strong.
Which I think it's a good change. I really like that change. It made Sven a lot more viable.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I agree. All right, we'll likely just pass here. Oh, I didn't even see that. So Cunning Plan able to move Tide to the side and effectively save Prelix.
That's not the place you want Tidehunter to be either. Although he can kill the creep in front of him because of Anchor Smash, so he can deal with being on the left spot better than most if you want them hitting the tower. Not that Tide has a lot of damage.
Yeah, very true. Ravage becomes not even nearly as good. So he's actually forced to bounce the Tidehunter. So he's not just stuck on the side of the lane. So Timbersaw is going to replace him. Looks like Beastmaster on the other side with SF. Initiative is on the side of the Untouchable. And Requiem will not be killing the Zeus. But there is Primal Roar available. Or even a Whirling Death.
He can Whirling Death into Requiem. If he can get it off, of course.
There it is. So now Requiem would kill him, but
he doesn't have anything to deal with it either.
Yeah. All he can do is
Shadow Fiend is just going to get fat.
I am without
and with 20 gold now, he's going to be insured. He's going to be able to pick up that... I actually can't remember the name of this item. Oh, I actually cannot see the decks. Interesting. We'll see it next round. The 6 HP item for... It feels like it was catered made for SF. But we can see the broadsword on Luna. She's all alone in this lane. That's a lot of damage for a blue hero. But you do have Ravage coming on for next round. Ooh. Okay. So wants to save the Requiem. So double Whirling Death.
He wants to prevent him from deploying here. He wants him to be scared to deploy into that lane. So now if you want to deploy, you have to deal with a negative armor debuff. And you've got Requiem up with a lot of damage, and he just insta-gives you.
This is true. But initiative is on the side of =4.
Yes. But again, he's green, so he doesn't have a lot of nukes. He does have Intimidation, so he can move him out of there.
That's true. Intimidation, pretty damn good in draft. That's not Intimidation. 1 second. I can't click on it. All right, we'll wait. Tidehunter, if he wants, will be able to ravage this whole lane. And if he does so, PA will have a free shot at Luna without dying. So Intimidation, move an enemy to the first empty slot in another lane. So I actually haven't used this in a long time. This is a random lane, right? You don't get to choose. I'm pretty sure.
No, you don't get to...
the wording's a bit confusing.
I think it used to be random. It used to be random, and now I think you can choose.
Oh, okay. All right, so 6 Requiem Soul stacks is actually not even enough to kill Omni Knight. So it's going to put the Infernal Amulet that I was referring to earlier onto SF. So what this does is gives 6 HP, and then the beginning of every round, you deal 1 damage to units around you. So obviously it synergizes really well with SF because you're killing these creeps constantly, gaining souls constantly. Very strong. Now, you could Gush, actually. That might be enough.
You could Gush onto the Omni Knight followed by Requiem.
Yeah, so that's 2 damage, which is 4. So that effectively puts him at 5 HP, and then with the Requiem, it should be enough. Oh, is he actually going to move the Shadow Fiend?
It could be a fake out, just a 1-mana stall, effectively.
Oh,
no, he's gonna
okay.
Move.
I mean, he feels pretty comfortable that this tower is going to go down, and I don't really blame him.
And that's going to kill the mega creeps every turn because of the infernal amulet. Yeah.
Back you go.
I
So with
guess
that,
maybe it is random. Otherwise, he probably would have put him in the left lane. Maybe I was wrong about that.
Yeah, possibly. I think he's still just Gush here and Requiem. No, he's going to Gush there instead. Okay, fair enough.
one stands in my way.
So by doing this, it redirects the attack of PA that was actually used by =4 to hit this creep. So Luna shall die in the combat phase now. Timberchain would get the kill here, but he's not going to use it. So again, this tower enchantment, the escape route, will allow you to TP a unit every round, once per round. So SF can go back here again if he wants.
Yeah, he probably is going to go back, and then he's just going to Requiem, and now he has 8 souls, so he'll just obliterate the lane.
Yeah, he's massive. Initiative on the side of =4, and we still have Roar available to use. And Timberchain does kill OD this time, if he wants to. I think the play potentially, I don't know, I can't do the math right now, but I think you want to, oh, okay, maybe not. I was going to say you can move Shadow Fiend to get that minus armor so that Timberchain kills several units. But now with that heal, not sure if you have that luxury anymore.
I think he can just escape route in and use Requiem and everything dies, right?
It's going to be most, if not everything, yeah. It's too much math for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think with Timberchain it would almost certainly be.
The jungle will protect me.
People want music. It's on, it's just low. There you go. Even louder. All right, broadsword onto Tide, so now you have to respect this hero's attack. Still 8 mana for =4. Another cunning plan onto Tide. He's just constantly put into the corner. Very sad.
He could put down the Legion Standard Bearer next to Tide, and
that's true. Legion Standard Bearer, he activates his Anchor Smash, it'll kill the creep, and then he's doing extra damage to the tower. Starting out with the Honor Guard, though.
You are on the wrong side of
Okay.
history.
I mean, there's no way SF's not coming here, and I think =4 knows this. The question is, can he do anything about it? Not really. Has a little bit of damage there. Corpse Horde is a really cool card. It's another one of these dual color cards that's blue, and then it does something extra if there's a green hero. Very good for pushing, which in theory is good here, but again, SF is just too strong.
It's something you want when you're ahead or in the early game. Kind of tough here. Doesn't stop SF from nuking you down, unfortunately.
Yeah, the regeneration is nice, but we talked about this in the tutorial. Regeneration only happens at the end of the combat phase, so if you have direct damage, which SF does, then it makes no difference. But, okay, you see a repel, so that takes off the minus armor aspect. Let's see how much damage he has here. I actually missed that. That was a possibility. Okay, gets 1 kill. All right, so SF not nearly as strong without that minus armor. But untouchable, able to get his first tower. And the great thing about Beastmaster, especially when you have 2 boars, like you have to respect this damage. He will literally get this Ancient in 2 rounds if you don't bring anybody here. And the sad thing for =4 is, like, it's not like you're ever getting this tower. So you have to expend resources just to prevent Beast from getting it himself. And then he can just TP away.
And he could also just bring Shadow Fiend back this turn into that lane.
That's...
Oh, he's going to bounce Shadow Fiend.
Okay.
Interesting.
How much HP does SF have? So only 5, so maybe a little bit afraid of losing those souls. So we're going to keep those intact for now. So Luna placed into this lane and doesn't have Eclipse or anything like that, so a little bit unfortunate. Another Corpse Horde.
He just hasn't drawn the right cards, unfortunately, for =4.
Yeah, not
Not
any
sure if it
real
was the right draw.
direct damage. So he's had this enchantment in his lane the entire time. It allows you to gain mana when you play the card. It happens once a round, so that's why he has full mana still, despite already casting something. You have some blockers. You have some stuns, so I don't think you're losing this tower necessarily this round. And you can still blink Tide and Ravage if you really want, which looks to be the case. Yeah, but the fact that we haven't seen any Thunder God's Wraths, no Eclipses, these big damage cards just not coming in. All right, there's the Ravage. And that ends the turn for =4. He only has green cards in hand.
Yeah, I think it's over here for =4. He just hasn't had the greatest draw out of his deck. He didn't get any of his signatures. Luna died a fair bit in the early game, and Shadow Fiend just managed to get huge. That was a great Shadow Fiend pick. I always love seeing Shadow Fiend done well, and this is a really good example of why he's so strong.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun to play, that's for sure. So he uses Gush so that Omni will die in the combat phase. Technically can still Timber Chain somewhere if he wants.
And interesting that he bounced him, because that means he's coming in next turn, Shadow Fiend, with 10 damage on Necromastery. So, and if he keeps initiative, he could Requiem straight away and just nuke someone down.
Yeah, of course, doesn't have the minus armor anymore, but still a ton of souls. Can upgrade the shop now. Nullifier. I don't know about this card. I don't think that's very good. So it opts for some lower tier car or items. So yeah, 10 souls on SF. No initiative though. He's going to be killing this creep, which gives him yet another soul, funnily enough.
I think the cooldown's too high on Nullifier to make it good. I really feel like I would need a 2-turn cooldown to even be considered.
Yeah,
That'd be too slow about it.
I agree. All right, so Prelix is forced into this lane to just defend against this potential Ancient take. =4, definitely on the back foot here. And I think, trying to see if there's any way out. No, I mean, these aren't the worst cards, but in this situation, they're just not that helpful. Especially when you have a Coup, Primal Roars. All right, putting down a creep. So this has Root, so it prevents PA from moving anywhere. Not that she was really going anywhere to begin with. So SF just going to kill Zeus. Gain more damage. Okay. So do you have lethal here? You can add 6 between... Yeah, you have lethal, 100%. So now you just Timber Chain over here. You can Legion Standard Bearer, and you can Force Staff, and that's GG. And we can see no way for =4 to move over. So the Untouchable beating =4 2-1. And that game 2 will go down in history. The very short history of Artifact. As
one of the greatest ever.
Yeah, very back and forth. Would highly recommend that watch. I have to go watch that again myself. So congratulations to him. So he will face off against Pero in the second round once we're done with these last 2 best of 3s coming up.
Ooh, that's a tough matchup. I think I like Pero going into that.
Yeah, I think most people were expecting =4 to face off against Pero from the beginning of the tournament. So congrats to the Untouchable. Moving on. Let me just look at the brackets right now as you guys can see me ghetto this up. Let's see. One moment. Copy pasting. There we go. Beautiful. I think you guys would be hard pressed to find a more professional artifact production in current times. That is, of course.
This is as good as it gets for Artifact.
All right, we're gonna go to the cameras now. Are you able to put your camera? I think everybody really wants to see your face, Gabe Newell.
Let me have a look.
Although we are doing these matches super fast. So let me look at the brackets again. So the next match will be Pro Position 6 versus Don Armand. And we can look at kind of the history of these players here, very brief history. Don Armand, rank 16. He's mainly a draft player, so he has technically an advantage in that aspect. But Pro Position 6, rank 2, has been very strong since the beginning of the beta. So I think he is still favored to win this matchup.
Just looking to set up my camera, so sorry if I'm just silent for a second.
No, by all means, friend, by all means. Let me just look up some more info while we wait for these players to begin their game. So we have... All right, let's look at some info. Pro Position 6. He studies music therapy in Winnipeg. Was born in China. His best ranks in games: Hearthstone NA server number 4, Dota Divine 2, and Artifact Foundry number 1. Artifact is his favorite card game. Then for Don Armand, was born and lives in Siberia. Started playing Dota 2 in 2014. Has card game experience with Hearthstone and Gwent for a year and a half. Let me skip ahead here. He sent me a lot of stuff. I don't want to read the whole thing. But obviously a lot of these guys are, and by a lot I mean all of them, very happy with Artifact. Not its death, that
like
is.
an encyclopedia.
Say that again?
Sounded like an encyclopedia entry you were reading from.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, we're in the draft already, so his camera's coming at some point, we can promise.
I sent you a message on Discord just with the issue I'm having.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I'll try to fix that later then. All right, Pro Position 6 versus Don Armand. Again, Pro Position 6, mostly a constructed player, but extremely high ranked throughout the entirety of the beta. Don Armand, kind of an unknown factor, but I've personally been really impressed with him. And he plays exclusively draft. So we'll see how this shapes up.
I don't think I've ever played either of these players. Do you know if Pro Position 6 ever went by another name?
So it's funny. I tried adding him a long time ago, and he never added me back. And then I added another player that was similarly ranked. He had just like a Chinese name, but it was like a picture of like an eagle, kind of. I can't remember the exact avatar. Apparently, that's his alt account. That's also top 5. So,
Right.
Very good player. Don Armand, though, I've played a bunch. I've watched him a lot from a couple months ago, at least. And like I said, very strong draft player. All right, Pro Position 6. Going for the red-black. Don Armand is going to be dropping the Chen, so we'll be also going for this black-red instead. Has a couple of beefiers. Of course, of course. Yeah, Centaur against Ursa. We talked about how Centaur's not affected by minus armor, and that is literally what Ursa is there to do. So it's a good counter of sorts.
Great counter to Ursa overpower. What do you think of Tinker? Tinker is a great hero in draft, in my opinion, especially if you get the signature card going, because the lower tower health and March just enabling you to bash on the tower.
Yeah, he's gotten some nerfs. His stat line, not particularly good, a 4/4. And then laser no longer deals 3 damage, or was it 2 before? I can't remember. It's 1 damage now, but it does provide -2 armor. But yeah, he's still strong. March of the Machine. Like, I think Artifact Foundry in its current state, improvements are very hard to get rid of. It's basically one item in the game and 2 cards in red. And I think that's it.
Yep.
Right?
Yep,
So
that's correct.
kind of the luck of the draw if you get it in draft. And in construct, I haven't really seen, like, there might be an inclusion of one of those cards as like a 1 or a 2 of, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's a mainstay necessarily. So enchantment's pretty hard to get rid of.
He's also a Lich, which is... He's got a really good black support combo here in Lich and Tinker.
Yeah, Lich, super powerful. Chain Frost is insanely good. Surprised we haven't really seen a Death Prophet yet today, have we?
I think there was one in the one of the Peri games, but it didn't really come into play.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think she might be my favorite designed hero in 2.0. Death Prophet, very cool.
Yeah, very unique and different. When Death Prophet first came in, I was playing it a ton. It was great.
You're playing it while when Exorcism was 7 mana and broken? Is that what you're saying? That thing was so annoying. But it's funny how just 1 extra mana cost actually makes it feel balanced. I did not think that was going to happen. I thought it would still be mega OP. But
yeah, there was
play
speculation about all these potential changes, and it ended up just being 1 extra mana, and it wasn't so bad after that.
Right. All right, Sven will get his cleave, but it's on a very juicy big target that will take 3 rounds to kill unless he's able to get some damage. And we're watching from Don Armand's perspective. He has a Nyx Assassin. We didn't even mention this hero. One of the best heroes to come out last because his ability, as we're going to see, was that a gush? Oh, it was a double edge. So actually has 2 combos with Tide to be able to give minus armor into it. A kill. So good start.
Yeah, that's a really strong way to get a kill early.
But anyway, Nyx Assassin has Vendetta, which will allow you to kill just about any unit that doesn't have a unit in front of it, which we'll see. But it becomes available on the round that he comes out, which is why you always see him as the 5th hero. And his card is... I don't know how you feel about this, by the way. Spike Carapace is way too good.
It's so good. It's insanely good. Nyx overall, ever since, he's just a great hero. Like they nerfed it down to 2 mana, but it's still a really strong ability. The fact it purges as well.
Yeah. Well, I think the issue that I have with it in its current state is it's mainly like, again, if Artifact was going to continue to be developed, then more cards would be introduced that could deal with it because this can be purged off. The problem is, in the entire game, aside from Spike Carapace, there's like 2, maybe 3 purges, right? So there's like, in its current state, there's basically no counter. Similar to what we were talking about with Tower Enchantments not having many counters right now either.
Yep. Well, right. I'm sure someone from Valve is watching, so maybe they'll change their mind and continue development.
Yes, please change your mind. I think it was up to the developers. They would be continuing to develop the game. At least that's my guess. True. No inside knowledge here.
No, not at all.
All right, so 4 mana to work with. Just realized he got a Warhorn on turn 1. That is absurd.
Better here. I think both sides have drafted quite strong combinations. It's really hard for me to actually pick which one I would prefer to have.
Yeah, I guess it depends. I think when it gets to late game, I favor Pro Position 6 just because of Chain Frost and March. Very strong. But then you have Ursa that's kind of, at times, feels like dead weight. And there's a lot of comeback potential with like Spike Carapace plays. But yeah, Warhorn. This, if you guys ever watch Constructed, there's 2 items that are in literally every deck, and this is one of them. It is ridiculously good. It gives you 6 HP, and then all your allies 2 attack. And then what makes it really good is that if you get another item, you just bounce the Warhorn, and you can use it again at another turn. So
or ideally, you get 2 Warhorns, and you just keep swapping them.
Yeah, that's the other way to abuse that as well. All right, so we see the sacrifice on the creep here. Was that his first play? Or did he actually gain mana? I haven't seen him play a card before that.
I think that was his first play. He hasn't played a card.
Oh, Spike Carapace on... All right, we can actually talk about what this card does. So, like you said, it purges whoever you want, which in this case doesn't really matter. Whenever they take damage this round, it reflects the damage back and it stuns the source target. So Sven will basically be hitting himself and then stun himself for next round. So, extremely strong. And then you can actually just finish him off with a Gaseous Greevel.
Yeah, you might put...
Okay.
I would put the Greevel out and then use Warhorn on Morana, potentially.
Yeah, for
if
sure.
you wanted to put a Warhorn.
Yep, so blocks the Lich. Still cleaving. We'll put the Warhorn on Morana so she'll survive through this. And then obviously the creep will do 2 extra damage to get Lich. You're not killing Sven still. So I guess...
Sven should die when the Greevel dies, because it's going to deal 1 damage to adjacent enemies.
Oh, it's death effect. Yeah, I forgot about that. True. Okay, fair enough. So Lich will be left with 1 HP then, if he does this play. And we can see from pro position 6, oh, he actually puts down a creep, so he'll still survive with 3 HP. But we can see Chain Frost is already in the hand, so on 6 mana turn, this is going to be pretty big.
He did do it. I was wondering if he was going to...
That's cool.
So he killed...
Very cool. All right, I did not see that play. That's extremely good. So this unit has Devour as an ability. So if you put it on top of a unit, it will gain its stats. And then obviously the Greevel had that death effect of dealing 1 damage. So he was able to kill every unit as a result of this. So that's a nice play.
And something not talked about enough is the fact that it has quick cast on its active and no cooldown. So it can be very good sometimes to use it to just get control and get initiative going into the next turn.
Yeah, I had a lot of plans to use that to like when you first see what the unit does, you're like, oh man, I can just eat everything in my lane and become huge. But the problem is you can only use the ability on units next to you. So you have to set it up perfectly, or else like you can't move multiple slots unless they've changed it.
It does go well with rapid deploy heroes though, because you can get a lot of damage for for 1.
Yeah. All right. So initiative on the side of pro position 6. He has Tinker and Beastmaster here to try to defend this lane, but that leaves both Nyx and Tide alone here. Now we talked about Vendetta. So what this will allow you to do is move to any lane. Well, they did change it. He's been nerfed several times because he was way too strong. Has to be an unopposed enemy, and he'll strike it for free, plus 3 damage. So it's 6 damage. You can use it on Ursa into a Reaper Scythe, potentially. As we're going to see an arrow actually take out Tinker.
So Proposition's hand is looking pretty good for winning the game later. He's got 2 Primal Roars, he's got a March, and he's got a Chain Frost. So even though the board may not look great...
This is true. Now, you could leap right here. Is it 5 units? You can leap between Tide and Nyx, which will give damage to both. So Tide can hit the tower for a little bit more, and then Vendetta will actually just kill Ursa. So I think that's what we're going to see here. It's actually exact mana, too. And yeah, you're right. These turns feel a bit orchestrated here for Pro Position 6, because he doesn't have that much to play right now. I mean, he does have 3 mana, so he could roar, but you're already getting this kill on Centaur. Not really needed. Okay.
He has a massive advantage right now, though, so he's definitely not too far behind, and he's got another March. Sorry, he's got a March, not another March. But he probably wants to get that out quite soon.
Whoa. He actually did not. Okay, he's just dealing damage to the tower. I'm really shocked that he didn't just kill Ursa. I mean, one reason not to do this is you kind of have two heroes that are of the same color and stuck in the same lane. So I can understand that aspect, but showing a lot of patience. Keeps the initiative knowing that this is a potential Chain Frost round. And obviously Ravage round as well.
He wanted the tower damage, and he can Vendetta and use the Necro Scythe on Ursa like at any time to kill him.
True.
He's got another Warhorn now.
Yeah, which could end up netting him this tower. And if you're pro position 6, knowing that Don Armand has initiative, you kind of don't even want to come to this lane because you're just going to get ravaged. But I think you have to sacrifice somebody to ensure that he doesn't get this tower. And you could just go all in on this first lane if you're pro position 6. Because you know that no heroes are coming in. Although Vendetta is available, and this by itself will kill Beastmaster. So that stops a lot of the aggression from this side.
Have you ever seen this Arclight Elemental card used effectively in a game?
Not really. It feels pretty worthless. That's why I wasn't going to bother mentioning it. Feels kind of meh.
It's only it's good for feeding the Ravenous Mass, and that's about it. But it's expensive to keep triggering its ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cards that I feel like with expansions could see some, some buffs just by other cards existing, but like in its current state, it's just whatever. It's just something to play. That's a creep. All right, we have a very long deploy.
Big brain plays coming out.
So I've heard there's a bug that if you buy we'll see if this is the case, one of the consumables, and you pass too fast before the next consumable. What is that one that you get 2 of? The twin pack? I heard the deployment phase just extends all the way out. We'll see if one of them holds it. Negative. So, yeah, the deployment phase has always been one of the major gripes for me. That's just been, I don't know, taking forever. So this is crazy. So he has Warhorn, which will give 6 extra damage here. And then you have Burning Pitch to finish off the tower if you want. So they're kind of just going for traded towers, but at the same time, pro position 6 in very good position in 2 lanes.
And once that Burning Pitch goes down, that sort of puts him on a time limit. If it goes down into the middle lane, it's just gonna keep chipping away at his tower every turn.
Yeah, but it's just 2 damage, and I don't think pro position 6 ever comes for this tower. So I think the smart thing to do here is to go for 1 lane, meaning give up one of these lanes. This one you haven't done that much damage to. This one's already at 12 HP. You have a black hero coming in next round. Chain Frost is still something you have to worry about. Yeah, tough choices here. And you can't get Tidehunter over to any lane until you get this tower.
And he still has the Vendetta available
5 seconds
to
remaining.
delete someone.
3,
Right. And I think Beastmaster is gotta be the one you go for here. It mitigates the most damage. Oh, wow. Okay, just taking black out of the equation then for now. So giving up on this left lane, it looks like. That's really surprising. All right, there's the Roar. So not only gets rid of Necro as a unit for this round, but pushes Nyx in front of... Now, this is actually a risky play because if he had Spike Carapace, this might backfire a bit, but he does not.
Very fortunate. He doesn't really have much to play here. It would be a waste to use the Warhorn just to keep Nyx alive.
Yeah.
So we'll see him let that go.
I'm really surprised he didn't go for this Burning Pitch play with Warhorn first before Vendetting. And I think if you go for Beastmaster, you mitigate so much more damage to this tower as opposed to here, where you do kill a black hero, but you have another one coming in anyway, so you're not like being able to deny anything. So it still goes with Burning Pitch. 6 damage off lethal here, which Warhorn will bring it down to 2 off lethal. Yeah. Overpowered deletes Nyx.
He could gush the creep if he really wanted to get the tower now.
Gush. Oh, because of the Warhorn. That's true. Okay. Well, that's also an option.
That'll do it.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Okay. So this is a pretty big deal. Even though he's losing 2 towers, like in 2 lanes right now, he is getting this tower first. So it'll allow him to blink. But the problem is, I was going to say he had a roar, but he's actually used 2 of his 3 roars already. So Chain Frost,
So
I guess, is the big
blink.
one.
He'll be able to blink from Ravage, and then he's also got Leap for the turn after.
Yeah, that's true.
And he has a back four. If a red hero is alive, he can bring someone back if he really needs to.
Now, the question is, does he have a no hesitation for Pro Position 6 to force combat? Because if he does, that could have a huge impact on this game as well. So I think this is probably the correct choice to defend the right lane. Although you know that Tinker's coming to this lane, so I could actually see it working the other way where the left lane is the one to defend. But it depends on whether you have no hesitation or... Actually, it does have a raid in hand, so... Even more reason that you maybe defend left lane with only 4 HP. What do you think? Because raid, if you position correctly, could really have a huge impact.
So, well, Raid gives 1 siege. He doesn't have a black hero in the left lane, so he can't really use it there.
Ooh. Okay, so he blocks Ursa, who can Force Staff Centaur away.
And so Donamon has drawn a no hesitation.
Which doesn't really do anything here. Now we talked about
But it
Chain
may
Frost, how
come
powerful it is, but it doesn't... It'll kill Necro, essentially. But Centaur would live.
No hesitation, though, could win the next turn, depending how this plays out and where the units end up.
Right. I think if he doesn't blink Ravage here, it'll kind of indicate to Pro Position 6 that this card is available. But we'll see. But yeah, with the Burning Pitch continuing to do damage, no hesitation would be huge. All right, starting out with a creep here. So 1 damage off lethal. And again, Raid actually wins him the game right now. If Don Armand doesn't do anything. He has to assume Raid is in hand. So this is where you need to gush or you need to move Tide here. Okay. Oh, he gushes. Oof. I think he's going for double gush. So that's GG.
You can win the game right now.
He's hesitating.
Well, sorry, not right now. There's still the left lane, because he could blink Ravage to the left lane to save.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we forgot about that. I mean, I think you probably still raid here, though, right? I don't see a reason not to. It's not like you're really in peril of losing this tower.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely would.
Like, if you're looking at this from Pro Position 6's perspective, like, why would he gush here? He must have something that kills Tinker, right? So you're assuming Tinker dies if you don't cast Raid right now. Okay, so he is going to Raid. Yeah, I think this is the right play. Alright, so he gets the TP. And now this will force Don Armand to move Tidehunter into this lane to get a Ravage off. And we can see that with 1 mana, not really anything to be done. for pro position 6. And I believe, yeah, Anchor Smash is still up. And he still has Gush, actually. So he's going to go here, and this will ravage everything except for this creep, and then Gush actually kills Sven. And then there's not much to be done after that, I suppose.
To me, old friend.
So just going for the block, which is fine. Okay, Ravage to start things out. And is there any reason not to Gush? That's the real question.
Oh, he had Reaper's Scythe. He didn't need to second Gush that Tinker, by the way. He could have just...
Oh, true.
Right?
Yep.
We both missed that.
I mean, he might still do that. Just for gold, maybe. I mean, he could do the same for Ursa. Although, what's Ursa's actual HP normally? Never mind. 7 HP max. So you can back for more. I think this is what he's thinking. He's going to go for the Gush, but you can bring Nyx back into the lane, but he doesn't really do anything this turn. So just give me getting that kill.
He doesn't have many cards, and so Lich is coming in next turn. Would you put Lich in the next? Would you put Lich in the left lane to set up for a Chain Frost? Chain Frost isn't going to do much against Tide. You might put him in mid just as a bit of insurance in case he manages a way to get some extra damage.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, you're only 4 damage from finishing this game. And this is the lane that is in most peril of as the second tower. But as you can see, 19 health and only 11 HP. I think, yeah, you're right. Lich has to come to this lane. And initiative is on the side of pro position 6. And I think because he knows that Lich is coming to this lane in all likelihood, you cannot put Nyx here. Nyx will have to go into like this lane and then potentially just Vendetta. Oh, actually Vendetta's down. Thought it was up already. Okay.
And he has -2 armor.
Yeah, this is true. So from Don Armand's side, he's not super worried about losing this lane. Although both players have 2 heroes stuck here, pretty much. Which is unfortunate. There's not really much ancient potential here, and I don't really think that this tower is... It's going to be really hard to get. It's basically up to these 2 from Don Armand's side. Yeah, and I think the reason that we didn't see a Reaper's Scythe on Tinker is you want him stuck in this lane. Like, killing him is actually a favor, because then he can redeploy a couple rounds later. So just playing it for the long game here. And Chain Frost does kill Mirana here, so... The question is, does he want to expend all this mana? Spring the Trap will deal 2 damage to Mirana and kill these other 2 units. Ooh, this is getting tense, Pronto.
He's getting a bit tense. I'm just trying to think what I would be doing. I wonder if that no hesitation will end up coming into play.
And we talked about Pro Position 6 having like really good late game cards, but when you get to this point, it feels like you need more sometimes. And if you cast Chain Frost, that's essentially your whole turn, right? So that's the downside. Unless you're able to get like clean kills, which in this lane essentially just kills Nyx. And of course, you don't even have a black here to use it to begin with. And in this lane, it doesn't really, like, you kill 2 heroes, but what exactly are you getting out of it? Potential 2-turn Ancient? I mean, that's a long play still.
Yeah. He hasn't had a situation where Chain Frost looks great.
Wow. Okay. This might just be one of those, all right, I'm going to wait a bit, pass the time, see what you do. Chain Frost still kills this. You can still sacrifice a creep to gain a little bit of extra mana. Orchid is way too slow to actually silence Lich, but
Would
he
you
could go for it.
Consider. I would
Leaping?
probably consider putting the Orchid onto Tide and then
Mhm.
leaping Morana over, and if Lich follows, you can silence Lich.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Because you've already seen that 2 of his roars have been used, so you have to assume that there's no roar in hand, which is actually the case. So the black cards are the ones that you're really worried about. Yeah, I think that's a good line of play. So you might even see Pro
That's what
Position
I-
6 pass here, because he's expecting the silence onto Beastmaster, but yeah, I think you're right. The best play is to leap over and then silence Lich if he comes. But then you lose any potential of going for Ancient here, because you don't have any heroes coming in. Can you Reaper Scythe yourself? Deal damage to a unit? Okay, I think you can Reaper Scythe yourself.
Yeah, you probably can.
Would you do that?
You can Reaper Scythe yourself and then back for more.
He doesn't die, though, right? I don't know how it works with minus armor on him. Okay, actually silencing the Beastmaster. It does? Okay, so... But he's only missing 1 HP, so it wouldn't really do anything.
Yeah, it would do 3 damage.
Alright, leaping over. Lethal provided. And now we'll see... Oh, wait.
If he doesn't go, no hesitation.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another way to deal with it. Spring the Trap. It's a lot of mana. Nyx dies. That's actually lethal.
Yeah.
But you have back for more. Deploy one of your heroes at random from the fountain to the first empty slot. The problem is, this is the empty slot.
You can bring Tyler State Sensor down to block Beastmaster.
Yeah.
But that'll still be 4
That's not enough.
The Tyler estate is
Wait, was there minus armor on that boar? You do lower the damage a bit because of Anchor Smash. So 1 off lethal. Still has blink, though. And Lich can just blink on this creep. So that should be it for Pro Position 6, Game 1. This was really close game. Holy crap. Oh, wait. Wait, you can use Arc-like Elemental. Doesn't that mean you have another creep? But these are feeble, so it's actually not useful.
But it costs 3 mana.
Oh, yeah, that's
Wait,
true.
so where's he getting the other damage from?
Lich. Blink Scroll.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He's taking his time, though. All right, blinks on over. And there is the lethal. As we can see, not much to be done here. Only a no hesitation. Man. No hesitation comes in. I believe that's in lane 1, so... what is it called? Is Sudoku the game, or is that the you know what the reference I'm making? I never remember the two. Sudoku.
Well, no hesitation did we, but not in the way we thought.
Yes, this is true. The Subaru, yes, the car brand, definitely. All right, that is game number 1 between Pro Position 6 and Don Armand. Pro Position 6 taking game number 1 in very close fashion.
That was a good game. I enjoyed that one.
Seppuku. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, you guys know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we can do back to back to back. This is good.
I thought on that last turn, I was thinking that maybe he should have used the no hesitation at the start of the turn just to guarantee the survival of his tower. That could have been interesting play. Although, actually, now I think about it, he had a march on the other side, but he wouldn't have known that. I think he just had better late game cards. The draft with Tinker just set him up for the late game so well. Even though we didn't see Chain Frost really come into play, just the threat of it was there the whole game.
That is true. I mean, it kind of hurt him early because he was stuck with all these late game cards, but he was able to survive till late game, so it worked out. People are telling me to increase your mic volume. Okay, one moment. For some reason, the music on this draft screen is a lot louder than in the game, so... Underlord, first pick, no big surprise. Does give up a Troll Warlord, which is really strong, and Tidehunter, so really strong start for Don Armand. followed by Axe PL.
Ooh, Axe. I always enjoy seeing Axe come into play.
Yeah,
He's
if you
one
can
of my
get
favorite heroes to.
if you can get a
Underlord's
damage item
Atrophy
on
Aura.
him. Wait, you like Atrophy more than what?
Oh, I like putting Atrophy Aura onto Axe like on turn 2, and if you can get a few creeps killed with him, you know.
That's true. That is quite strong. Sounds kind of like a disgusting combo. So we might actually be seeing Underlord as a one of, which is what I kind of referred to before as one of the only heroes that you can reliably do this on. And kind of the same, actually, so it could go either way. You do have Tide to try to counter the Kana a bit. So pro position 6. He's thinking about Drow. I mean, Drow Kana is an Artifact 1 classic. It has a different beast now, but still has some good synergy.
And it was very strong very early on in Artifact Foundry's history as well. It was extremely strong as a combo because the Devour used to count twice. The way the stats just meant that you got insane damage.
A mono red from Don Armand, sticking with it. Darkseer is actually pretty good against Kana, but it's taking OD away instead.
Dazzle.
You're not going to see your boy Axe, it looks like. All right.
No. I saw people were trash talking Dazzle in chat earlier, but it looks like he's coming in.
What do you think of him?
Position 6 is... I haven't found any really interesting ways to make Dazzle work. I experimented with him a little bit. His weave is expensive for what it does at 5 mana, and it sort of like scales up over a few turns. I'm not a huge Dazzle fan. How about you?
I think he's good. I wouldn't say he's crazy good or anything like. I wouldn't auto pick him, but his Shadow Wave it's every 2 rounds. I mean, there's definitely value in that. And the fact that it doesn't just heal, it gives you temporary HP, pretty nice. I don't know, I think he's okay. And you're right, Weave is super expensive and it's only temporary, but in certain situations it is, like, it sometimes just wins you the lane.
It can be, yeah, it can be really good if it's comboed with like Venomancer's Plague Wards or, you know, a few different things. There are situations where it's really strong.
Mm-hmm. So as expected, we are seeing a tricolor. Maybe not in the exact way that we thought we would. Usually it's 2-2-1, but this is a 3-1-1. That is definitely a little bit more odd. This makes it a little bit more unreliable, but I guess the idea is, like, you have Kana who just does whatever the hell she wants. You just slap her in a lane, and she just wins it by herself. That's kind of the idea. And then PL, similar strategy, right? You put him behind a creep, and you extend the wave. And it's a good synergy with Kana because Kana steals creeps from your other lanes, so these other ones become barren, but then PL is creating his own creeps, essentially, with his illusions. And so now you have the damage buff of Drow.
I guess the only issue is that Troll would just break through those illusions with his passive. He's just going to break but then he's not hitting the tower that hard anyway.
Right. Well, number one, if PL is in front of a unit, then his illusions actually have the 1 armor, so they don't actually die initially to Troll. But
True.
I mean, I'm a big fan of just, like, every couple rounds, even if Troll's hitting your tower, you just put a unit in front of him just to reset fervor, and it's not really that big of an issue. It's more his card. Like, yeah, if you leave Troll alone in the lane, he will push faster than most heroes, but it's the same mentality with Debbie. Except Debbie, I think, is on the extreme. You let her hit the tower twice, you're basically going to lose that lane at some point in the game.
But instead, he's going to man fight the Troll and take him out.
Yep, looks good to me.
Let's have a available or a overpower. Overpower, I believe, works decent with Troll. So he strikes him twice for 2, and he would get so he would kill him with an overpower.
Oh
You
yeah, I
could use that
forgot
on
that
his
that
roll.
would synergize with Fervor. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty strong. But Fervor will reset at the very least. So the tower should only take 2 damage at the beginning of next round, I think. Fervor is kind of confusing an artifact, I won't lie. Because it doesn't... Like, the stacks don't reset... Like, you can't see them reset live. I feel like it's delayed for some reason.
It doesn't update until they actually strike the target, so it's you have to sort of mentally predict it.
Alright, so... Ursa was put in the left lane to destroy the Drow. And normally I'd say that's actually okay, because then Ursa's just stuck behind creeps. But as we know, Kana constantly pulling creeps from the other lanes. So now Ursa can actually just freely hit the tower. And you're actually expending 2 heroes into this mid lane. That's interesting. So I think this is to counter the anchor smash that will likely kill all of Kana's units. You want a Shadow Wave to give them that temporary HP. Which you have to do right away since he has the initiative.
And he's going to get a ring of. He's got a ring of Bassi, so he's going to put that up to dodge the anchor smash anyway.
Yeah,
that's going to start to keep his.
Yep. So 1 armor for all the creeps. So anchor smash no longer will destroy everything. Although Shockwave actually does.
The thing is, with Kana, and what makes it so frustrating is you can use Shockwave to anchor smash and kill the creeps, and then they're just going to come back next turn anyway.
Yeah, it's true. Wait, how did he use
I mean,
that?
I think he used it on Kana.
Oh, I think because he's in the middle, he couldn't hit every creep, right?
Yeah.
I see. And actually, Kana gets atrophied. Whew.
To me, old friend.
Now, I don't know how you feel, but does this feel a little too all-in to you? You have 2 heroes expended with... Like, Kana is typically like the solo hero. Now you're expending a huge card on her as well. Do you think this is too much?
It does seem like, yeah, I mean, it does seem like a big play. He's got 3 heroes coming in next turn, and one of them's Underlord, so I wonder if he's planning on just keeping them all together, potentially, and trying to push hard somewhere and then teleport out and defend another. But yeah, that did seem like a big investment. I guess the thing with the Atrophy Aura is he wanted to get it out now because it's turn 2, and the longer you leave it, the more it loses value. So he was probably just about that, and maybe he just didn't feel like he had anything else really effective to play right now.
And I think one big thing to keep note of that we kind of glossed over with Kana, Kana only takes creeps from her other lanes if she has a bunch of open slots. So I think if you're able to kill like 2 or 3 of the creeps, she'll continue to pull, which is what you kind of want. But in this case, the lane's already full, so now we're seeing melee creeps spawn again in these other lanes. Didn't actually have to Shadow Wave either. Ooh, is he actually going... He's really debating which... So obviously has to put a unit in front of Troll to reset Fervor so he doesn't just solo this tower. Wait a second. How did he get Stonehall Conscriptor already? What did he play to get a Stonehall Conscriptor? This is a red card. What am I missing? Am I being an idiot right now?
What was it?
Oh,
he had that creep.
Yeah. What was it?
Yeah.
I forget what that creep's called.
Yeah, they need a graveyard so you can look back at it.
Yeah, that's true. So this is a really strong creep. It is a bit of a slow play, though. So you use it if you have control of things, essentially, and then you kind of just win more in a lot of cases. You'll essentially just draw, if you set it up right, a new creep every round. Super strong. All right, Magnus can come to the mid lane. This is a hero we have not talked about. He has Skewer. It's only on a 2 mana cooldown, and it allows him to move to another lane. Actually, it allows him to move an enemy hero to another lane. Super powerful ability. We saw his signature card used, which I would say is quite possibly the worst signature card in the entire game, but I think it makes up because Skewer is unbelievably good. And we're seeing a
Sure
weave.
is. He does have a raise though, if he wants to take that down.
Oh, you're right. One of the few cards we talked about that can kill enemy tower enchantments. It does cost 4 mana though. And remember what Weave does. It lasts for 3 rounds. It'll buff your units for based on how many charges it has for armor, and apply negative armor to the enemies, and it'll go up by 1 each time. So in a couple rounds from now, it'll be at 3, so that's +3 armor, -3 armor. But Raze will inevitably kill that at some point. I'm not sure if you do it yet, though. We'll see.
It's gonna be good. It's just gonna block Troll's further damage as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't hide from me.
All right, Ristul Emblem onto Tide. So now we're talking about minus armor to counteract the Ring of Basilius on Kana. Anchor Smash still available, and doesn't look like there's really an answer other than Divine Intervention, which well, I guess he's used all his mana, so it's all about Don Armand, whatever the hell he wants to do. I mean, Poised to Strike clears up pretty much everything.
He's basically got a free board right now.
So it takes out 2 of the creeps. Let me read this passive again. If you have 3 empty slots, your lane creeps are all deployed into this lane. So only 2 empty slots. So it means that these creeps will continue to spawn in their proper place. Now, if you move Dazzle over, that becomes not the case anymore. So I think you'll see a Skewer to end the round, most likely. But
You think, yeah, he wants the creeps coming in now that he has that emblem up, so he can just keep killing them with Anchor Smash. It does force him to invest a card turn into that middle lane, though.
Oh, all right. Getting rid of the Raze right at the bat, so that leaves him with no mana to work with. Okay.
Yeah, but that means he'll have lethal on Underlord next turn as well, so they'll get a trade.
If you double click the last play on the left, you see the full history. Double click. Oh my god. Did you know this was a thing?
The play history?
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
What? How long has this been in the game for? Why is it a double click? That's so unintuitive. Oh my god. That's all right. That's good to know. So this was the card we were talking about, the Rebel Recruiter. It's a 2/4. Whenever it takes damage, you draw and reveal a creep from the enemy. You basically just take creeps, essentially. All right, we're going to see a Gust right off the bat. So no Ravage to come, no spells of any kind to come. Can he get lethal here? I doubt it. Now, while he's expending all these resources to try to get this tower, we can see that Don Armand has pretty firm control of this first lane. The problem, of course, is Ursa's just stuck here constantly. You can throw down the creep, but you kill yourself. I actually think that this is the point where you put a boar on top of Ursa and just kill Ursa, so that you at least buff your Beastmaster.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, man, that's what he's done. He must be tuned into the stream.
Yep, definitely. All right, we're going to see a heal up that does a little bit of damage as well. So that allows Dazzle to at least survive, and this creep as well, actually. So that means creeps will actually spawn in these lanes. Was this an Artifact 1? This double? I'm actually, my mind is blown.
No, I don't think it was. It's been in there since the beta started, though, the play history.
Okay. Good to know.
Wish he
Maybe I didn't pay attention
scroll.
during the tutorial, I guess. All right, demagicking them all used just to be able to provide lethal onto the Dazzle. 2 mana. You could juke if you really want. I mean, do you even want Dazzle alive? Do you care anymore?
I'm not sure if you do. I mean, that's... Yeah. I'd probably let him go. I wonder if he's going to stun the Underlord over in the right lane.
With Primal... Yeah, you still have 5 mana to work with.
He could, of course, just juke a creep. He can actually just juke a creep on to kill Troll now. He's got juke for pro position 6. That might be the better play. Keep Underlord alive and put the creep on Troll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, you still have Necro Book as well, although that won't save you here. All right, so Birds of Paradox played. The round, when it begins, you'll have 1 extra mana if it's alive. And if you have a blue hero, it'll trigger round start effects, which I don't think matters here.
That'll get turned into a hound. But next time
yeah. I always forget about Kana. Yeah. So that's going to be 2 extra damage, so 4 off lethal. But again, we'll have Ravage, or Donnermon will have Ravage at the beginning of next round. This is game 2, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. Losing track of things in my old age. All right, so 4 off lethal in 2 separate towers. So a very even game here.
Fairly slow-paced game so far, and it's hard to say exactly who has the advantage. They're both dealing the exact same amount of damage. They're going to both reduce a 14 health tower down to 4 health.
Although you could TP with Dark Rift and just kill or trade on onto the Beastmaster, and that saves 7 damage. I think that might be the play, actually.
That would bring PL over as well, which may not... Yeah, you could bring PL over.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure the way it works is it always puts Underlord into the first slot.
Yes.
Underlord would match up with Beastmaster, and then PL would have to eat the creep, the boar.
Still has 5 mana. My goodness. But yeah, if he holds on to this 3 mana for Roar, then this play ends up being nullified, essentially. So... But Pro Position 6 still has 1 mana to work with. And we'll just take the trade. Okay, then.
So 4 heroes dying that round. Drow very close to dead.
Yeah, and
you see PL now is just going to brutalize that tower on the right.
Yeah, he will have free reign. 0 heroes coming in. I mean, the good news is you delay this tower by 1 round because of Ravage at the very least. And you have Roar for Drow, so you actually will get this tower first before Pro Position 6 able to get his. That's a pretty big deal. But, yeah, you're giving up a mega ton of damage over here. Oh, and you actually have a back for more. I wonder if he wants to use this or not. In that 3rd lane.
I think it summons into... Yeah, he might want to. Oh, there's the Ravage.
Oh, forgot about that. He Ravaged and then the Devour ended up taking that creep. So still has to block that creep.
Yeah, but he's only got the Herald to do so. And that will kill the hounds as well.
So what is he? Okay, so he has Artificer's Mail for Drow, so he can actually block Beastmaster now. So I was incorrect in thinking that he'd be able to take this tower. Okay. And actually, Drow will live through this because of the armor.
He'll lose the armor if he summons the creep, though.
Oh, yes, of course. Okay, so sacrifices her life, but it does save the tower. And there's no way for him to do anything because he is silenced. All right. So 2 towers at extremely low HP. You can see Kana will pull the creeps now as a result of these creeps being killed. I mean, if Don Armand can hold on to this lane one more round, that would be pretty big. But these creeps are even more massive because of the Necronomicon.
Yeah, big advantage to Pro Position 6 right now.
For sure. Might just go all in on this last lane. I would not be surprised. He's going to start out in the first lane. Still has his Dark Rift, so he can take Dazzle elsewhere if he wants.
No, changing it up. So he's going to get the tower.
Okay.
And get ready to read Kana.
Yeah, this is interesting. If he gets rid of Kana, then these creeps will not be converted to doggies. But wants to ensure that he will get this tower at the very least.
Maybe, I guess he figures they're going to die anyway to the Anchor Smash, so not a big deal. But he should leave one up because then they'll have the trample to basically guarantee the tower.
Yeah, this first creep is the biggest issue for Don Armand because he can't Anchor Smash it. But he's actually going to be replacing that creep.
I suppose he'll use his Shadow Wave anyway to hit the tower, but still seems odd.
Whew. All right. Big time aggression coming out. He actually reads the situation correctly, so he's going to get this first tower just with creeps alone. And he does have Divine Intervention in hand for Pro Position 6. Now, Skewer works in a way that you can bring a hero over if there's an empty slot, but because there's still creeps here. If he does Anchor Smash this one, he could bring him over, I guess. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he could bring somebody over, actually. I mean, he is holding on to this tower so far. I mean, the creeps have yet to be converted into doggies, though. Roar. Okay. That's going to take Dazzle out for now, so no Shadow Wave. This creep still alive. Divine Intervention, so immune to all damage this round. These units are super safe. Still, you can move, and even if you skewer over Underlord, he still has his Dark Rift, so it doesn't really do that much. Okay. Some damage on Tide now. Still 5 mana to work with for Don Armand. His cards are a bit awkward. He has a lot of fighting. 2 throwdowns, but doesn't do anything against, obviously, damage immune units.
And you can't throw down with that with Tidehunter because he'll lose the sword anyway.
True. He could go for the double roar.
Is it worth skewering Magnus over in front of the Hound just to block and save the tower a little bit?
Potentially.
So
I mean, he's not giving up lethal yet. He has to use the item first.
Yeah.
All right, there's the roar. So this actually saves the tower. It requires 2 roars, but again, this is an extra round that you're not giving up this tower. But where are you getting the damage to another tower after this? That's the real question. Like, what's your second tower for Don Armand?
Yeah. Well, I guess he's thinking about the middle tower. That's why he put the sword on Tidehunter. Because Tidehunter's going to continue to Anchor Smash. But how is he going to do it? How is Don Armand going to kill the towers quicker than Pro Position 6? It doesn't look like he can.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
Especially with Dazzle there. Oh, Blade of the Vigil.
And now Drow's coming in. Gives you all that extra damage globally. It's actually going to put him in a very safe lane, so he doesn't die. Yeah, Don Armand's hand is... He needs to top deck something actually worthwhile. Actually,
Yep,
going to put
Omex
3
Arena
heroes in.
ain't.
Yeah, Omex
Very
Arena.
inside.
I mean, it's better than it was in Artifact 1. I will say that. But in this specific game, it's a little too slow. And we're getting to 9 mana. And neither side really has any big cards. I mean, a card that would make a huge difference potentially is like Time of Triumph. I don't know if either of them even has it. All right, we have a Gush, actually. So Gush kills Kana. Of course, initiative is still on the side of Pro position 6. I wonder if you can hold on to this lane.
Have a blink scroll.
Man,
you can
this is...
skewer Magnus over to block that Hound as well. Of course, Dazzle's probably gonna he's probably gonna use the Shadow Wave and heal Kana up a bit.
Yeah, I think you might just blink Tide into this third lane. Because you have 5 heroes in this lane. Gust is not even that good. Because Gust only works on up to 3 units, and you're mono red. So as long as one of them is available, you can cast pretty much all your cards. He could turn this.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, the bad news for him is that Ravage is down for another 2 rounds, so he'd have to hold on for 2 more rounds. And if you leave this lane, then Kana theoretically can just go for Ancient, but still, that would take 2 rounds.
If he gushes now, and then blinks over maybe to take Kana off the board until Ravage is back.
See, I think you blink over and then you gush Drow, actually.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
no, you're right,
you're
actually.
okay with 2 heroes being stuck in this lane, although he's going to get a TP scroll after this. It's a tough call. Tough call.
And plus he's got Underlord coming in next turn. Good.
Keep in mind, I believe Throwdown, doesn't Ursa trade with PL? Don't they kill each other? All right, he's going for the gush here. All right, so for this play, you want to hold on to this tower then. This is actually really important that you hold on. So you might see the skewer over. And he's doing a lot of damage. The problem if you skewer over, you're really scared that he's going to be able to do 8 damage to the tower.
That's true. That'll give him 4. But he can summon the Beastmaster creep to block that illusion. I think you're right
That's
about
true.
Throwdown with Ursa to take out the PL, probably, and then you could blink Magnus over.
Now you still have Gust, so you can prevent Magnus from skewering and the boar from being placed. So we're gonna see the throwdown.
There it is.
So that basically takes away their items temporarily, and they just duel each other. So that's why he was able to actually get that kill there. Still 7 mana for Pro Position 6. This is a very close game. And still kind of awkward hands as well.
He could also throw down Magnus onto... No, he can't skewer over there. He could blink Tide over and then throw down with Drow. It just means he'd have to re-equip his sword. But it'd take all his heroes out except for Underlord.
Would throwdown kill? Oh, you mean you could throw down with... Wait, is throwdown just directly or is it adjacent?
No, It's probably not going to work. I think. Do you think it's worth skewering Magnus over to block the Hound now, and just saving the
Ooh.
tower for another turn?
It's a really tough call. You could also skewer Drow just in this slot to do damage.
Mm-hmm.
So he does 2 damage to her at the very least. Now the problem with that is you've left 2 open slots, which you can obviously cast Boar to block one. But yeah, saving this tower for another round is pretty big. Okay, so Magnus is tied to a freaking creep. Feels good.
Oh wait, the tower's still going to go down.
Oh yeah, because of the
now
trample. Okay, so that ends up not working out too well. And
he could throw down a creep.
he doesn't even kill the creep. He has 3 damage with throwdown because he drops his 2 damage item.
Yes, he drops his blade.
I think you're forced to just blink Tide now. Which you blink Tide onto this creep, so you're at least doing 8 damage to this tower. And then you can block somebody else with the boar here.
Jungle will protect me.
Yeah, that definitely seems worthwhile.
Yeah, but this is a bit awkward now because Troll's actually dying to a creep. Drow survives throughout all this. Yeah, this skewer over has not worked out at all.
He would have to put a Blade of the Vigil on Tide too to keep the lane empty, probably.
Wait, what? Say that again? Blade of the Vigil on Tide?
Yeah, maybe in the mid. If he
Okay.
he went on to the left.
Okay, so this was another I mean, this allows him to kill Drow at least, but now he's like, Tide does not want to be in this spot. Normally. Although throwdown, it's actually enough. So the minus armor doesn't matter anymore. So Tidehunter has 2 damage by default. So throwdown does kill Drow. The question is...
It just doesn't get it. Damage.
Yeah. But you can reapply that next round. I mean, it's only giving you 2 damage to the tower, so probably not worth it.
15 seconds remaining.
You do also have fighting words, so you can taunt. Is this only on the hero? Yeah, you can't really cast it on the creep, sadly, because Troll would have appreciated that. Okay, so we're on to yet another round. So 1 tower apiece. Underlord's coming back. He's technically outnumbered, but he does have a TP scroll.
I'll grind you down.
Ooh, is he going to pick up Crown of the Undying? Did he get it?
Doesn't look like it. Alright, Underlord placed to block Beastmaster. And of course, if Tide casts anything, he'll kill this creep. Actually kill both, which will open up the lane even more, but he's at the tower disadvantage in terms of HP.
He does have a gust though. Very position 6. So gusting time. Even if he gusts though, I'm a little bit rusty. I think the Anchor Smash still goes off if Beastmaster doesn't.
Yeah, Ooh, that's a good question. I would assume yes. I would assume it does work still.
From memory, silence doesn't stop passives. You need I don't think you can stop them. Anyway.
Now, the bad news for Pro Position 6, he only has green heroes this round, which means only 3 cards to use, and none of them are... I mean, Gus doesn't really do much. He has 1 creep to block, and that's it.
Ooh, and Battle Trance on the other side, so he could if he puts that,
that's a good top deck. Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at. He wants to set up the battle trance.
So battle trance will allow you to. It'll give your hero physical immunity for the round, and it can battle an adjacent enemy. So in this case, well, it was going to be Underlord, but now he has enough HP. But you can still do that on to this creep. Veteran's Insight's really nice for Tide, if he gets damaged especially, and he does. Let's open it up nicely. So this one will, anytime a unit does physical damage, they'll randomly get 1 attack, 1 armor, or 1 HP, which with Tide's Anchor Smash is absurdly good.
So if he battle trances that creep that's blocking Beastmaster, he'll have lethal on the tower.
Right. But then Dazzle will have to TP in and block something, right?
Yep. And then he'll have Throwdown as well, which is also useful because Beastmaster doesn't actually have any items equipped, right?
Right. So Dazzle would have to block Tide, I think, because Tide cannot kill him with Throwdown.
Yep. So he might be better off using Throwdown now on Beastmaster and saving the battle trance.
That is a very good point. I did not consider that. That's true. Yeah, if you use Throwdown here, you take 2 damage, but are you really afraid of 3 damage? Green doesn't have any direct damage of any kind.
You've only got...
Okay, so I think that's actually GG. That's a good call, Mr. Pronto. So Dazzle has to TP in front of Tide, and then Battle Trance will just finish him off. Now, you could Gust first, though. You could Gust first.
Sure, you could Gust first. It's a good call. Gotta have the foresight to do it. Does Pro Position 6 have it? I'll be very impressed if Don Armon pulls this off, because in the mid-game, I kind of felt like he was on the way out.
Yeah. I mean, he held onto this tower for like 3 rounds straight with 1 HP. That was very clutch. And if this game doesn't end this round, we are having 6 heroes deployed. Now, all right, he's delaying things a bit here. I don't know if there's a no hesitation in his deck, because we can't really check right now. But he has to be scared of that for sure. All right, he actually does not have mana to Gust TP now. So I think that is game. That is actually just game now.
It's got to be game.
So this was a bit greedy in terms of the using mana here. Draws are not common in 2.0. And a lot of that has to do with Time of Triumph was like the biggest reason that there were draws in Artifact 1. But it costs 9 mana now. Okay, actually goes in front of Beastmaster, so it doesn't really matter. We're just going to see the Battle Trance, and that will do it. So 1-1. Wait, he has Juke. Okay. I don't know how I missed that one. All right, one more round, I promise. He's going to be doing 9 damage for free as well.
He has Illusion Confuse next turn too, and back for more, so he can get a lot of heroes on the board.
Oh, yeah. But Ravage is online now. So he can stun these 3 slots next round. My goodness. A lot of brain power being used in this one. Alright, he did have one more strength twin pack potion, so he's going to get this kill onto Underlord, which I guess is significant considering there's a green hero coming in. Alright.
What chance do you have against?
Although the initiative is now on the pro position 6, so he can gust to stop the Ravage if he thinks that's going to help him.
That is true. Yeah, he 100% will be doing that. He's been holding on to this all game.
Oh, he's got a Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger up onto Don Armand, so he might think about the old switcheroo with Beastmaster.
Whew. That's true. You could go for that mid lane. This is the third lane as well, so second lane would be the winner.
Because between the Beast and the Blink Dagger damage, he would kill the tower.
I mean, even without Ravage, you still have Anchor Smash, which we are assuming works when silenced, and a minus armor. So these slots are still very scary to go into. You can see that Drow is just dodging the aura of Ristul Emblem. And we can't see where Don Armand's deploying. Yeah, these creeps will turning into doggies. That is true. Oh! All right. Kind of all in on this mid lane, and there's no way for pro position 6 to get to this lane.
Yeah, he has to do back for more and hope it summons Underlord and then do a teleport.
Oh, that's a 50-50. That's right. And that's 5 of your 11 mana. And then if you do that, you move your heroes to this lane, and then you're still giving up lethal in this lane.
Yeah.
And then if you do that, first you have to silence, because you cannot... Well, I guess you don't have to.
So
you're stunning one unit.
If not Underlord, he would take 3 heroes back. It would use up so much of his mana. He would be able to cast 1 Illusion Confusion. I don't know. It's I don't think it's enough to save him, even if he got Underlord. So he's going to do the Gust.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense what he's doing here. I mean, the options from Don Armand are out of control. Like, he has the advantage here in mid. Blink Dagger will show that there's lethal. He can blink with Troll. He can skewer to this lane as well with Magnus. Everything is in his control right now.
Yeah, he just...
All right, back for more. Is it Underlord? Nope. Dazzle. No. Loses the... I mean, it wouldn't have mattered here.
Yeah.
If he had gotten Noxious Talisman, though, which roots heroes, then that actually would have made a difference. So, good game. Don Armand forcing a game 3. That was a 40-minute game. Whew.
I think pro position 6 just wasn't paying attention to the direction of the combat flow, and it cost him there because he didn't think about someone going to the mid lane.
Yeah. That is definitely a possibility. That was good shit, though. Looks like they're already in the lobby, so we're going to be starting this pretty much immediately.
Okay, back in we go.
All right. Good stuff. Just to remind people where we are in the brackets, we're in the pro position 6 versus Don Armand, obviously. And this is game 3, so this will be the final one for them. Followed up by Underscore versus Jester, and then we get into the semifinals right after that. All right, another tricolor to start for Don Armand, the Underlord Classic. You can see Tide very strong in these. We talked about Ursa early on. I'm surprised he's so heavily picked, if I'm being honest. I don't think he's that good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm quite surprised, actually. But, you know, I guess that's why these are the so-called pro players and not me.
Speak for yourself. I mean, we're both been top 10 in this game of 10
That's
people,
true.
Pronto. So you've been number 1, if I'm not mistaken, at one point.
Probably at some...
When there was 2
Former
players
number
playing, right?
Yep, former number 1. Should change my name to that.
So my
Put it on my
assumption is
resume.
Zeus will probably be dropped here. I think Underlord is just too good. We've seen the power. We haven't even seen turn 1 atrophy yet. I keep hyping it up. We have yet to see it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. He was taking a Rubik. Is he actually going to drop Underlord? Pro position 6 with a mono red. He actually does. Wow. Okay. That takes some major testicles, I won't lie. I could be overhyping Underlord as well. I don't know. I feel like he's god tier.
I really like the Rubik pick. Rubik is capable of just changing a game in big ways if his spell steal comes up at the right time.
Yeah.
He's always fun to see.
He wasn't fun to see when Telekinesis had Quick Cast, though. I'm just going to throw that out there. Thank God they got rid of that shit. Hated that.
Yeah.
All right. So Ursa is going for the 1 out of 3. He's hoping to match up against a hero. And we'll see if Don Armand selects correctly. Switcheroo. Never mind. So Centaur doesn't... Okay.
Ooh.
Back at it again. Yeah, when you have Sven, I think the safe lane, you just always want Sven there. I mean, you could put a mid, but that's kind of obvious, and Gush will literally just kill Sven turn 1.
Yeah, it's just nice to guarantee the cleave damage is effective.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see here. And Tide, I mean, Ursa, if he went mid, he would have destroyed Tide over 2 rounds, especially with these nerfs to the HP of Tide.
Oh, we got the Temple of War, so that's really good with Mazzy, right?
Indeed. I'm trying to remember if he can cast it multiple times or not. I can't remember if they changed that on Mazzy. I guess we'll find out. Probably.
No, I think you can only cast it once on Mazzy. So he can put the Hellbear Crippler down now, and that will give Troll minus armor.
Oh, yeah, true.
And because it's going to battle him immediately, so it'll actually give him a kill on Troll this turn.
Yeah, he could also put it onto Zeus to make him extra squishy. Yeah, this creep has been buffed several times. Now has 4 HP. And like you said, it auto battles at the beginning. And it'll survive with 4 HP. Oh, okay.
That's right. So that would give Troll -2, so that would be pretty good. It would be nice doing it on Zeus though, because Zeus is always annoying when he's in your lane, just taking your health away.
Instead, opts for the Temple of War, which just setting this up for later. Kind of a slower play, of course. And Arcane Citadel. This is a new name for the card. I can't even remember what it was called before, but they changed it in the latest patch. But at the beginning of the round, allies will deal 1 damage ahead of them. So essentially the biggest deal is creeps will just expand now. The creep wave will expand. And if you have a red hero in the lane, all your units have an armor as well. So this indicates that probably Beastmaster comes to this lane. And this was actually set up pretty nicely for the Skewer, because Skewer not only relocates enemy heroes, but deals 2 damage to them as well. So unless Troll gets bounced, he's going to die to Skewer here.
And the old name was Archer's Parapet, which is, I think this is a better name.
Yeah, I never knew how to even pronounce. First time I read that, is the T in parapet silent? Sounded very French.
What is a parapet anyway?
I have no idea. You know, there's so many things that are added to Dota over the years that I just know that the people putting them in don't actually know what those words mean. They just look them up in like a thesaurus just to sound unique.
Or like Bloodseeker's signature card in this. How do you say that one? Can you say it off the top of your head?
Wait, what is it? I'm trying to remember what it's even called. Is that exsanguinate?
Exsanguinate. Yeah, it was pretty good.
I hate that name. And then what was Conflagration was one that Slacks always had major issue pronouncing. Of course, Slacks might have a little bit of brain damage.
I think it is.
Yeah, Conflagration. Of course, it was called Firestorm early And then people realized, oh, that's an Underlord ability in Dota. I guess we can't call it that after all. Don Armand has... I mean, this lane looks really good for him. And even though Ursa's dealing a lot of damage to this tower, this is a Tidehunter lane, so you have to expect that to turn in some capacity. Although Mazzy's coming in, which you should expect because of Temple of War.
Absolutely.
But there is telekinesis, so I would actually expect telekinesis... Oh, initiative is on his side as well, so definitely telekinesis to this lane, the third lane, so that you cannot equip Temple of War. That's huge.
Yep.
But next round you can just skewer back. Oh, crap. I didn't even see that. Damn. Yeah, that is nice. Either way, doing this is still nice because it stuns both these heroes. So you're actually mitigating a ton of damage to this tower as well. Oh, wow. He actually goes for the Honor Guard. So wants him to use Temple of War before sending him over, it seems.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too worried about it. Odd.
There we go. And now Mazzy's unkillable for the rest of the game. The old classic. And there we go. But like you said, Blink Dagger back. And...
I would keep him here for now just to kill this tower. He could double edge and put the other armor item on there as well, if he wants.
Okay. You could God Strength as well.
Give him another 6. Yeah.
6, 9.
Yeah.
And then 10. That's gonna be 2 off.
Doesn't quite have enough mana. Still pretty valuable, and then you're putting a lot of pressure in this lane, and he only has Troll to respond.
People are sending us definitions of exsanguinate and parapet. So I'm not saying that the words aren't fitting for what they are. I'm saying that they're so uncommonly known that it feels like a stretch to use. It's just like you're... How do I explain this?
Well, someone in chat said, how could you not know what a parapet is? So apparently you and I are very uneducated and uncultured.
I guess we just suck at life. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
All right, looks like he's going to favor just blocking the Tidehunter, who can still... Actually, no, he has 0 mana, so cannot force staff him away. But either way, you have Ravage coming up next... for next round. Although... God's Strength does give you the kill here. So that's actually a very nice play.
Delaying the Ravage for a while.
10, 6, 10 unit. Whew.
I always take care of my
All right, and all you have is Troll coming in.
And he's still got more items to throw at him.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide who I favor right now. Like, this lane is just overwhelmingly in favor of Don Armand, obviously. But these other 2 lanes are looking really good for pro position 6. Puts the Troll in front of the Sven here.
He does need to do something at some point, though, about left, or it's just going to get overrun.
Yeah, this has a lot of ancient potential, for sure.
He really needs Mazzy's boots so that he could blink to the left lane and use the boots to taunt. Unfortunately, he hasn't drawn them.
Yeah, he's gotten the other 2 items, it looks like. Now, 2 attack, 4 attack. You can add 2 to that. That's 6 damage. And you have a way to kill this creep. So you do have lethal on this tower if there's no blue cards to work with. But Volatile Fog. Oh! That's a good card. Usually you want to use this with Zeus, but against a Centaur, not particularly useful. But you disarm everybody in the lane, and everybody has -3 armor, which he's going to use right now.
Yeah,
Very strong.
Really going to piss off Mazzy.
Indeed. And you're actually setting this up for a pretty good Thunder God's Wrath next turn as well. 3 piercing damage will kill the Ursa, Sven, although Sven dies to Troll at the beginning of next round if all things stay the same. Now, you can cast Crippling Hellbear to kill Rubik. Or Skewer, even.
Probably the Hellbear's better. You probably want to keep Magnus where he is.
Is your Crippling Hellbear hovering in midair right now?
Yes, he is.
Nice, nice. A Gush. Interesting. Why would he Gush there? I actually don't... Because Thunder God's Wrath would get the kill next round anyway. Either way, he has initiative. He's going to be able to kill 2 heroes minimum. Because there's no heroes coming in to actually bounce. You can add 2 armor to Sven, but that's not going to do anything. Double Edge.
You could have just
continue to attack.
You could have equipped the sword on Sven, I guess, and disarmed him. All okay.
Yeah, you can add all of this to Sven to chip away at this tower. But the main issue is this ancient potential in this first lane, like you talked about, and Tidehunter's coming in next round, so I believe mid tower will be extended even further.
I think he should consider pro position 6. That is trying to get this slumbering brute down next to Sven, just to protect him a little bit. Maybe next turn.
Well, Sven will die. I promise you. At the beginning of next round.
Thunder God's Wrath. Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath is up, isn't it? So that'll kill 3 heroes, and he's got the initiative. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot it will kill Centaur as well because static field.
Well, yeah.
With Zeus there. That is a triple kill. Very nice. I mean, is there any way that?
Such a fun hero.
Yeah. I mean, Mazzy still has Blink, so he can reposition to whatever lane he wants. Really interested to see where Tide goes.
They could shockwave the creeps.
Yeah. I think he's going to get one tower.
You would put him mid, right?
I think so, yeah.
The thing is, do you Thunder God's Wrath first, or do you Ravage first?
I think you Thunder God's Wrath, because there's going to be items coming in, and then even if he blinks with Mazzy, you could just blink with Tide. You have a TP scroll right now.
True.
15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the shop bug, I think, is partially related to the Strength Potion Twin Pack. That's why the deployment takes forever right now.
3, 2.
So we just got to rope it out the old-fashioned way. Oh, really? Okay. I am actually shocked. I think he feels comfortable that 3 creeps are blocking here, but like you said, Shockwave kills all these. So there's Thunder God's Wrath. That's a triple kill. That is huge. Now, one minor annoyance. Although you do have Double Edge, you can steal. I don't know if he actually wants to, because, yeah, you only have 2 mana. You need Ravage as a possibility.
You can use Shockwave here in the middle lane to kill the creeps.
Yep.
He also has a No Hesitation, which could end up being big.
Yeah, just simply 4 staffs. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so if I was him, what I would try to do is put those strength potions on Magnus to force out the Ravage to stop the lethal, and then maybe look at No Hesitation in the mid lane, take the tower, blink over to the right lane.
Oh, I didn't even realize No Hesitation's there. That's true. All right, well, Zeus
There we
will
go, he
stop
bought
this
Zeus.
in its track. And I like this play a lot because now you can bore the other side of Beastmaster. So, like, when you get to this point in the game, Beastmaster can just solo the tower if he's allowed to just have free reign. That's actually a really nice play.
And he doesn't have a hero. It's coming back for 2 turns. And Don Armon also has a no hesitation. So if he lets the tower get too close, it'll be gone. He can bring out the boar to get himself more damage. That'll give him another 5 damage, I believe. So yeah, I would, if he brings out the boar, he can just no hesitation next turn.
I think he can no hesitation this turn still, can't he?
No, I mean Don Armon doing it next turn.
I actually think
To
pro
finish the
position 6 just wins right now if there's no Ravage. I think he's going to be forced to Ravage it because you can no hesitation this lane once you put the second Strength Potion Twin Pack. And you can still Shockwave Zeus and get this tower kill, and Zeus can't do anything.
Yeah, you're right.
So Shockwave, the way that it works, you choose the caster, which would be Mazzy in this case, and an enemy, and you deal 1 damage to enemies between them, and then pull them towards the Wait, the Zeus, doesn't he stay in front?
He does. He should probably. He could. He could just. Couldn't he just Shockwave Tidehunter onto Magnus, then put Mazzy in the second slot on the right lane to get that tower?
All right, we're gonna see the Ravage now. Shockwave what? All right, so that saves this lane, and now he's completely out of mana. So I'm trying to figure out if there's potential lethal here. Because you have Overpower that will deal effectively 4 damage to a unit in front of you. With 5 mana, that's 3, 2. You don't have enough mana to do everything. Because Shockwave into Overpower is not enough.
Yeah. So Don Armon, he's going to win the game by just no hesitationing the left lane right at the start of next turn, right? Or he's going to be 1 damage off because there'll be a creep in there blocking. Or he can just put Troll down. He can put Troll down and just no hesitation the left lane. Game's over.
Correct. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
You are absolutely correct.
He needs to blink Mazzy over now.
Yeah, that's true. Although he still has initiative, so he can still blink him next round, theoretically.
5 seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1.
All right, there's the Shockwave. Doesn't do anything. And like I said, Overpower deals 4 damage on... Like, this deals 5 damage if it's Ursa, because of the minus armor, but only 4 damage for everybody else. All right. He is going to blink and block. Okay, then. This game shall be extended.
Good call.
Indeed.
Because that's going to weaken the boars for next turn. He should get those boots down so that he starts getting charges up on them. Because he also has fighting words, so he can taunt with those boots. He may use the taunt now. He's doing so much damage that, you know, he just threatens any lane. It doesn't really matter what lane he's in, and he's going to blink every few turns.
Yeah. Mazzy is massive. But you can easily block. But you need a hero there. So, will Troll or... I mean, Rubik has Telekinesis coming, so he can actually stun Mazzy pretty easily. But he has to actually put a hero here. That's the big question mark. And if Mazzy's stuck in this lane, this is your main tower pusher right now, because you have nobody coming in.
So Mazzy does have a creep clear now that he put that armor on.
Yeah, so now we're starting to see all his items start to stack up very nicely. Yeah, you're right. The I guess... Oh, the Temple of War... I guess you use it twice and you get all 3 items, right? That's how it works now. Because before, Temple of War would give you all 3 basic items, but then they changed it so obviously heroes can only hold 2 items now. But for Mazzy, he can still get that 3rd item after a 2nd use. That's interesting.
And yes, if you're watching at home and you want to get this version of Artifact, you look in Steam for Artifact Foundry. Someone was asking in chat, so I thought I'd just mention it.
Yep, by all means. All right, so Troll and Rubik are put here. Now, the Rubik placement is really important because you can actually swap this creep in front of him to where Mazzy is and stun him so he doesn't do 16 damage to the tower if he is able to kill this creep. So that's pretty big.
And Pro Position 6 could consider no hesitation in the right lane to then teleport Magnus, blink him into the middle lane. Nope. he's
No
stunned,
longer
so that's off
is
the
that an
board.
option. And I'm trying to see what else is in his hand. He actually does not have a great hand now, but Spell Steal is a thing. So if something good is used, you may steal it. If he uses Slumbering Brute right now, it will be stolen, but he won't be able to cast it this round. Maybe not good enough to steal. I don't know. Yeah, I've said this before, but there are 2 versions of Artifact. The original, which is Classic, and then Foundry, which is what we're watching now. If you've never played any Artifact before, I highly, highly, highly recommend Foundry. It is catered to a wider audience by far.
5 seconds remaining.
If I was Pro Position 6, I would put down the Brute, and then I would use Fighting Words to taunt all those creeps, and then use his armor to nuke them all. He has the armor that nukes every unit that's targeting him, and then he would get the left tower.
But he can get stunned, right? With this creep. Telekinesis. Where is this? I don't see that item you're talking about. The one that
I thought he put it down earlier.
I don't see, like,
The
unless it's bugged.
Kineto Zap. So if
you
double
actually
click on him and look at all. The second one? Yeah, that one? Is it a deal damage to each unit pointing and equipped hero equal to the number of charges?
Does that mean I don't think that means it's equipped though. Isn't that just showing his signature cards when you double click them? Or is this bugged now that doesn't show all these abilities?
Oh, I could be wrong. I thought he put that item on earlier. I thought he had it in his hand earlier, and he put it.
Yeah, I thought. Oh wait, it's on Magnus. That's what it is.
Okay, my bad. Forget it. Sorry.
All right, we're seeing Shockwave stolen. Again, one of the weakest signature cards, but it's really good for like a last second finisher, not finisher, but to clear a wave to be able to hit the tower, and then more importantly, just using your spell steal to gain initiative. It's a quick cast card. So this allows you, I mean, that's really important. Like Shockwave probably won't have any effect here, but the fact that he keeps initiative means telekinesis can still be used very effectively here.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the damage from that consumable item has worn off on Magnus, he actually does not have lethal on this tower anymore. That's also a huge deal.
I'm surprised.
Even with 2 heroes.
At the end of that last turn, Don Armand killed the creeps in the middle lane, taking the telekinesis option away. So I feel like maybe Pro Position 6 could or should have used Overpower or something to kill the creep in front of him to get a hit on that tower. Doing 16 damage to the tower is going to put pressure on.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're doing 16 damage, you still do not have 1 tower yet.
No.
And from Don Armand's side, he could go for Ancient, theoretically, or he could get either of these towers. They're all, like, reasonable, I think. So Ursa's going to be forced into this lane. This is a good move because even though the initiative, Don Armand will go first, if he's not able to block anything to start things off, then no hesitation gets his tower immediately, and then the game just changes. Oh, he's not doing it though. He's debating.
Well, he needs to block troll because of the no hesitation.
That's true. I guess he's just completely
Mm.
guessing. Where troll's being deployed now? No, he was here before. Yeah, okay. And this is a good block from Beastmaster, a good guess on what was actually going to be happening here. So no hesitation does not actually do anything. And Skewer will not move Magnus or Beastmaster because there's no empty slots to actually move him to. Another Primal Roar. We're going to see the stun. So this is huge. Okay, he actually moves Centaur to stun Mazzy. So that prevents the blink.
He's got a shockwave, so he can shockwave Sven away, and then Troll can finish the game.
Yeah.
Although there is a skewer on Magnus.
Yeah, but Sven uses the Mazzy item that was applied to him, so it's a disarm onto Troll. So
Nice.
this will be difficult to finish. Let's see.
He's also got he's got the taunt item now, the boots.
Yep, he sure does. Oh, all right. The Gush works similarly to Tidehunter. So the minus armor with the static field proc ends up getting the kill. Now, does he have lethal, though? You have a creep that does 3... No, he can replace Troll. He wins the game here, right?
True, yep, he can.
Magnus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can only go into this slot.
Yep. Magnus can't do anything.
Well, no, he can technically, but it's desperate. He'd have to skewer on top of the Hellbear and then cast Fighting Words or even the Sproink like you were talking about to taunt, so he can actually stay alive. Is there any other way to get lethal?
15 seconds remaining.
I mean, you can roar Magnus before that, though. Wait, what? Oh, I see.
He used Throwdown. He forgot about the fact that he would lose his items. He's got an Overpower.
No, I think this is to set up the potential skewer. But now you have to... I think you have to Primal Roar Magnus right now. Because Skewer does 2 damage. Even though it doesn't move Beastmaster, it'll still do 2 damage. So... Like, Overpower gets the kill, inevitably, but the Magnus is the way that you lose this game, potentially.
It would have to be a whole lot of inaction by Donamon to lose it.
Ooh.
Oh,
Alright, he's going to block instead. Now, I think another way, Battle Trance would have kept him alive here. I think Skewer does physical damage, if I'm not mistaken. So he's going to move over, gets the kill on the Magnus, 5 damage on the tower now. And with this move, it means he can't get lethal here, I don't think. But still 3 damage away.
Mazzy will potentially blink over next turn.
Oh, he still had Anchor Smack. Alright, so... Yeah, this is an uphill battle for Pro Position 6. So this was my underdog pick for the tournament, Don Armand. Nobody's heard of him from any of the players that we have in the tournament. And I told him, dude, this guy is a draft genius. And he's showing that here, potentially winning this series. All right, so he equips the Mazzy item, so this will allow him to move to a position in the lane and then taunt. So that'll mitigate a lot of damage. But again, the main issue is, I mean, you're losing every lane, really. You have back for more. I wonder if he uses this. This will bring back a hero. It's probably the time to do it.
Yep.
So if you back for more, you run out of mana and you can't taunt anymore, which we can see the hand. It won't matter. It's only 1 mana to work with anyway. But
He could also use the boots to go in front of Troll, and then he could use the shield item earlier to deal 2 damage, and then he could overpower, which would kill Troll. I don't know how valuable that would be.
15 seconds
yeah, that
remaining.
I mean, you can't if you don't put somebody in front of Troll now, he's definitely hitting the tower at the beginning of next round, 100%, right?
Yeah.
And I believe his fervor has been reset anyway.
Oof. And he's not going to have initiative, so no hesitation, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, this might just be over no matter what now, because there's no way to take back initiative.
Well, he should have used the boots to taunt in front of Troll. That would stop Zeus hitting the tower. He could have used that ability on Troll and Zeus and the other creep if he used the boots first. That was a wasted ability.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's no way to get lethal here on the tower. Just struggling to find any damage. Mazzy has been controlled the entire game.
10 seconds remaining.
He's just been stuck in front of a creep the last 3 rounds with like 18 damage or whatever the hell he has.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining. 3, 2.
He has to block Troll, I think, at this point. I don't think there's...
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not.
Okay. Oh, GG.
GG indeed. So 3 HP, we're going to see the no hesitation come out from Don Armand. And he is going to take the biggest upset of today by far. Victory over the rank 2 pro position 6. What a game. Fervor, I think, does only 1 damage to the tower, but still, the no hesitation will come. And if you're pro position 6, you're just hoping that this card does not exist.
Even if he'd
And
done
there it
another
is.
play, it wouldn't have made much difference.
Yeah, he was on the back foot for a lot of this game, for sure. All right, congratulations to Don Armand. Let's update the brackets,
Came
shall
back
we?
from 1 down.
That's right.
2 wins facing elimination.
That is right. Let me just do the old copy paste. Very professional stuff here.
Whew, and the next matchup is Underscore versus Jester. That is tough to pick the potential winner.
Yeah, let's look at the we are looking at the bracket. Yeah, Underscore Man versus Jester. I need to visit the restroom for about 2 seconds, Mr. Pronto.
Okay.
Let me make sure that these guys don't start.
I might do the same. We'll have a quick break.
All
yeah.
right, sounds good. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. BRB. I will wash my hands for you. forgot to update my text. Let me update that for next time. BRB. Alright, we're good. Guys, when you get old, peeing takes a lot longer. I'm gonna save you a lot of trouble. Just so you know in the future, this apparently is normal to just take forever to pee. Okay? Alright, looks like we're getting ready. We have...
Who's your pick for this next one?
let's see. It's underscore versus Jester. Oh man, this is a tough one.
This
Whew.
is a tough one.
I am going to say, I'll go with underscore on this one. How about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick underscore just because I think my win rate is worse against underscore than it is against Jester.
I can't remember if I've even played them before. Either way, should be a good match as this last best of 3 of the first round.
Both good players.
And I like how Jester takes... What do you think of Tusk? Am I just like a Tusk hater? I feel like the hero is on the low end of garbage.
Yeah, I only ever like Tusk for running in with Centaur and doing double edge into
Right.
Walrus Punch memes, but it's not actually that great.
We're seeing a lot of red. It seems like people are finally starting to catch on that red is the color of draft.
Yep, that's always been my thing. Big bodies and just take towers.
But he will be going against a Tide Hunter, so it will be a difficult game.
Looks like he's got Sven straight in the discard slot.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up actually coming to fruition or not. Actually taking Kana against the Tide. All right. He's giving it a whirl. Oh boy. I think you have to take Prelix away. I don't... Prelix Kana. But there is an Underlord as well,
Yeah.
so... Whew.
Imagine Underlord coming up right after you got Kana. How annoying.
That's true. So he's going to take Underlord. I mean, is there any way he doesn't take Prelix here?
Yeah, Prelix is definitely the best choice, I think, out of those 4 heroes. Darkseid's alright, because he can manipulate Tidehunter.
That's
I
true.
would
I
take
actually,
Darks.
I do like Darkseer quite a bit. I think he's underpicked. In fact, he got buffed in the last patch for some reason. It's going to be the Prelix.
Probably for the reason you just said, underpicked.
Yeah. I wonder what the win percentages for that hero are. I'd be interested to see.
I really like comboing Darkseer and Axe together, and you put the Iron Shell on Axe for his Battle Call.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Yeah, that's a good stuff. All right, we can see Ursa yet again. And then PL, so I don't think this is going to be I guess it could be mono red, but Underlord's just, again,
I would
really
take
good as a
Underlord
one-of.
for sure, especially with Canna on the board, because
Yeah.
then you get that if it comes up early and you've got the Atrophy Aura, why not? I would put Underlord as a number 4 position, so I could put him down near Canna in case the Aura comes up in the first 3 or 4 turns.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Sven is out of the dumpster. Keith will join him there instead. And I think a big reason for Sven to be put back into this lineup is Phantom Lancer. Can just try to match him up
Phantom
against
Lancer
PL right
and
away.
Canna just to control the summons.
All right. I feel like this is a Prelix guess. Yeah, this is a Prelix guess lane. I think Ursa is the guess as well. So if Ursa ends up matching up against Prelix, that will be very bad for Mr. Jester. He dodges
You
him.
always feel so bad when your Prelate's guess fails.
Yeah, this is true. All right, so Centaur into the off lane, which you assume will be LC, but might be next leveling this. No, he's not going to. The reason I say this is because Sven is obviously just going to go right next to PL. If he gets God Strength, we'll be getting the kill, but he's 1 damage off. Oh, actually, no. With the creep, it's enough, actually. Ooh, double edge on Centaur gets the kill on LC, so it looks like potentially 2 kills right off the bat. Although Illusion Confusion will keep LC, or will keep PL safe in all likelihood. Arcane Citadel. We saw the power of this card. Does need to be accompanied by a red hero to take full effect, but it feels like that's more of a cherry on top. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd still eat a cake even without a cherry on top. I think it's still delicious.
For sure.
The 1 damage is super nice. Are you a cake or a pie man, Mr. Pronto?
It's a cake.
Good choice. Correct choice. Thank you for joining my side.
Arcane Citadel, though, on the other side, they have Unbreakable Column to counter that.
Ooh, this is one of the most frustrating cards to play against, I have to say.
Oh, and he's put it on PL. Maybe he's going to move PL over there.
Yeah, that's an interesting move.
I guess that blocks... That's to keep him alive to stop the creep from killing him, but he'll die next turn to Sven anyway. I guess he could bounce him.
If he bounces him, then Tide is stuck there. So I think he's just going to Illusion Confusion this round in all likelihood.
Yes, I remember me having Unbreakable Column against your Lunas was very frustrating for you.
Yes, I vaguely remember this painful moment. So let's explain what this does. It's an aura effect, this card, that you've modified this hero with. The hero itself and any neighbors, so creeps in this case, will ignore instances of 2 damage or less. So Eclipse does 2 piercing damage, will be ignored. Chain Frost does 2 damage, will be ignored. Very, very annoying. Like you said, Citadel, Arcane Citadel, the 1 damage would, in theory, be ignored as well. It's actually going to bounce the Prelix. What's that?
So that'll allow those 2 mega creeps to be devoured, I guess, and get even bigger.
Indeed. And now they're giant doggies. Tide was deployed here just to deal with this. So from Jester's standpoint, God, Ice Shards, man. I feel like this card should probably be 0 mana. Then maybe it was just buffed from 2 to 1 mana. I think it should be free. I mean, it feels I don't know. I'm a Tusk hater. His active is cool though. I do like his active. Signature card is just garbo.
The only card it pairs well with is Path of the Bold, because sometimes you want to, like, if you have a lot of Path of the Bold charges, it gives you extra damage. You want to summon Usher.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I'm not saying there's definitely a lot of good synergy with Ice Shards. It's just, We're seeing Whirling Death being able to take out the doggies. But this means... Oh, there is Phase Boots on PL, so you can move out of the way. And there's still this double edge that we talked about last time for Centaur to be able to get this kill. Which at this... I mean, you talked about being greedy, but right now you're in a losing battle because LC will heal every round for 3.
Yep.
So would you expend a double edge to get a hero kill?
Yeah, at this point, I think you would probably do it.
There is no glory without sacrifice.
It's better, if you're going to do it, it's better to do it early game rather than late game.
All right, so PL will have to move, I assume, to this side of the board. Which, oh, okay. So that just sets up an ice shard, actually. Since it deals 1 damage.
Clutch ice shard.
He's not doing it, though.
Oh,
Okay. Wait, so
Maybe
he wants
to move
initiative.
somewhere else.
Why? Why would you not get that kill for free?
Maybe he wants call the reserves. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't care.
Yeah, call the reserves.
Maybe he wants to use ice shards now to kill PL, and with the first turn, and then PL's sort of off the board for this turn and next turn.
It's unbreakable.
So
See, I always forget about this stupid aura. So he wouldn't have been able to get the
unbreakable,
kill.
of course.
God,
I was
this
even
thing.
talking about unbreakable. Yeah, see, just as smarter than us.
I will. Okay, I'll be in a game, and I'll cast something. And I'm like, oh my god, I completely forgot. Like, I'll just completely whiff, and then 2 rounds later, I'll do it again. This, so hard to deal with.
I would like it if it was just a little bit more obvious, like maybe some kind of visual glowing effect or something.
Yes, I agree. Okay, so we have 3 heroes in the mid lane. Everybody has 1 armor, so that's the reason that Tusk is here, because of the Arcane Citadel. Diabolic Conclusion. Oh
he's
my
going for the
god.
Horus Punch.
And he has Ice Shard. He has 2 Ice Shards. So even if he puts a Grieval Bronco down... Alright, so he's taken all the damage from his... For people that don't understand. All the damage from his creeps. Given it to Mr. Tusk. And now you can Walrus Punch, which doubles your damage. 22 damage by himself to the tower.
And he would have trample even if he got blocked.
Wait, how does he have trample? Wait, oh.
Didn't he get the...
Yeah.
The
Diabolic Conclusion. Yeah. That is very true. Yeah, I didn't even consider that. That actually makes this combo so much better. 1 damage off lethal. And I guess he doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't have it. Still not a bad position to be in.
Yes, I would say so. Of course, you have to worry about this PL. Sven's coming back in. That's your only hero. But you have a call the reserves, so I would assume Kana just probably goes to this first lane, I would think, because Timber Chain against Kana, pretty damn good, obviously. No items to get this time around for Mr. Jester. So underscore the one on the back foot. And I mean, it feels like this is always the case when you're playing against Kana. You're just always on the back foot. And even if you Ravage here, you're not going to reach the Tusk. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So he can just have at it.
And he has 2 ice shards to get rid of any pesky blockers.
A lot of damage in this first lane, but we expect the Call of Reserves to come out if there's no Ravage, for sure. And... I mean, technically, you can call the reserves Tusk, right? If everybody else is stunned. It doesn't sound that good, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Alright, so Tusk would have to remain in this lane. It's going to get the no hesitation off, though.
That gives them both a blink, or that gives Jester a blink scroll.
It does. It's not... I mean, I guess you blink Tusk over and you wait to call the reserves, because it's just so much more powerful with Kana. Or Prelix, I guess. Either one. If you do it with Prelix, you get Mega Creeps, right? I assume.
Yep.
wonder who
You
you'd
could call
prefer that to
reserves.
be.
You could call the reserves Prelix over and then Blink Scroll Canna over.
Yeah, true. So, I mean, you can't blink scroll this round unless it's Tusk. So, question is, do you want to give up 13 damage to this tower? So Sven not able to do enough damage to kill off Tusk. Does have Ice Shards, though, which theoretically would be enough. But, of course, there is Timber Chain to relocate himself. But then we have another blocker and Shock Trooper. So there are plays to be had. And Tusk will go to this lane.
So he's got 2 Ice Shards, so he could kill. He can kill PL here.
Remember, Unbreakable Column.
Oh yeah, of course. See, did it again. and I'm the person who used to spam Unbreakable Column.
So Unbreakable Column is working on this unit and LC and PL. So these heroes cannot be damaged by 2 or less. You can block with Shock Trooper, though. That is something you can do. And
You might
Shock
wanna
Trooper is
hold
pretty
that to
nice
get
because
initiative.
that's true. It gives initiative. We are seeing the Tusk Ice Shards being used to allow him to do a little bit of damage. This is going to force out a Timber Chain, potentially. Which is also really nice.
That, You notice how the push on Ice Shards works completely different to every other type of push, like from Force Staff?
Oh, you're right. It pushed him to this other side. Man, I'm not going to lie. I've been top 10 rank for I don't know how long now. I did not know that if you, like, you can't see my screen, but if you push this melee creep, it ends up on the other side. I did not know this until last week. And this,
But
it makes
only
sense.
With Ice Shards.
Right, and Ice Shards, this one is weirder, though. I'd never seen it pushed like that before. I mean, I don't play freaking Tusk.
It's because when they first so early on in the beta, that's how push worked with the Force Staff. It would push them over there. And then they decided to change how push worked, but they never updated the code for Ice Shards. And I don't know if they just forgot or they decided they wanted to leave Ice Shards working differently. That I'm not too sure about. But yeah, that's the original way it worked.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So he illusion confusion here so that he doesn't have to expend Timber Chain. The reason this is such a big deal is because it could theoretically kill an entire creep wave of Kannas. That's why you want to hold on to this as long as possible. He will Shock Trooper just to block and regain his initiative.
Yeah, pretty good play.
And I mean, from Underscore's perspective, I will say, even though he's lost a tower, he is doing heavy damage to all 3 right now. So from Jester's perspective, what are you going all in on? And what are you able to defend mid still with Tide and Ursa here? Of course, with this freaking Unbreakable Column, this first lane is actually pretty difficult to defend.
Underscore has gotten pretty good pressure on all 3 towers. They're all under 20. So he's put Centaur left, which makes me think maybe he's going to send Kanna to the right lane.
Yes. Would you rather Kanna go or Prelix? Prelix allows your creeps to survive through Timber Chain.
Well, he's got the Basilius, which
that's
will
true.
protect him from the Timber Chain, right?
That is true.
So he got, what did he get? He got a Cursed Satire.
There's the call to reserves.
There's the call.
So the one negative of doing this is dual will kill Prelix, whereas Kanna is perfectly fine as is.
So he got the Artificer's Mail, so I wonder if he's going to use that to just keep summoning hounds in the middle lane.
Yeah, I would assume so.
5 damage hounds.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of keeping enough units in this lane so that Kanna isn't stealing creeps from the others, which becoming very important now. Of course, we haven't even seen Prelix's signature card yet, Barracks, which makes her extremely strong. I'm really happy that they nerfed it to be 3 mana because the Ogre Magi turn 1 or turn 2 garbage was infuriating. Just having like 10 Barracks by the end of the game feels like. Yeah, Tusk trying to set up for a potential one-shot on this tower. I mean, we're going to have the trample with Stampede at some point, but where's he getting his damage from is the question.
Maybe he's hoping to top deck a double edge.
Yeah, double edge would be nice.
No.
So this repositioning not only keeps PL alive, but also any Ice Shard shenanigans, since these won't be taking 1 or 2 damage or less. But like we said, Stampede gives trample as well, but that's a big cooldown. You can only use this like once a game, pretty much. I think from Underscore's perspective, he needs, especially for this mid lane, he really needs this minus armor. I'm not sure if it's in his deck, but being able to anchor smash, kill these creeps would be a huge deal, and he'd be able to kill this tower pretty easily. And then I mean, he might be favored already, in all honesty.
Interesting that he put the Artificer's Mail onto Sven.
No, I think blocking Timbersaw is a pretty big deal because he is doing 8 damage right now. But looks like he's moving over. Okay. So 2 mana for Underscore, and he has duel, but he can't duel creeps. So he's still going to be 1-off lethal unless I'm missing something here.
Nope. You're pretty on the ball.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, Ursa will die at the beginning of the round. This creep, whatever spawns here, will deal 1 damage. So he's going to, that's what we call an upkeep kill. Don't see those as often as in original Artifact.
And now the pressure's going to be on in the right lane.
Yeah, I think being able to reposition Tusk to the other side would be a big help. Yeah, now he's got 2 towers really low. Yeah, this unit was changed to be very interesting. It's a 4/3 that will literally die at the end of the round, no matter what. But it has an active ability that has 0 cooldown, so you can use it repeatedly. It costs 1 mana each time. Choose a blocked unit, it battles the unit blocking it. So you can constantly battle over and over and over with whatever unit you want. I've never actually seen this used effectively since they've changed it, but interested to see it work here. Ooh, Wild Wind bait. So he only has 1 blue here, but this is actually an incredible draw. It'll continue to block this lane. And we can see the hand. Yeah, there's actually no response to it. So I think he's holding on again. Wait, why did Ursa not die here?
Oh, he should die in a sec. I don't think it's processed yet. I think it'll happen.
Oh, we're still in the deployment phase? I don't know. Oh, he got 1 HP from Veterans Insight. The random 1 out of 3 actually saved him.
So I think Jester should consider Ice Shards onto PL here. That'll push PL in front of center.
Oh, okay.
And that'll just save some hit points on the tower.
Team fight. I've seen this used like once effectively. It's really hard to use. 6 mana, which is a ton. You can move somebody up to 5 range away, and then you deploy all heroes from both fountains. In this case, it's just Prolix.
Used to be good with Tidehunter Molnar.
Oh, yeah, I could see that. Why did it used to be good? Why is it bad now?
I think they changed. I think it's still good, but they changed the way Molnar works. It can only I think it can only proc once on his Anchor Smash, whereas it used to proc on every hit. So if you use Team Fight just to teleport him to another lane, you would just clear the lane.
I see. All right, we're getting the blocker, and I believe he can use it on himself, right? The Satyr, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So he can actually sacrifice himself to kill PL. And again, it looks like he's winning right now, Underscore Man, because he's getting basically 2 towers. But we know that Wildwind Bait is here, as we're going to see a duel.
Ooh.
All right, that's a good play. So that opens it up here. We still have Ice Shards to push LC. So that'll save the tower for one more round. And if he does that, he cannot Wildwind Bait, though. He can Curse Satyr twice. Or does LC heal
LC
in this
heals.
case?
Yeah, because LC will strike. And it'll heal LC3. So...
Oh boy. He actually won the game. I actually cannot believe this. I thought for sure Wildwind Bait was going to be used mid, because that holds on for several rounds potentially. Wow. I completely missed lethal on this one. GG to Underscore. Holy jeez. I mean, he lost this tower pretty much instantly, and then somehow still ended up winning the game.
Yep,
wait, does Wildwind Bait does nothing there? Is that true? Why is that true? Is it the beginning of the round? Hold on, let's see. How do I look at their decks?
I think maybe they just mean that like it's too late in the game for Wildwing Bait to really make a difference at this point. Probably needed that card to come a little bit earlier.
But it's okay. Maybe I'm misunderstanding how this works.
So summon Wild Wings instead. So that means the next turn he would have summoned Wild Wings.
Oh,
which would have
wait. What am I thinking of that activates this right away? There's something that activates like. Or am I thinking he's still at the beginning of the round for everything? Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. All right. We are already into game number 2. So Underscore takes game 1 in comeback fashion.
I would almost say convincing fashion. I never really felt like he was like greatly threatened.
Yeah, the other 2 towers were really never in peril. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of, the Wild Wing plus Barracks. That's true. He never drew Barracks that round. And we'll see if it gets drawn this time around. So Barracks, Prelix's signature card. It starts with 1 charge. And then before your turn, this doesn't mean the beginning of the round. Before your turn, if you have an empty slot, remove a charge and summon a melee creep. So instead of a melee creep, it would have been a Wild Wing in that case. All right. Oh, we're going to see some DP action. So potentially blue-black versus red-blue. All right, we get to see some new heroes potentially now. So Imperia, I don't think we've seen today. Oh, we got Pierpont as well, maybe. Pierpont Imperia is really good combo. But
to see some more Death Prophet action. I wonder if Death Prophet will actually stay in here. Probably not.
Highly doubtful. So mono blue. The dreaded mono blue.
Your favorite.
Yes, my favorite. Yeah, Pierpont, his new art. His old art looked nothing like this. So he looks pretty freaking cool. All right, we get to talk about some new heroes. We got Lena, Pierpont. Maybe Imperia was played. I don't remember, though. And we get Ogre for the first time today as well. So yeah, mono blue versus the old blue red. So middle lane, actually Kana and Prelix are starting the game, and Veno. Oh my god, this is a toxic, no pun intended, lineup. I have to say,
No, it is. Yeah.
this
I'm
is
going with underscore.
this is degenerate shit right here, guys. Like Lena and Pierpont or whatever. Like I think Pierpont is really good with Imperia. That's not going to be the case here since he doesn't have it. And Lena is solid. These three heroes are degenerate. So Prelix
I wonder if
again.
we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, I wonder if we'll see these heroes come over to Dota, like Pierpont or Vanessa or anything. That would be
Yeah,
interesting.
we've been waiting for that for years. I've been waiting for Sorlakan for years now. Who was it that was? Fun. I think people were. They were guessing that who was it? Imperia was. There's a code name Valkyrie in the files, and people think it might be maybe Imperia, but yeah, you never know with these kind of things. And I know Vanessa's been teased a lot. Vanessa's an interesting one because her card actually does kind of make sense for what an ability they might be using, because I've seen rumors of things in the files. Slacks had this. Again, this is pretty degenerate as well. We had this mod called Chip, where we had custom heroes, and he made his hero was so bad. I just want to say that it was the worst design hero of all time. But the ultimate ability allowed you to take over an enemy for a certain amount of time. Okay, and that's what is rumored to be in the files somewhere. Whether it's called Puppet Master in the files.
Yeah, there has been that mind control ability rumored for a long time. There's meant to be a new hero out by the end of Q1, isn't there? This is Valve time, but still, that's 9 days. And isn't the anime coming out like tomorrow? Maybe they'll time it along with that.
Anime in a few days. I mean, they said Artifact would be updated mid to late January. So we're on January, I think, 89th now or something like that. So 1 day, guys. All right, I actually missed what happened this turn 1. Yeah, anyway, Vanessa's card was the Void Theft, which steals an enemy card. Is that what it does? I can't even remember anymore. Barely play that hero.
That's right.
Sounds kind of like a mind control if you're, trying to translate from card game to MOBA.
So Jester put down the Legion Standard Bearer, which gave him a massive damage buff to Legion Commander and the Creep, which was actually a really good counter to Prelix, because Prelix summons on the right.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can see the mid tower already down to 18.
That is quite strong indeed. All right, I don't want to be biased, but I'm rooting for Jester, guys, against this degeneracy. Veno's going to have wards all game. Prelix is going to have these huge mega creeps, which, see if he has barracks. Has not drawn it yet. And then Kana, we've seen what she's all about.
Jester needs to stand up for what is right. And that lineup isn't right.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to ban mono blue for the future.
Yeah.
All right, able to draw some cards here from that Greeble, so that's nice.
He's got 2 Eclipses, so if he can keep Luna alive, and he's got the Stonehawk Cloak, that could potentially be big.
I haven't seen the art for Essence font yet. That's quite a big difference from what they had in the game before.
It sure is.
Yep, securing that Luna will stay alive in this lane. And obviously keeping Luna alive because of these Lucent Beam stacks is always important, but like you said, the fact that you have 2 in your hand already makes it even more so a priority. Earthshaker, He's going to come in next round. He can't get a kill with Lightning Strike. Oh, okay. So preventing more damage than mid.
They could put him left lane and multicast the Lightning Strike onto Kana. Of course, Kana has Caller Reserves to dodge it.
Yeah, these lanes will constantly be full for underscore because of his lineup, which makes Stampede very important. I mean, the issue with this 3 round cooldown, pretty much can only use it once a game. Of course, if it was 2, it would be OP, so understandable.
That's why sometimes I save up all my double edges till the end of the game, and you just get that one stampede that wins you the game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's talk about Pierpont and what he does. He is a 2/6 with Pierce, so it just means his damage will go right through armor, and his ability allows him to reveal 2 cards from the other player, and it increases their mana cost by 1, and it's also quick cast. So when you use it, you'll be able to play something right afterwards if you want. And in addition, his passive gives him damage based off how many cards you can see on the enemy hand.
So Jester got Echo Slam and now has 3 Eclipses in hand.
Yeah, he sure
So
does. It's actually not. It's not really that good of a hand, honestly. It means you can only play like 1 card every round after this one.
He's very limited. He's very limited for right now.
And we're going to see, in all likelihood, underscore end with the inspect so that he regains initiative going to the next round. And we'll see what cards are. I mean, he already has a very late game oriented hand. It's about to get even more late game because the mana cost will be increased. Oh, all right. Double edge with Stampede.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's got nothing to counter that.
Yeah. Ogre Magi's passive multicast allows you to get a repeated card, basically, that only works this round. And it does have a 2-round cooldown, so you can't do it every time. So we are going to see the old Stampede here. Is there any way he doesn't inspect? I don't think there's literally any reason he wouldn't do this. There goes half your tower, blue haters. Says blue power van. Good call, good call. I'm interested to understand why he's passing when he has inspect up. There's nothing he can do.
Because he wants to say, well, yeah, I guess he just wanted to save it to the end, just in case he had something quick cast.
So he thinks he's foiled him with the Eclipse, turning into 6 mana. Luckily, there's 2 others to work with. But Echo Slam being 7 is a big deal. That's a big one. That would have been really good in this lane. The Eclipse only has, let's see what he buys here.
Well, Red Mist Small could be good.
It's really hard to pass up Blink Dagger, though.
It's true.
I mean, one good thing about Venomancer playing against him is that his wards are feeble, so at least your damage will go through. We'll be going for the Red Mist, though. And I guess that does make a lot more sense because we talked about how these lanes will just be completely congested because of this hero comp, so... LC is potentially... He's actually taking 4 damage. 50-50 on this one.
I would probably stick them all on Luna, and that's just going to bash away at the right tower. It's going to do 5 damage a turn through the wards.
So Eclipse with 5 charges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are needed to kill everything in this lane. I would assume a duel comes out, though. Of course, it's not his turn yet.
Would make sense.
I mean, the issue with this line of play is you have no heroes coming in, and LC will just end up dying to these Plague Wards at the beginning of next round, but I don't know what you do against that.
Well, it'll still be a 50-50, and if they survive, I guess a creep will come in, which LC will heal off, and then you could then clips when Veno comes back, but there's a bit of luck involved with that strategy.
Right. So this is the signature card from Pierpont. It's a 6/6 that also has Pierce, And the mana is lowered. It's usually a 6 mana cost card. The mana is lowered based on how many cards are revealed. So since there's 2 cards revealed, as we can see by the text here, it becomes a 4 mana card. It's actually a pretty, like, blue doesn't generally have creeps to play, so this is why Pierpont is kind of a cool hero. Okay, goes for that line of play. So I don't think she heals anymore from this. So she actually dies no matter... I guess she gets 1 armor at the beginning of the round. So it's still a 50-50.
Still a 50-50. Yeah.
Although, I guess you can just Eclipse to kill everything now, right?
You could. Feels like a bit of a waste.
Yeah, does not feel good.
And I mean, do you Echo Slam on the left lane next turn?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it always feels
Does
better
a
to Echo
quarter-
Slam when you're actually doing damage to the tower, which you're not with Ogre.
And then Underscore has 2 Call the Reserves.
Yeah, very true. God, what a hand. All right, he's going for the Eclipse play. And I think this ensures that Red Mist Maul will be put on one of these 2 heroes, and probably being Luna.
Mm.
So now that you've shown that Eclipse, and obviously this one is revealed, although Pierpont's getting his ability back, so he's going to be able to do this. For whatever reason, you can do this every 2 rounds. I'm not sure why that's in the game, but I'm a blue hater, man. You might be able to tell. Like, Lena, I love. Lena's a cool hero. And
Yep.
Pierpont,
I agree.
if this wasn't quick cast, I'd be okay with it. The real issue I have is actually Imperia. Imperia needs a nerf. Oh! I did not see this line of play. All right, he's got this tower. Whew.
Yep.
So stealing the damage from all these creeps,
Absolutely.
including this massive 6/6, and proccing the Fiery Soul from Lena. That gives you lethal here.
And Centaur's going to go down in the left lane.
There's no enemy I can't
Indeed.
kill.
And there's a Light Strike array. And Underscore, I believe, has initiative, which means that they can stop Ogre before
I
he
need
can
to take care of myself.
Echo Slam.
Indeed. Yeah, so Lena, one of the unique heroes in the game with... so every hero in the game has 3 signature cards, and normally they're the same card 3 times. But Lena has 3 separate ones, one of which is the 2 mana stun. Deal 1 damage. Now, he could Echo Slam mid, which would deal 6 damage, but Prelix lives with 1 HP. I mean, I think
could Eclipse
you...
at 6 charges. No, he can't Eclipse it either.
So, yeah, 3, 6, 9. Needs 9 charges to kill everything there.
Maybe wait and see if he puts the Artificer's Mail out, and then, although I guess the Echo Slam is revealed, so he's probably not going to do that while he still has 7 mana.
Yeah, true.
I would probably pass.
There's the Eclipse. Okay. Gets 1 unit, which actually was the most important one to kill, because the Call the Reserves with Prelix, we've seen the power of that. So it takes that off the table. All right. What did he get here? So the other Echo Slam is now 7 mana. And I guess it was Essence Font increased in mana cost as well. I don't know if this card's ever getting played. Doesn't feel like it's particularly good.
Too expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, the Inspect has
those
made
Echo-
Echo Slam a balanced card at 7 mana. Wow. All right, Blink Scroll into the
Ooh.
other lane.
Took Kana out.
Actually killed Kana. Okay, so that's kind of like a
Wants
ghetto redeploy, almost.
to use the passive, I think.
Oh, she still
to
hasn't
win
used
the
it,
lane,
yeah.
Right?
I guess that's
Yeah.
GG then. Although,
Summon a zombie on top of the hound that's hitting Ogre.
it's
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
anything at this stage, yeah. And Greevil Egg cannot be played because Ogre is stunned. And that brings us to the end of the series. Underscore 2-0. Emphatic victories. Despite losing the tower in the game 1, extremely fast, pretty much didn't lose the tower the rest of the way. So congrats to Mr. Underscore. Let's update the brackets. Mr. Underscore has made it to the semifinals. All right. So let's see if everybody else is ready here. Underscore says, GG to Jester. Guess we're both dirty Kana players after all. Indeed. Filth. It's funny because, I mean, I guess maybe I'm wrong, but my approach to draft, I thought blue was maybe, like, not by that much. I thought it was the weakest color, though, in drafts, because you're not able to pick your cards, and I think that's more important in theory for blue. But we're seeing it do really well here.
It definitely was when Artifact Foundry was being developed and early on, but I know they did some things specifically with blue in mind because they were so weak in draft.
All right, looks like we're ready. We're ready already.
I just sent you a DM on Discord. Just check that
Yep,
one out.
that's all good, brother. All good.
Okay.
All right, looks like we are in the game. So this will be the semifinals. When did you realize you are bluest, and what are you doing to correct your behavior? I am a bluest. I agree. I'm racist against the blue cards in this game. I don't know. I'm actually okay with a lot of the heroes now. Kana is pretty annoying though. Prelix as well. And Earthshaker. And Imperia. Okay, I'm just gonna list every single blue hero. So Pronto will be AFK for about 30 minutes or so. So I'll continue on. If any of the previous players, like Blue Power Van, if you wanted to join me, you're welcome to as well. Any of the invited players. So what do we have here? Pero. With, he's got to choose red black or red blue. Or tricolor. Not sure. And then for Untouchable, we're going to see a black-green. I like this combo quite a bit. You get some creep action and a lot of damage. Of course, if you're para, you're seeing this green and you're seeing this Earthshaker that you picked up and you're liking it. So wouldn't be surprised if he actually drops Death Prophet to favor a little bit more blue. All right, looks like I'll be getting Blue Power Van in. Let me just give him the Discord. Hello? Hello? Greetings, Mr. Blue Power Van. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm a fan of Suns now. You know,
good.
Excited. I just
The
wanna
Phoenix
say,
Suns?
I hope everybody enjoyed our game. Yeah, sure, the Phoenix Suns.
Good.
I did want to say this Untouchable draft is looking really good. I mean, I think he picked almost some of the ideal green-blue heroes, at least, in my opinion.
Yep.
What do you think about this?
I agree. I mean, I thought that he would. I thought Para would end up trying to go for a blue draft again because it is against green in general. Maybe he actually keeps Earthshaker as a 1-up. Actually, no, not gonna happen. Yeah,
Well,
I think.
I know that.
Mhm.
Yeah, Troll is definitely one of Pero's favorite draft heroes, and you know I saw when we came in that he already had DP and Troll, so I'm pretty sure he just first picked them. I mean, I'm not sure what was available for blue, but you know, that's what he likes to start his draft.
I mean,
so.
is there a bad blue hero, blue power van? You tell me.
I think it can be awkward sometimes to play, you know, the Meepo or the Vanessa, you know, or Arc, especially Arc because you can't pick your items in draft, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that one. But I actually think Meepo is pretty good with the bouncing rules, with the quick cast added, with the fact that you don't get gold for killing all of them now. I'm surprised we don't see him a little bit
Yeah,
more.
he's definitely like playable. I mean, he's just not like I'm gonna start off my draft with, you know,
Yeah, no, this is true.
with Meepo.
So we're seeing the bounty hunter track in front of DP. Doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of a response here. And Troll's going to be able to whittle away at this tower so far. So in terms of the heroes, who did you say you liked more?
Oh, I would say Untouchables heroes. I think he has like all the best. You know, overall, like Pero's draft looks good as well. I just, you know, in terms of just like raw OP heroes, I think that, you know, I would favor Untouchables.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I actually like every hero. I'm looking at it a little bit more closely. Like Magnus, we talked about this on the. I don't know if you agree. I think he has almost the most useless signature card in the game, but his ability is just really strong. Just being able to relocate heroes from another lane. I mean, if you get to late game, obviously, the Death Prophet Exorcism is crazy at finishing games, but with Bounty Hunter, you're going to be able to get some major items faster than Pero in all likelihood. Are you able to check decks? Do I need to reconnect here? I think I found a fix for this. Let me try it.
Well, speaking of that, let me get in game and watch there too.
Damn
Just
it!
on stream at the moment.
Oh, you're watching my stream. I see.
Yes.
So
I was a little surprised Unto didn't shoot the grazing shots on Troll so that, you know, you'd get a free blocker there.
oh, that's true. Yeah.
But I guess he's saving it for a later game, you know?
Yeah.
Because I feel Troll is very underwhelming if you can just every round or two, you know, chip a blocker in there. You just can't leave him alone, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this as well. Just having somebody to block him occasionally, just every couple rounds. It's not really going to do too much damage to the tower. All right. Looks like Magnus is placed in front of SF, so this is going to be a relocate old skewer here in all likelihood. But Infernal Amulet, the literal item put in just for SF, is applied. And the Kana, we didn't see one hook net against any Kana players today. I was a little bit surprised by that. I was getting, with all the Kana games I've been seeing, I feel like it's almost hard-coded in the game that if there's a Kana, the other player will be able to get hook net.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, to be honest. Like, you would see Kana being a lot more fair if you could just, you know, pick one or two items out of draft, you know? Then, like, I think Kana would just become any other hero, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if they implemented, like, Phantom Draft from Artifact 1, then it wouldn't be nearly the same, I think. Of course, I've said this a million times, but I think this draft is catered to the more casual side of things, which is, in theory, important if you want to continue development, but at this stage, maybe not. All right, so he skewers it away from the creeps here so he doesn't get the proc on to the creeps every round.
Yeah, I feel this is a good long-term move, but I'm a little skeptical in terms of now he can get the upkeep kill against Magnus, right? Like the item is piercing damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if he just does like a grazing shot or, you know, the SF proc. Oh, here comes the grazing shot.
Yeah. But Battle Trance will pretty much counter all this. So he's going to be able to get the kill through combat now. Shadow Walk's not going to be able to save him either. In fact, you might need to just Shadow Walk PA, potentially, to put him in this mid lane or something. Maybe not. You still have Bounty Hunter and Drow coming in.
Yep. I was wondering what I was missing because honestly, I was like, there's no way that Peril's, making this kind of mistake here. And yeah, he's dominating, I think, that lane for sure.
Yeah, and Timber Chain's going to be up next round as well. We are getting to 5 mana, so Coup de Grace is available to use, and kind of an awkward hand, actually. So hoping for, in terms of Untouchables perspective, for a better top deck here.
Yeah, Unto has not drawn a great hand. With this extra battle trance, Peril has a lot of options. He can even keep Troll alive if he wants to.
All right, so he's actually going to give up a lot of damage in this mid lane as a result of this bounce. So this bounce tracks the Nyx Assassin, and we're going to see Coup de Grace use. It's going to actually give up Presence of the Dark Lord. The Vendetta actually had 0 play other than killing the PA, which was obviously what was going to happen there. And I don't think you can Vendetta in place anymore. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure they made that change.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they also made that change because it's only open spots and that's a block spot technically. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think
that's
he was
a lot of gold
hoping
now.
to get the Drow showing somewhere, but that's too optimistic.
Yeah, a handy this new Red Mist Siege Master, which does 2 siege. Able to be
Yeah,
able to
it's really
spend
done
time on.
a big number on this game. That 1-round play has been responsible for 5 or so damage so far. Probably another couple this round as well. Without any hero commitment over here, you've done real damage this lane.
Actually puts the Greevil in front of a creep because he knows he's going to get another one, and it's actually another one that is the same guy. So he's going to get another one. I think he's looking for the cleave, potentially, to put in front of one of these heroes. Which would do, it's not a lot of damage, but a decent amount. He gets... he keeps getting the same one. Good. So he's going to have 9 Greevils in his deck. Let's see what he gets now.
Wow.
All right, he got he has a Thieving Greevil and a Gash. God, that's annoying. What is this?
This is a truly cursed blessing, to be honest, because now he's just going to be drawing Greevils the rest of the game.
I don't know how you feel. I feel like Greevils are legit good, especially in draft, because a lot of times there's no response to just chump blockers. And you just get an infinite amount. But
I do
then
think
again, SF is amazing against these 1/1s, so maybe not.
Yeah, especially SF with the amulet draw. Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and you have
It's
Omni
like,
Knight with
jump
the
blockers,
purification. Yeah, you actually have a decent amount this game.
Yeah.
So
that's what make those heroes so valuable and constructive. Like both SF and Omni, they're sort of natural chump block counters, and that shuts down so much. So.
Well, you can get a free kill onto Death Prophet here. Of course, I would assume Magnus ends up blocking SF here. We'll see.
But do you? Because well, you want to take down that middle lane. I feel like he may want to race, left and middle lane. Because if he just blocks SF, he's still gonna lose that lane, right? You really want to make some progress somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. You're not really getting good value out of Skewer. You might be able to... You'll be able to Skewer in front of PA, but the damage done from Skewer will be applied to Omni. So this minus armor doesn't really... Like, you won't be able to get a kill or anything like that. Still has 6 mana. Raid is in his deck, which is huge. Whirling Death is pretty
Whirling
good.
Death is looking great on left lane, I think.
Oh yeah.
That's a kill on bounty, huh?
Yeah, it brings PA to
And
1
1 hit
HP,
point
which
to-
a Greevil should take care of, but the coup de grace. So no more minus armor. And no more here in this vicinity. So that's definitely the good play there. So we're
Yeah.
going to see the skewer. It will be onto SF. So it's going to kill Magnus, although he has Battle Trance. So we're going to see Battle Trance on Magnus yet again. Yeah, I forget that you can't see their decks, right? So
Yeah, that's my problem here. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
I mean,
I
you
mean,
Healing
100%
Blade?
get rid of SF.
You Healing Blade SF here to live through this?
I think you do.
Because he
He's
doesn't
such
have
a key
Requiem
hero.
up. Yeah. You don't have enough to Shadow Walk. Like, how does he survive next round? I guess you can
Yeah,
just... You can't bounce either. You have no heroes coming in.
Oh, that's a tough one. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure it's worth saving him this round.
Yeah, he's been passing. Now that there's 0 mana on Pero's side, and he's going to Healing Blade at the last moment in the other lane instead. Okay, so this gives initiative back to Pero with Nyx Assassin's Vendetta being up this time. So Drow or Bounty or PA are dead. He gets to choose.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost certainly a draw, right? Because you still got 2 black heroes in left lane, and left lane's pretty... I mean, it's crucial. I don't know.
But yeah, if you kill Drow, then you're giving up 12 damage to this tower. You can't get there this round. I actually don't know what the right play is here. It depends on what's in his hand. So we do have another Greevil, of course. Which, I mean, if you Vendetta PA, you just Greevil in front of Bounty and hope he doesn't have anything.
Oh, so he is saving left lane.
Oh, he picked up a Sheepstick, I just realized. So all this Bounty gold is stacking up. So this gives 5 attack, and you can Sheep somebody, or Hex them. And the Hex lasts as long as the cooldown. It's actually pretty insane. Pretty good item.
Yeah, it's quite strong. I mean, it's always rough to buy these 35 gold items, but you know, this is a really nice one. To have come up in your draft, it's a lot better than, like, I don't know, a lot of the defensive items are really you know, really situational.
Yeah, the old, I don't know if, I can't remember how much, is it 30 gold? The Nullifier feels like it's never used. Ooh, Sheepstick on Omni Knight. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What happens if you Hex
So
a
I guess
unit that's going back to Fountain? Do you know?
I really don't. I was actually just wondering about that because usually it doesn't dispel, or at least it tells you if it's going to.
I mean, I would assume that you get unhexed because, like, what would you deploy a hexed unit? I actually have no idea. That would be weird. All right, so Greevil
Yeah, it does
blocking
surprise me a lot.
Bounty again. All right, and a raid.
A raid? Wow.
What? Okay, I'm confused.
You know, I was thinking that he would want to keep the initiative.
Killer. Ooh. Ooh, that is a
so
cool play. Wow. So
Yeah,
raid
that's-
into Killer Instinct, which anytime you pass gives 2 damage to a unit. So that ends up being enough to kill Bounty, who is going to be going back to Fountain thanks to Shadow Walk. That's
Do
pretty
you
nice.
think he self-repels here? This is what he's debating because he can steal back the initiative, which I think is really going to be pretty key next
Yeah, I
round
think-
because he wants to be able to get initiative to sheep.
Right. And I think the fact that you have 2 means yes, probably.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the
this
only problem
means
with this is
you
that-
need multiple heroes mid now.
Yeah, I mean he's deploying 4 heroes though. That's the kicker.
Together,
Probably
we
not going to
will
be too
not
bad
fail.
of a problem to get 2 heroes mid.
Yeah, and we should mention Repel against Exorcism, which is in hand for Pero. That's the literal best counter in the game.
Yeah. Okay, so we got SF left. which makes a lot of sense. So, how's the game plan looking here for Untoward? Pretty rough, right?
Yeah, he's like all 3 of his towers have taken significant damage, whereas he's done damage to 2. Vendetta is down though. Troll's gonna continue to whack away at this bad guy, but oh, if you could get a green hero, it's unfortunate. Home field advantage in this left lane would be amazing. But instead, DP's gonna be in front of Drow, so we'll get that kill through combat. Has Exorcism, and you won't be able to get a green hero there to actually repel it. So I think... I actually don't think there's anything you can do about this. You could put down a Revtel Convoy
this
as
is
just a
brutal.
annoying unit, but doesn't really do
I mean,
much.
there's one thing you could do that's like very marginal. Like in this case, you really wouldn't want to, but you know, you could repel off the regen from from DP and kill her, but that's not gonna be great when you really want to be able to repel Exorcism later.
Yeah, that is true. And we can see Pero has 2 Exorcisms in his hand right now. And the other 2 cards are Clear the Deck and Whirling Death, which don't really find much value right now. So I would be hard-pressed to see anything other than Exorcism being used right now. Of course, you could use Exorcism on Nyx to get this tower immediately, which he will actually do.
Yeah, I think that is actually the play.
And now
'Cause
you can
just,
TP Nyx to mid.
TP. Mm-hmm.
And the sad thing about this from Untouchable's perspective is you probably will not be putting a unit in front of Death Prophet. You're not expecting another Exorcism. So I think he just wins the beginning of next round, most likely.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, hats off to Pero. Like I said, I thought coming into this that Unto had just a really great set of heroes, but you can see the way that Pero's also able to put together great comps and just creatively really devastate here.
Oh, he does get repel value at least. All right, that's 1 Exorcism down. So this actually could change the complexion of the game. So now you don't have to put a unit in front of Nyx. He's a 3 damage whatever hero. These 2 towers are pretty low. You have to put somebody... Of course, you don't know that he has Exorcism, but assuming that you know, you need somebody close to Death Prophet.
I think unfortunately that he has to block both of them, because he does also have to just, if Nyx Exorcisms, sure, he needs 1 more damage, but...
Yeah, true. So I think you put Shadow Fiend in this last lane because you have the Infernal Amulet, and the chances are pretty good that Requiem gets the kill on Death Prophet anyway. And then you put like PA in front of Nyx, but this is not going to be the case. So we can see that Pero is just going to win the game when it's his turn.
Yeah, unless there's like a gank or something gets drawn. Does he have that?
Yeah,
oh, he has
that's
2,
true.
So
could top deck it. Very true.
pray for the gank.
Yeah.
I guess he hasn't finalized yet, so...
Yeah, he still has time to think about it. Of course, he obviously cannot see the enemy hand. The enemy being Pero in this case. So yeah, gank would help.
Pero has no deploys, right?
What's that?
Yeah, gank is good in this situation. I mean, does he win?
Oh! He got it.
Oh,
the thing is, like, we can see this, right? Will he actually gank Death Prophet? Does he think there's a second Exorcism?
I think he will.
Nope.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh,
And
that's
GG.
a heartbreaker.
Man, he was in
bad
really
about
good
that one the whole
position
time.
too. Oh man, he was in really good. So the thing is, even if he ganks there, the Requiem won't come out again because there was a Spike Carapace in hand as well. So I think in that case, you still have a good chance to win, but yeah, he was going for the YOLO play kind of here. But GG. So that's game 1.
Yeah, that was quite a game. Nice ending there. I mean, great drafts from both of them.
It looks like we got another one going. I see pro position 6 in my voice. Do you guys want to cast with all of us? This would be fun. Let me ask him if he wants to. I guess I can just bring him in. I mean, why else would he join? Pro position 6. Are you there, young man?
I am right here. Hi. Hi,
Gr-
guys.
Greeting. Let me just equalize your volume here. You're very loud. One moment. All right, talk again.
I would put my headphone on.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. I can actually hear myself. All right. Untouchable. Down 0-1 in this best of 3.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yep.
Testing.
Sounding good?
So as you can see from the bracket, pro position 6. Not to bring up hard times here, my friend. But you did lose to Don Armand. Big upset. How was that series for you? It went to 3 games.
I think I made a mistake on my third game. Like I had Liso there, but I missed it. It was very. I enjoyed playing, and my opponent was a really good player. So yeah, I enjoyed it and made a best player win.
Was that the second game of the best of 3?
I think the third game I had Liso on the right lane because I had that 2-mana card. I forgot what's the name of it.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. And then I can TP mid.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I missed but let's go back to the game right now. Mono red versus red and black.
All right, I believe we have =4 also coming in.
Ooh, it's a bit fun.
So we'll see. Once he joins, we can have a good old party here. And =4. I'm trying to forgetting everything. He lost the untouchable, so which is actually playing right now. So 1-0 for Pero. Would you guys agree that he is the favorite from the beginning to win this, or do you think draft kind of like changes things up? Because a lot of you are constructed players, minus Don Armand.
I mean, for me, I think Pero was the favorites, just because he originally raised up playing draft, and so I knew he was extremely strong as a draft player. He only got into constructed kind of in the second half of it, and he's definitely been playing that lately. But I think just brushing up, he'd be just fine. I actually think Underscore also is a very strong contender. Actually, just
=4. One second,
personally-
sorry. =4. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
One moment. Let me turn you down. One moment. All right,
Yeah,
speak.
I'm here.
Speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Great. You guys can
Okay.
interrupt me
Is
at any
this good?
time.
Like,
Yeah,
is
you're
the volume
perfect.
okay?
Yep, you're good. You're good. So =4. Since we have you now, tell me about your experience so far versus the Untouchable who's playing right now.
Wait, I think I should mute the stream. Yeah,
Yes.
I think I made a mistake in the first game. So I had the force staff that I could use on the what's it called, the Necrophos, and that.
Mhm.
But I thought Unto would do something, so I was waiting for that. So, but somehow, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would change anything, but yeah, I'm still a little.
Yeah, I'm
sorry
trying to.
about that, I guess.
Some of these games are melding together for me, but I'm pretty sure that was
a
the
double pass
series
round.
where game 2 was that. Yeah, was that the game 2 was the time where somebody
was game
like both
one.
of you
No,
passed, right?
Yeah. But that pass was a mistake from him.
Right. Right. Yeah, I
Both
remember that.
were
And then
kind of
I
too,
think
I guess, liberal. Yeah.
I think one of you, again, I'd have to look at the VOD again. Somebody missed lethal. At least I thought so, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Oh, really?
You'd have to go back and watch it.
Unto missed a draw. Like,
Mhm.
he could have DP'd the draw. Instead of blocking the Thunderhide, he could have just hit the tower and that would be a draw. I
Right.
think. But yeah, I don't. Anyway,
All right.
it was
Well,
a very good match, I guess.
yeah, that was an epic match for
Very
sure.
fun tournament.
So Pero
That's good.
versus
What you guys
Untouchable
think?
again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering what other people thought about the round one play from Pero. He had a lot of options. He opted to play the income, the gold mine, which is like the safe play for sure.
Mhm.
But he also could have put presence and traded with Ursa, and he also could have even done Spike Carapace and kept SF alive.
Can we see which items he has? Because if he has a good item, then for sure the gold mine is better. I think.
Yeah, I can't see his items.
Yeah, I haven't been able to check the decks at all today, but the items he picked up were just basic right now. Force Staff and Healing Blade.
Force Staff's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of value come out of it. So
More training never.
So which
Lots of
hero
returns.
draft lineups do you guys prefer for this game?
I think I like Untouchables more, but that's kind of just because I'm a Lich hater, because I never draw Chain Frost, but Pero drew it, so maybe his draft is better.
I actually liked Pero's draft coming out of this. I was
Ready to fight.
a little surprised he didn't use his other hero actually though instead of say Lich, but I did think this is
Yeah.
a good red drac. But I'm kind of just an SF lover, so
Pero does have the LC and Sven, which are maybe two of the best heroes in the game in draft, so that's pretty good going from here.
Pro position
yeah,
6.
that's really what I was looking at.
What do you think, buddy? What do you think of these two?
I
drafts?
like the Pero's draft. Legion's pretty strong in pickup heroes, and the Lich is also very good in mid and late game. So, yep, I would say I like the Pero's draft.
Okay. What about you, Shannon? You got
I mean, SF is pretty damn good. Not gonna lie. I don't think Bristle is very good, unless it's against blue. I don't know if that's just me. I feel like he's pretty garbled.
Right.
Although you do have Iron Sharpens Iron, which is pretty much in every Bristle deck in draft, right? Which now you have double, and these stack additively. This is actually crazy how this stacks. So interested to see how that works.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I had to
I guess
have
for the viewers,
a
like
yeah. You go ahead and explain it because I had to have like a literal 30-minute conversation with a Valve developer on how this stacked because I literally didn't understand. Like I could not wrap my brain around it. So one of you guys take it.
yeah. So what it does is every time you use this rates, it causes every time you take damage, like an instance of damage. So even if it's like kind of blocked by armor, I think. But anyway, every time you take the damage, what happens is you get +1 attack, and to kind of get it rolling, every round at the start you take 1 damage. So it's you get a trade-off effect, and you're also guaranteed to get the damage on it. So that's all good. And the crazy part about it though is if you have 2 of them together, what happens is you take 1 instance of damage, and then both of them get +1, and then you take another instance of damage, and so you get another +2. So you get a total of +4 every round. And because it's Bristle, every time you take damage, you get Cool Spray. So, that's
So
quite the combo
correct me
right
if I'm
now.
wrong. If you get 3 of these, which I've seen in constructed, you get 9 damage every round. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct. It ramps with the square of the number of.
This feels like one of those forced cards that hey, this makes Bristleback good, but hey, this card's absolutely garbage on every other hero.
I guess it's not bad on Centaur.
Die for me.
It's all
Yeah, that could be okay on Centaur.
Tide Hunter, I guess, is also okay. But yeah, it's kind of just a Bristleback card.
So, would you guys go for the double Iron Sharper Irons next round? Now that you're gonna have 6 mana coming up, like, is that actually a priority?
No, not really. We need to save mana for the creep and other stuff. I don't think you would put it that way. I mean, you can go one and the other in the next round.
I'll probably say no because he's losing the other lanes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of a slow play.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have extra mana to do that in the left lane anymore.
That is basically the problem with Iron Sharpens Iron. Even when you have like so much synergy on Bristle. 3 mana is a lot of mana, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
And
don't
tap
use
the
it on
pick twice,
turn
you know?
1, you kind of don't use it the whole game. And that's kind of how I feel about it.
Yeah, not until like late game, you know, if you have.
Yeah, unless you have something like Crystal Maiden or something like that.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden. All the red blue decks with Crystal
Yeah.
Maiden and Crystal, you know. not,
So
not the most
Nyx
popular heroes.
has Spike Carapace, or has Vendetta still. Which against this lineup doesn't really do that much. You need extra damage on top of that to actually get kills. Unless Bristle was open to be taken out here.
I mean, he does have Presence of Dark Lord on him too, right? So that
True.
does apply, I think, on the strike.
Yeah.
So he could take out Ursa.
Did you guys know if you had... This is going to be like random mechanic questions. I don't know if it's a bug. You tell me. Ristul Emblem, -2 armor, right? You put it on Timbersaw, you Timber Chain across somewhere. Should that do 3 damage to units?
I mean, I think it should, but I don't think it does.
Correct. Well, that's my understanding, at least. It definitely does not.
The same thing for toss. So I had a deck idea where I used the Dark Blight shield and I would toss people to kill them, but the armor doesn't work that way. So the deck doesn't work.
So you need a 50 gold item to toss. That's your deck? 50 gold item for -7 armor or whatever it is.
Because for black green you can get a lot of gold very easily. So if you can toss like somebody and kill from just for mana, just a cross lane kill, that would be pretty valuable.
Yeah, that sounds pretty hilarious. All right, we're gonna see a Slash It, which was renamed from what was it before? Now that has new beautiful art. Yeah, Punch It. That's right. Yeah, I think that is right. All right, so what is the state of the game right now? So, from Untouchable's perspective, he's only really done damage to this middle tower, and Ursa's already going to get taken out here. This is not looking good. He only has Timbersaw coming in next round. 2 damage off lethal with 5 mana remaining, and only 2 for Untouchable. I mean, Whirling Death could mitigate 2 damage. I guess with Ristul Emblem, no, it's still not enough for a kill. You might have to Force Staff Sven here.
Good Force Staff, yeah.
Who else wants to try me?
Okay. Ristul Emblem onto Bristle, so the Quill Spray will kill Lich. But I don't, like, from Para's perspective, I don't think you care about Lich anymore.
Yeah, I don't like this play. I'd like the Force Staff a lot more, personally. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah.
I think he will use the Force Staff.
I think he still will use it, yeah. He has the mana for it.
Yeah.
I see. So they're saying he's just not using the Quill Spray, right?
No, he's not.
Looks like he's passing. Okay, so now you can't Force Staff anymore. So Whirling Death still doesn't kill anything, really, but it does mitigate just enough damage to survive this round. But it feels like this is just inevitable. He's going to be able to get this next round. I mean, against a Timbersaw Centaur.
Himself, right?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, he can Force Staff himself. Huh.
Oh, looks like Lich is actually going to live. All right, so for Untouchable... Ooh, this is a rough one. He actually lost the first game pretty badly, and kind of looks like this is just happening again. This Spirit Swordsman will actually do 4 damage right off the bat to Lich. And Quill Spray won't be able to kill him, though, because of how armor works now. So I guess the question is where Para is getting the second tower. No raid in hand, at least. Oh. I guess Quill Spray does get the kill. Did I miss that damage? So yeah, Quill Spirit will be able to get
It's
that.
because
pretty
of the
easily.
amulet, I think, gave 1 more damage than you
Yeah.
were expecting.
Oh yeah, the Bristleback passive. True.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually
think
thought that's
Pero
the Quill
actually
Spirit you're
goes
referring
for
to.
the ancient here actually because he has an oath. Like, I think this could be a play.
Alright, Legion Banner Sarah to start things out. Yeah, Oath in hand is pretty freaking scary for this lane because I mean, if you're in Untouchable's perspective, you lose this tower this round. Do you actually go back to this lane? Like, do you respect this ancient potential? Like, without seeing the cards? I don't know if I do. I guess you can see the deck to see he has Oath, but he probably doesn't have more than one.
Yeah, that's... this Assassin I thought would come out here. Because now you're providing this extra threat here. Like,
I think he's going back mid because he needs to push mid. Like Untouchable needs to push mid too.
Maybe it's time to finally iron sharpens iron. Nope, never mind.
the whole game's
this
gonna
is
change? No.
This is a good play. You get the Quill Spray onto 2 now.
Yeah, that's a lot of value. That's really important because it's, you know, essentially shutting down that lane.
Give us your lives for my sorceries.
And it gets a free draw out of it at the very least. Still has 6 mana, by the way, but Chain Frost pretty much useless against Bristle. And Untouchable completely out of mana now. Can apply Force Staff, but that's just for 2 damage.
I think he plays the Legion? Yeah. You know, I'm kind of surprised he played the Legion where he did. You know, he chump blocks 2 damage there, but he could have placed it in front of the creep and took, you know, the round start effect.
Yeah. I mean, this creep is god tier. I absolutely love it. It's 5 mana just for a chump blocker. Feels pretty bad, but he does get the tower regardless. And Timbersaw is actually soloing this 3rd lane. We'll be able to get in a potentially with 1 other unit in this round. So only SF coming, I believe, for Pero, whereas PL and Ursa coming.
Pero's
yeah,
just picked up Warhorn, so I kind of push a lot of damage mid.
Oh boy, yeah, Warhorn Oath, that's almost certainly lethal in this lane if no heroes come defending. So see if Untouchable takes the risk
Timber
here.
can always go mid.
That's true.
You know, even if the heroes come, there's, you know, Chain Frost. You like Chain Frost and Oath. So, it's a tough decision, I think.
Wait, Oath is...
Well,
oh
tough
yeah, Oath
spot.
is 2 mana now, huh? That's right. I keep thinking it's the old Oath. Okay, so Phantom
1.0
Lancer...
I love that Oath.
Yeah, that was my favorite card in Artifact 1.0. Alright, so Shadow Fiend into the 3rd lane. Wow, you do have a Time of Triumph in this deck. I don't know if you'll make it that far, but could be a good finisher for next round, potentially. Not seeing any raid in hand still, so no way to force combat, no hesitation. 2 Iron Sharpened Irons in the hand. Just wanted to throw that out there again, just in case you guys forgot. The classic. Is there a signature card for you guys that just feels like it's always stuck in your hand? Because for me, it's Culling Blade. Or if I ever pick Wraith King, which never happens, his signature card. See a Chain Frost here.
Oh, okay.
I think Arc Wardens, kind of.
Okay, Spark
For
Wraith.
me,
Yeah.
it's Chen.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Chen's is okay. It got a little bit better over the months.
It is, but, you know. You draw 2 of those in your starting hand, that's not a good feeling.
So Chain Frost kills the creeps and weakens up the heroes, so now Requiem is guaranteed to kill at least one of them. And there's no real way to counter that. Although you can put down a Legion Scouting Party and really hope that it's enough, which he actually will. Okay. Again, a little surprised he didn't put that in front of the creep still. Like, I don't... This 2 damage, I guess with Viscous Nasal Goo. That's what he's thinking. There's the Warhorn, so extra damage. And Oath still available, which means if he Oaths, he obviously cannot Requiem because he's out of mana. So we'll see how this last couple mana points are going to be really important.
I don't think he'll Oath, personally. What do you
Yeah.
I think Timber is probably going mid right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised SF didn't Requiem,
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
because you can wait on that Horn play. I mean, does Timber want to go mid, though? It's, you know, you become a jump blocker. It's not a good feeling.
Looks like he's doing it.
Take one for the team.
All right. Still a TP scroll in hand, so... Sven could get a free kill on Ursa if he wants, or he can just block him completely. Or any hero for that matter. All right, it's up to Untouchable to finish the round or not. So Sven lives with 1 HP, so Forstaff's going to have to be on Timbersaw to get this trade, and this will
You see what's coming, don't you?
indicate whether to Para actually wants to give up initiative here. Man, imagine if Bristleback had an Iron Sharpens Iron. He would actually be doing damage to the tower. Sometimes wish that you could have decimal points, because I feel like it would be playable if it was 2.5 mana. You know what I mean? 2 mana is too good, probably. Looks like we're just gonna pass.
Especially because of Ogre, like you can multicast it like turn 1 with Wisdom Maiden if it's 2 mana. Like that's way too good.
All right, I think we're gonna get an upgrade here. 41 gold. Depending on what's actually in his deck. Sometimes it's just not items that you want, but we'll see.
That Claymore, how do you resist?
Claymore is solid, no doubt. Yeah, this is where I really wish I could see what items are in this deck here. All right, going for the Artificer's Mail. So this will allow him to block more damage and potentially apply more to a tower. And then Ristal Emblem as well. So Nyx, that's 6 damage, can kill Ursa with the Vendetta. Can kill Bristleback as well. Oh, the Spirit Swords actually kill Shadow Fiend. I did not see... I thought it would spawn here. Okay, that was a really good play to put Centaur in that slot. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But that should be game. Oath just finishes this game. So not able to get more than 1 tower here. In fact, he will not be getting 1 tower because this is the first combat phase. And no way to move. So that'll do it. So Pero on to the finals.
Look at me. I am a true
I understand this play. You just have to... It feels good to time a triumph. In a losing fashion, sadly, for Pero. All right.
The time is now.
That is a 2-0. Let's update the brackets here. Mr. Pero on to the finals. Who will he face? Will it be Underscore or the draft god Don Armand? See if we can get if they're ready to go. Who would you guys take in Don Armand versus Underscore?
For inviting me here. I gotta give my shout out to Underscore because he beat me about 5 times in a row yesterday when I was practicing. So, you know, if he doesn't take it, I'm gonna be very embarrassed. But best of luck. It should be a good series.
All right, thanks, buddy. GG's.
Yeah, thanks again. This has been a great tournament, so I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Very high production quality, I know. Very good. All right, so underscore versus Don Armand. What do you guys think, Mr. equals 4 and pro position 6? Who do you favor?
I favor underscore. I watched Don Amon playing yesterday, and I think he makes quite a bit of mistakes. Well, I lose to him, but I can still say that.
So what you're saying is you make more mistakes than Don Armand.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
The mistake you made was a little bit great.
All right, so
Yeah, I also think.
yeah, I think most people would say underscore man or underscore will have the advantage this game. Looks like we're going off for red-black already. And I know Don Armand, I haven't seen him play a lot of blue. He seems to stay away from blue from what I've seen.
What do you guys think about Bounty Hunter? I really don't like this hero. I almost never play Bounty Hunter.
Hold on one second.
I don't like him enough.
Yeah, because you can't really control what items you get.
Yeah.
All right, I think we have to restart the game. Don Armand has a bug where he literally can't see anything on the screen. He sent me a screenshot. All right, 2 versus 1. I think I'll take underscore in this scenario.
I like that one.
Yeah, Bounty, I don't know. I didn't pick him a lot early on, but lately I've actually been picking him more often. It actually feels okay because you're able to get these high tier items, and it feels like these like 35, 40 gold items most of the time are pretty impactful. It feels like the Horn of the Alpha is just always in my decks. I don't know why. And same with the PA Dagger, whatever that's called, that gets the kill right away. Which
Right, the 30 gold one.
I don't know why that's 30 gold. That's literally like 40 gold item in my opinion. It's crazy OP.
Yeah,
That's maybe
not
35.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think it's a 35. But
All right.
Okay, maybe first pick TIE Hunter. Probably going for a TIE Hunter.
Uh-oh, Don Armand's typing again. I hope it's not still bugged.
Well, you can tell him that if that bugs happen, he can just wait for a few seconds, click on the heroes, like even that he doesn't see it, and the bug would disappear. It's a minor bug.
Wait, say it again? Just type it in the group for him.
Okay, type in.
He's going to restart his game. I guess he didn't restart before. Game's in beta, guys. No big deal. They'll fix it soon. 3.0. How do I lose my rank already? What is this? I haven't played in 1 day. How fast does this go away? That's insane. Come on.
5 days. 5
Come
days.
on. You're saying I haven't... Wait, when did I last play? It's been 2 days. What is this?
You have to play five games, I think, in 5 days. So maybe the last 2 days you haven't played enough games to keep your rank.
See, I played on the 6th. It's been 5 days, and I don't know, whatever. I guess I only play on stream. Although you guys have been playing a lot lately, so I've had a lot of content to cast on my stream, so I haven't had to play. Tell him to go into settings and adjust graphics settings, then change it back. Well, that's another option. Thank you, Claws. Okay, he says all is okay now. All right. 3 times the charm. All right, underscore starting off with some blue. Blue filth. Oh, it could be a blue-black, potentially. Uh-oh.
I would definitely take the Legion there instead of the PA, personally. I don't know.
I would agree with that.
Would you take... Like, in that case, when you take Troll, and you're giving up Earthshaker. What do you guys think about that? Am I the only one that thinks Earthshaker is like third best blue hero behind Kana Prelix?
I agree. So yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, okay. This is a good opportunity to talk about Mazzy, because from the people I've talked to, it's very polarizing. Do you guys like this hero?
I
him.
do. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'll go ahead. I do like Mazzy, but against some decks, it's pretty weak. Against if your opponent has like really like many creeps and you just block Mazzy, then it's pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also like him, especially if you have something like a Legion Commander or a Troll. Like, if you get the early attack item, it can be pretty big.
All right, so this is going to be a 4 blue with... I mean, is there any way he's dropping Kana? I'd be shocked. He's actually keeping PA as the one of. Okay, I have not seen this since Artifact 1, where mono colors were like the king, and you just have a random PA. So
I really don't like PA. I think super weak.
Yeah, especially in a mono, because it's just your literal body. It feels like other heroes that you have as mono, like a Tidehunter types or Underlord especially, it just feels like you get way more value, like regardless of what cards you draw. But we'll see how this works out.
I'm kind of surprised that the axe is not deployed on the creep, because that way the PA just become useless after this turn.
Right. Yeah, I've talked about that with like Ursa. I love doing that against Ursa, because it's all he's there for is to hit heroes, and if he's behind creep, even if he gets that first kill, he's behind a creep wave the entire game, unless he gets like phase boost or something.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I usually deploy Usa in mid instead of in the other lanes.
Oh, so you go for the one out of 3, huh?
Yep, I go for the 1 out of 3, but it's okay to hit towers. 5 damage is pretty good.
This battlefield belongs to Axe.
All right, well, he'll be expanding the wave with the Assassin's Apprentice, because it has quick strike here. But as the creeps continue to come by here, we'll continue to expand in favor of Underscore. And we're not seeing an early March of the Machines in hand. That's one of those cards, if you get it like round 2, could have a huge impact on the game.
I don't know why SF is not going like deployed on the turn 2. Instead, he deploys it on turn 1.
Yeah.
Why do you like it turn 2?
Because that counters Kana, but Kana's dead, so never mind.
I mean, it also is good to play SF in a lane that doesn't have Luna in general.
Yeah, because that 1 damage might hit creep, and the creep will block SF.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so he used the troll signature card on Axe to be able to survive, not only survive and take no damage, but kill the PA as well. So ended up working out decently. And this wave is not expanding because we talked about this before with Kana essentially stealing creeps from the other lanes. But now you're kind of getting the worst of this combo, because you bounce the Kana, so these creeps don't actually end up becoming doggos. So these lanes are just suffering even more. Because it's typically a trade-off. You don't get creeps here, but these ones are really strong. But now these are just super weak. So early advantage for Don Armand, I do believe. Now, he doesn't have an item in hand, so Mazzy can't really get buffed up here.
A healthy body fuels a healthy mind.
In fact, his hand is kind of weird. Wait. Oh, I can't see the items. Interesting. I was able to see them earlier. Huh, okay. Strange. What's on the troll, though? So, what is Troll's... So the disarm item from Mazzy is applied to him right now. So he's kind of just getting chump blocked constantly here. Get the -2 armor from Shadow Fiend signature card onto Mazzy. Still not enough for an actual kill here. So kind of an awkward turn for...
The shadow, he can cast the what's that called?
The Requiem.
Requiem, yeah, but okay.
Well, he has to hit both of them now if he does it.
He probably does it. I mean, it's 1 and 4.
He doesn't have faith.
Okay.
No faith.
No face.
If it was Pero, he would have done it. He would have gotten both as well. Pretty sure. All right, so now this is a massive round. 3 heroes deploying for underscore. Doesn't have any... Like, Echo Slam is 6. Doesn't have it in hand anyway. Burning Legions is really good. And you only have the 1 black hero, so it's got to be in a lane with PA. And Decay is especially good against heroes like Mazzy that have really high armor, because it just goes straight through. But it looks like Urshik is going to come in and fissure here. Yeah, Troll feels pretty worthless in this lane, not going to lie. And PA is going for a rematch against Axe, it looks like. But Laser will counter that, so PA will die again, it looks like. Very sad existence for PA. Somebody's asking about Morphling Whelp. So this is a 1/5 unit, and when you play it in front of a hero, pretty much, it'll just copy their passive, which varies. Or it's not just passive, it's any skills. So I would say it's pretty situational. Generally, not a good
it's
card.
Pretty good versus the Shadow Fiend because it copies also the number of chargers, so you get all the souls.
Does it copy the cooldown? Like if Requiem is on cooldown, is it on cooldown, or you get it off right away?
Yes, it copies the cooldown.
Okay. All right, that's kind of cool.
Wait, can underscore kill the SF mid lane with that 1 mana card?
Ventriloquy?
I don't think he can because the rocks are disarmed, so they won't. I mean, he can kill it on combat because of the hit ons, right? So the creep left will kill him, but he cannot kill him before combat.
So that's not magical damage. Okay. I'm not.
Yeah, Ventriloquy is physical.
Strikes. Okay, strike is physical.
Yeah, I wish they would have just called it physical damage. It actually makes it easier, especially if you're coming from Dota.
Right.
Yeah, but but the fact that it's a strike makes a little bit of a difference. So, for example, for PA, it deals 2 damage instead of just 1. Right? There is this kind of interaction because it's an actual strike and not just some kind of damage.
Pronto, have you returned?
I'm back.
Welcome, my friend. Welcome. We got a whole party in here.
We do. So what's the latest? Who's in? Who's out?
Well, Pero is in the finals in convincing fashion, and this series will determine who plays him. It's underscore versus Don Armand, the draft extraordinaire, who beat =4, but =4 says that he makes a lot of mistakes. Or wait, was it pro position stakes? I've already forgotten who played.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Wait, Don Armand makes a lot of mistakes, or Pro Position 6 made a lot of mistakes?
I watched him yesterday and for a few games, and I think he made quite a bit of mistakes. that was my impression, although I lose, but
Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Overcoming your mistakes.
That's right. I mean, the thing I like about 2.0, and I'm not saying I'm like a god tier player, but I win most of my games. And when I watch all of you play, I see like stuff that I would always do, you guys don't do, and you still win. So it just means that there's multiple ways, like so many different ways to play. It's like there's not always a correct answer. You know what I mean? That's what I love about this game. There's just so many different variations. Especially like even play style is a thing in this game.
Yeah, when I made a puzzle, and I wanted to have only one answer, but it somehow ended up having like 4 or 5. Like, it's crazy how many options you have in this game.
Yeah. All right, so
Luna can kill Axe and that creep with that 5-mana card.
Yeah, remote detonation. That is true. He didn't opt for it though. So 5 damage to any unopposed enemies. That would be these two. Although no, Axe has 1 armor, right? I thought that was -1 armor for some reason.
Yeah.
Negative. That's negative. Oh, is it not? Oh.
Yeah, it's down from 2, right? So.
Oh, okay. Then never mind.
But March of the Machines is available, and this feels pretty good. Pretty good.
Should use the Morphling Whelp ahead of the Disciple, followed by Ventriloquy and Taunt them all.
Oh, he actually does use this. Interesting. Say it again. Morphling into what?
I would have used Morphling on in front of the Disciple, and then Ventriloquy to taunt them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Morphling Whelp is kind of useless anyway, so it's a good way to actually use it and get rid of the Disciple. And plus, you're giving Luna and the 2 creeps more damage.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could theoretically use it in front of this creep as well, in front of SF, and it gains the damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would get the attack theoretically to kill SF.
And it could use Requiem. Maybe you can do that next turn.
Yeah, just gotta let SF get nice and fat and then copy him.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good. It's gonna go for the Ventriloquy now, which is enough via the combat phase at least. And yeah, there's nothing to be done from Don Armand's side. But he is getting this March of the Machines pretty active here. It's gonna get Earthshaker down to 2 HP to start next round. And this troll feels useless, man. I mean, he's here. I don't know what his purpose is, really. Is he really even slowing this down? Not sure. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Feels bad to be this troll right now. Because you've put 2 items on him. You've expended a lot of resources into this hero. Whereas like Mazzy's still untouched, right? He's still a 2/2/4.
I want you not to mess with the
this is where Mazzy feels bad.
But look at this March. That is massive. You do have Temple of War, though, so Mazzy doesn't have to be a baby anymore.
How much is the charge for Eclipse?
6.
Whoa. It's pretty big.
Yeah, so mid lane is completely wiped out with an Eclipse. But then you just die to March of the Machines at the beginning of the next round. So we saw, who was that? Battle Trance on the Tinker? Who'd that kill? The Luna. Okay. And now you can go for a call, so you're dealing 7 damage to this tower. So Don Armand's going to get first blood here. And still with 3 mana to work with.
I think Don Armand actually wins this game. Because he cannot... Understar cannot save both heroes in middle. Like they're going to die from the March next turn. Mm-hmm. He has the SF deploy plus the TP, so I don't know how he's going to feel about it.
Yeah, there's no way to... You have no heroes coming in to bounce any of these guys, so yeah, you're right. Everything... Although this has 1 armor, right? This guy? The Acolyte?
Wait, is it possible to take left lane with the cards? Is it possible?
Let's
I think
see.
it's possible to take left lane.
You're 3
I
off.
think it's possible. He has that 1 mana card. Use it on Sky, Ref Mage.
Yeah, you put down a melee
Yeah,
creep
me
as
too with the
well.
creep, right?
Yeah. You put a melee creep here, and then you Diabolic Conclusion on Sky. So yeah, it looks like a potential trade here. All right. Gonna Force Staff. I think Concussive Shot actually gets him. Not only does he get initiative back, but the minus armor means Trample's doing 1 more damage to the tower, so that's really nice.
Yeah, that was a nice play.
Okay.
All right. Traded towers here.
So underscores can probably cast Eclipse next turn in mid.
Yep, that is true.
Which
This
is
guy's going to be
he'll-
alive.
He'll be dead to the march, won't he?
No,
I think
like
he has 1
need
armor
the
here.
TP.
Right.
You need the TP.
Does this not have 1 armor?
Oh,
Am I
right.
crazy?
Oh,
Yeah, this thing survives.
you're not
Yeah,
crazy. You're totally correct.
It's straight away. Otherwise, the SF is going to Requiem, right? I mean, he can still TP.
Yeah,
Would you
this
guys
Temple
put
of
SF
War
near the 2
giving up
heroes?
initiative. What heroes are coming?
I
in?
mean, he already had initiative because of the concussive shot. So.
Oh, right. You're right. All right, SF gets massive damage now. But yeah, Eclipse cleans him up. You kind of want to wait for somebody to TP over, though. I would think. Because 6 Eclipse charges... I mean, if it's Tinker coming over, I don't know if that kills everybody. I don't think it does. This takes 3. This will take 4. So you only have 2 to kill. So if Axe comes over, even if he gets Temple of Ward first, I think he dies. But Tinker does not. If my math is correct. Of course, you could just blink over the old Troll Warlord. That's been worthless in this lane.
Yeah, you could blink troll, put the standard bearer down.
All right. Kana comes over. So for those that are wondering, this creep essentially acts as a blue hero. So you can cast blue spells. Okay. So I just wanted to get rid of the creep. Also a cheap way to kind of just pass your turn.
I think the game's looking okay for underscore right now.
I don't know if I don't think he can eclipse right now, right? I don't think there's any way he can eclipse right now.
No, he would not.
All right, this is a really good creep to have with Kana. So it's a 2/2. Obviously, it'll die when it's back to his turn, and it has a death effect that creates a zombie. So you're effectively getting 2 creeps out of this. It's very strong.
Very annoying.
Yes, that too. All right, so he put Temple of War on Axe, which I understand. Oh, he's actually blinking over Troll. Okay. So this gives him enough HP where Eclipse doesn't really do that much. It might still kill SF, though. Has a good chance. What the What?
I bet he's wishing he didn't use that Requiem earlier.
Wow. All right, well, he puts a giant-ass Assassin's Shadow to kill Kana, which it doesn't look like there's any way out of that for underscore. My God, those Eclipse bounce, that's insane.
He can put down another melee crit mid and get some more damage on the tower, though.
Yeah, but keep in mind, another March of the Machines proc coming in. Luna is the only hero to be deployed versus Mazzy. And Mazzy, again, has yet to put an item on himself, I believe. So you're going to feel his wrath very shortly.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the Morphling Whelp come out on Shadow Fiend now.
Yeah, could be, could be. All right, I'm losing track of time. This is game 1, right?
I think this is game 1.
Yes. I don't want to say yes because I just got here.
Just say yes. Make it easier.
Yes. Yes, it's game 1.
All right, so Luna has a 1 out of... I mean, I think Mazzy comes to this lane, so probably a 1 out of 4 to get this Lucent Beam. Okay, he's actually bouncing. All right, fair enough. So March of the Machines will kill the 2 remaining creeps. All right, he has Spring the Trap.
Ooh.
I mean, I would actually think about putting it in the first lane. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it's a bit risky. That's a lot of mana expending.
Probably the third lane, I would say.
This hand is absolute garbage for underscore.
Yeah.
All right, puts down a Whelp, which copies the innate abilities of Mazzy, which are of literal no use.
Just die already.
Although, did he get the... He doesn't get the -2 armor thing, does he? I don't think so.
No.
All right, just trying to heal up so that he can actually kill this creep. We do have Call available on Axe and another kind of awkward hand.
Is it, would it be lethal if the Springs Trap goes to the right lane and then the Horn also goes to the right lane? Would that be lethal? Lot of mass there. I can't calculate.
Wait, what Horn?
The item on Mazzy.
Oh, I didn't even see that he played it.
It would be if you equip the Healing Blade. I think with the Healing Blade it is exactly lethal.
Okay, well, potential missed lethal here then. Still doing a lot of damage to this mid tower. We got 2 heroes coming out for Don Armand versus Underscore, who has 3. Although it looks like Luna will... Actually, does have another strength potion.
Underscore probably needs to use Ventriloquy on that creep to block the Assassin's Shadow.
Doesn't it kill the creep, though? So this item that was put on Mazzy, this is the deal damage ahead of you, so you can actually kill this creep. So Ventriloquy will have to be used on Luna to sacrifice herself. Or you can block with another Morphling Whelp, I suppose. Only 1 mana remaining here.
Seconds remaining.
And then Shadow Fiend's coming back with Requiem next turn.
Yes, this is true. All right, so there it comes, the Ventriloquy. So the taunt onto Luna. So
well,
this turn
Earthshaker
is...
will be back with Visionet. So.
Yeah, I just realized he hasn't even drawn Echo Slam yet. That would be nice. Although against Mazzy, it's of no use, I guess, at this stage of the game.
No, Fissure's good, though, against Mazzy.
So Don Armand, I've seen give up initiative a lot. I feel like you can't give initiative up here. I don't know how you guys feel. Like, calling these creeps is nice to get some extra damage, but it's only 3 damage. Or even applying a healing blade.
He doesn't have initiative now, so you think he could phase boot Skywrath? Yeah, that's what he's done.
Okay, so a little bit extra damage to the tower. And he has another strength thing for 3 extra damage. Oh, excuse me. Oh, good stuff.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right, so 12 HP tower. Do you think Shadow Fiend comes to this lane? Yeah, so he's going to get initiative back. So now, perhaps Healing Blade you could call as well. You're saving the call. Okay.
So maybe he sends Canna to the left lane to convert that creep because he's got Diabolic and he's got double Diabolic, and then all you have to do is survive the mid lane, which you can do because of Fissure.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're done Armon, you put SF on the right lane, so that way you'd threaten 2 lanes.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's not a
if
bad
that's enough damage.
I mean, if you put him right lane and he draws Echo Slam, you're just dead. That's going to be 8
But
damage,
then you
kills
have
literally
to
everything.
defend also mid lane, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that.
So maybe
Ooh, yeah, this is a
Earthshaker,
tough
Earthshaker
decision.
probably mid. I think you have to put one hero in each. You don't need anybody left lane if you're underscore. So yeah, Earthshaker. Okay,
Ooh.
Earthshaker's gonna be on the right lane.
Oh, I'm kind of surprised at that. He probably wants to fissure those creeps out and send them to the mid lane for blockers.
Oh yeah, could be.
Yep, that would make sense.
Because there should be no way for him to insta-gib Earthshaker.
Yeah, and Troll has to come to this lane to respect
I mean,
the
the SF
ancient.
has a lot of souls, right? Can't he just not do this?
Yeah, there we go. There's the block.
All right, got some more blockers to work with. Uh-oh, Greevil Egg Tender. Is it going to be the infinite Greevil strategy to block this left lane?
Well,
Oh, okay. Ends up getting... That is such a good
so Canna
spell.
can use double Diabolical Conclusion to... she's still going to have a creep in front of her, though. The Arcbolt can weaken it. And Healing Blade will give her more damage.
Double Diabolic doesn't work anymore.
Oh, right.
Like on one hero, it doesn't work anymore.
Well, I'm glad they changed that.
Wait, how would it have worked
Yeah.
before? You take all the damage
It
once.
used to just work. Yeah, but you could do it again and it would give you the damage a second time.
Oh, I see.
I think that was a bug.
No, it was intended for sure. Like
It was
that's
it
how
was
the
intended.
card worked, right?
Feature. A feature that we now consider a bug. All right, so there's blocker number 1. He does have Healing Blade, which actually does give 3 damage to Mazzy. And he has 4 charges on this item, so he can do 4 damage to whatever's in front of him. So here's blocker number 1 for Don Armand. Gets the Thieving Greevil, not what he was looking for. So you have 8 mana. You can only play blue spells.
I have no mercy for you.
So if you're Don Armand, you're obviously really afraid of Eclipse in this first lane. As he's continuing to block now. Of course, we can see that the hand for underscore is not particularly good.
Wait, isn't that a black Greevil? How can he cast it?
That was the
item, the Greevil.
yeah, the Greevil
Greevil.
item.
Oh, the Greevil
But he-
item. Okay.
So he's looking for the Diabolic Conclusion onto Skyrath, and I don't think there's an answer to this.
It'll give him an extra 4 damage, so 12. Yeah, it'll give, and so he'll do 11 damage, and then he can summon a creep. Although there is a Legion Standard Bearer to block.
Yeah.
Or he can summon the creep first. He can Legion Standard Bearer on top of his own Greevil to block 2 extra damage.
He has another of the strength twin
Oh,
potions.
he's put it
I think,
down.
right?
That gives the.
Yeah, but this is
So
the
he's
third
getting-
power as well, right? So this is the least important of the three right now. And only 7 mana to work with for underscore. So Morphling Whelp, that's 5 damage, 5 HP, so it does die.
So now put a creep in the left lane and then Diabolical Conclusion. Oh, yeah, he's got to put the creep
I
there
think
too.
He
so
can,
won't quite get enough damage.
force staff did that middle creep to block Mezzy.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, Force Staff. Gonna Diabolic.
Oh,
Okay.
That's
He's saving
not
the creep.
enough.
Well, he has another strength
He should've-
potion, right? I don't think he's
no,
used to.
he should have put the creep. He should have put the creep down first.
I mean, he can still put the creep down now. I don't think.
Yeah, but the guy's got another. Oh yeah, he can because he doesn't have a black hero in the left lane. My bad.
Yeah, he has
The
to Force
Force
Staff this creep.
Middle.
Okay, so that would be lethal.
All right, blocking the damage successfully now. So another. Am I missing something? Strength potion, right?
Nope.
I
Has
don't
he
see a
used
strength
both?
potion.
Well, it never shows the
Yeah.
second one in spectating. Oh, he's used 2 then. Okay.
Oh right.
But either way, melee creep. Yeah,
Spidey's not great hand. He may have it.
yeah, that's it. Wow. On the edge of my seat for this one, gentlemen. So underscore. I thought he was going to lose this game for quite a while, but able to finish it off exact
That
lethal.
should go mid, I think.
I think
Shadow
that
Fiend.
set was correct. I think the placement of the set was wrong. I think the set should have gone on the front of the Earthshaker. I mean, of course, he doesn't know the Earthshaker would be there, but I think that was the... Because then you slash the Earthshaker and you win his first combat. Right.
So underscore takes game 1 despite never drawing Echo Slam, no Mystic Flare. Did cast 1 Eclipse. His hand was actually just garbage. All right, Don Armand going for
Ooh.
some green. So this is where you deny Earthshaker if you can. I don't know if blue's playable if you get Echo Slammed. All right, tricolor surprise right here. Could be a 1-of Kana as well.
Oh, Chen.
Yeah, we got some hate earlier from these guys about how much they don't like his signature card. I think Chen he's a solid hero now.
I
This card's
really
a
like
little
Chen,
expensive.
and
Yeah,
I really
definitely
like the
solid.
signature card. I used it often.
So it's just
I
equals
don't
4
like
that hates
Ultimate
it.
Knights. I think probably, yeah, that's the guy who hates it.
Big hater. Yeah, there's a bug with the draft where the arrows are wrong here. This is probably going to be a red-blue for underscore. And Don Armand still can choose between black and red here. See what's available to him. So Keith, not particularly good in this matchup. So we'll probably end up dropping Troll is my assumption to take Tinker. Or he can take Sand King and just decide his last hero later.
I'll say
I
Tinker.
think Sand King. Really? I like the Sand King a lot more. Personally. Because of the cross lane stuff.
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel like if you don't draw March, then Tinker is kind of bad. That's how I feel.
That's true.
Oh, Shadow Fiend. Who's taking that Shadow Fiend? Whose turn is it? Okay, that's pretty good. That Shadow Fiend is pretty big.
Yeah, I like Don's lineup.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid.
Yep, that Shadow Fiend was a huge pickup.
No Echo Slam today, but I think he'll take Venomancer any day of the week. Solid hero. Doesn't quite have the Kana, Veno, Prelix that we saw earlier that made me want to vomit, but it's close.
I'm not sure about playing Shadow Fiend on the flop against Kana. Don't you want to put him in turn 2 so you can...
I think he's pretty confident that the Omnit Knight is gonna take care of Kana. Okay, Kana is not showing up. Okay.
Oh yeah, you block Kana, but still, I would probably
Whoa.
put Shadow Fiend into PL's lane then.
A tricolor.
Only on like,
Not only is it a
Still,
tricolor, but
yeah.
you give up Kana. That is shocking to me. A one of Chen. Wow. Okay. That's really surprising. All right. SF goes exactly where he wants, next to a creep wave. I assume PL's just going to go right ahead of DP. Although, do they trade? How much HP does he have? He has 5? Yeah, so they would actually trade with the armor. Okay. So he dodges him.
Oh, that March. It's pretty big.
Oh, yeah. Turn 2
Yeah,
March. You definitely put that in mid as well. Well, not necessarily. Either one. Either lane 1 or 2.
The
I
starting
would
hand's
put it in.
super good for Dawnamon.
Yeah, it's looking good. Presence turn 1.
Yeah.
Oh, actually Savage Wolf.
My
Okay.
pack is
Yeah, Savage Wolf is better, I think. Lots of damage.
Yeah, especially when it's against blue and they don't really have a creep typically to block it. Although they do have a lot of spells that can kill. I feel like my wolves get killed round 1 a lot. Have you guys
he
seen
does
the
have
new
the
art for
chamber
when
on
he
it.
transforms, by the way?
No, I haven't seen it.
So, what do you think it looks like? Let's just ask if you guys haven't seen it. So, for those that don't know,
I'm
when
imagining a wolf.
right, it's not. It's just him in different clothing. What do you think about that?
Right. It's kind of lame. It doesn't really match up with Dota at all, does it?
That's right. Valve, if
I'd
you're
like to know who made
listening,
that decision.
if you're listening, one of your last changes, give him a wolf related art. Actually, no, I have a bigger complaint actually for art. Tiny. His grow only activates every 2 grows. It takes, you have to use it twice to get the next art, and they have like 3 different grow levels available art-wise. I've seen them. But it takes 2 grows per art. Come on. Get your shit together. Anyway, looks like Tusk is
That's a
going to take
valid
out this wolf. So yeah, we did see the march in lane 1. So
Yep, that's going to shut DL down.
oh yeah, and the fact that it doesn't have armor because he's not in front of a creep is pretty big. It's going to clear literally everything out now. And it will kill him in 2 turns if he doesn't get an HP item. All right, Tinker, no surprise in front of Tusk. We'll be able to get the laser off as well. Yeah, so, I mean, what do you guys think of this one of Chen? It's not something, like, there's certain heroes that are really good one-ofs. Chen, I've seen a couple times. I haven't really been super impressed as a one-of. What do you think?
Yeah, he doesn't really scream out one of, does he?
I play a lot of One of Chan and Tiny. It works.
Oh yeah, Tiny is great.
Yeah, Chan's pretty good.
Oh. I mean, typically you can use his Holy Persuasion maybe twice a game, so it's not too bad. I mean, the fact that they buffed it now to give 2/2 stats to the creep is pretty huge. Just a better Helm of the Dominator now. Yeah, if you can presence. Actually, you can just march again and just put it mid this time. You can see Hand of God. That takes the entire turn, though.
There goes his mana.
And oh, we're actually seeing March in the 3rd lane. Okay.
What's the win condition for underscore right now? Since it's looking pretty bad.
I think he needs to get the Lina passive really, really high and just stall. And then use the no hesitation.
They can survive it.
It's looking pretty rough, like, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Lina passive every round. Tusk needs a free punch on the tower. I wonder if he's just going to leave Tusk here to die, or if he's going to bounce with Veno, who's only going to have 3 HP if he goes in this lane. Tough choices.
Oh, got the info.
Yeah, having 2 marches this early feels almost unwinnable when you play against it. Very difficult.
It's probably
Yeah.
gonna bounce, I say. I think
Bounce?
it's gonna bounce it.
So if you bounce, then you have 2 blue heroes in the same lane.
Because what else can he go? Where
I mean,
else
he
can
can
he?
go in front of the SF, right? Like, I don't think that's too bad.
Yeah, but Chan can just use the persuasion to block SF, so yeah.
I mean, yeah, but then he can presence. And
I mean, right now, Don Armand is winning literally every single lane. He's going to Infernal Amulet, Shadow Fiend, which we've seen so many times today. It's just way too good. And he has a lot of options here. I would assume a Presence for Shadow Fiend, so you can set up a big Requiem next turn, and then maybe... I mean, you could double Presence if you really want, but maybe a Savage Wolf in lane 3.
Probably a Savage Wolf, but I don't know how many AoE cards in Underscore's deck.
He does have the Hourglass, so he'll be able to redeploy somebody.
15 seconds remaining.
I'll make the sisterhood proud.
Oh, okay. So now that the Fire Soul's been used, this will be able to at least do 5 damage with the 2 damage from March at the beginning of next round. So it's yet another potential upkeep kill, but there is Hourglass. So I do believe that'll be used on Lina. All right, the Cleave Greevil, be able to take out at least a couple creeps. Wait, why would you not put that farther to kill 3 creeps? Am I missing something?
That's a valid point. I have no idea.
What in the world? Maybe he wants more creeps for... He doesn't have Earthshake. No Echo Slam.
Nope.
Okay.
He's playing next level mind games.
Okay, I think he probably forgot this has Cleave. That's the best guess. Otherwise,
there's no way he forgot this as Cleave. I mean, he may have just made a mistake, but I don't know.
Hey, there's Lycan.
Got him.
Look at him. He has green eyes. What is this garbage? He needs to be a wolf. Jesus.
Oh,
Could you imagine if in Dota that was it? Lycan's ulti just gave him green eyes.
He's just like some human that runs faster with green eyes. Oh, it's great. All right, this game is a mega stomp. Mega stomp right now. So didn't end up going for the Presence, but can still Presence into Requiem. Is really no rush.
No, he would kill the tower anyway.
I mean, we're finally getting to the final proc of the March of the Machines on the first lane. So at least the misery is ending soon for Underscore this game.
He's going to be like lethal in all 3 lanes.
Bow before the all-seeing one's light.
All right. I mean, to be fair, underscore has done a decent amount of damage to all 3 towers, but it'll be tough to hold this one off. I guess presence doesn't do anything. Actually, now that I look at it. Okay, presence onto
Kill.
Omni Knight. So yeah, purification would just get the kill. And I was seeing the items before in their hand, but I didn't see one earlier, so now I'm questioning whether he has an item. Okay, Hand of God, which is basically his whole turn.
Yeah. He's...
So you're getting 2 out of the 3 towers. Now you can block. So Requiem gets you this tower and the win. You could also Savage Wolf. You can get all 3 lanes, actually, at the same time.
I think you'd have to presence first before the Requiem. Otherwise, there's a good chance he'll miss.
Yeah, that ensures it. All right, so unless every
There's a
proc
high
goes
chance.
on to these 3 units, this should be game.
Yeah.
I mean, is
And
there
the
a
first
reason
one
not
there.
to use the Salvage Wolf instead? Like, Salvage Wolf is just to each.
Yeah, it doesn't matter either way. You're right. All right, so my goodness, that's the biggest stomp we've seen the entire day. Don Armand with a god tier hand. That was an 11-minute game, I believe I just saw. That was. Whew. All right, that brings
So
it
Don is
1-1.
under. Yeah, that was a very good showing, wasn't it? So he's undefeated, right, in elimination games.
In elimination games, that is correct. He was down 1-0 in the last series, and then won the next 2.
Mm-hmm.
See if he can pull it off again. All right, this is game 3. So the winner of this will face Pero in the grand finals of the very prestigious Artifact Foundry International for 4.2 million Iranian riyals, which apparently are not real. I've been told the government has faked it. It's actually more like 20-something million tomans. So that would have been better advertising. My bad. I'll get that right next time. Finals is best of 3 as well.
What do you think of Don Amon picking Sand King over Kana?
I respect it. That's a man after my own heart. Kana can suck it, all right? If this hero was deleted, I actually would not care. I could not care less. Blue is garbage. I hate it. We did see a bunch of Anti-Mage earlier. I want you guys to tell me what you think of the hero. Now that has
Garbage.
5 HP. Still garbage.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's really bad.
So wait, did you
Okay.
guys not pick it? I thought we saw it several games today.
I never pick it. Almost never.
Yeah, me neither. to be
Well,
honest.
doesn't look like he's picking it either. He's in the garbage.
Okay. I think Don Amon's decision would make him pay. It's
Yeah.
Kana
He's-
plus
yeah.
draw plus Lycan is really scary.
It's not
Yes.
looking good for him.
I mean, to be fair, he does have some high-quality heroes. Troll, if he can hit a tower, very strong. Chen and Beastmaster, I think, are really good. Sand King, underrated, okay? Quite underrated. I think he's fine. I wouldn't pick him over Kana, technically.
No, I think he's actually good, but not Kana level good.
Yeah, I do think he's good. Now, me and Pronto have talked about this before. You guys, everybody seems to be picking Ursa. Am I underrating him? I think he's okay, but I still think he's below average of other red heroes, mostly, in draft. Tell me about why he's good.
I
He's
think
really-
it's above average. It's above average.
Yeah.
All right, why?
Because its stats is really good, and like a signature card can potentially kill heroes when you redeploy him. So it's mostly about the stats. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's also good for red to have other ways of dealing with blockers. Yeah, the signature is also good for that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the way that I look at it is his card, it just feels... Yeah, it's good at killing chump blockers. I'll agree with that. Feels like it's almost not worth using against heroes. Like, it usually doesn't get kills on other heroes other than Ursa. But his body is good. I will agree. He has a sexy body for sure. So Troll in
Can we go to
front
the
of Luna.
Your strength.
Okay.
And Ursa's going to be able to pound into tree here. A turn 1 overpower would be pretty nice. Doesn't get the kill immediately, but it does prevent Treant from getting more than one creep to be extended here in the first lane.
And makes it harder for him to build a wall, which is always annoying with Treant. So, all right, guys, place your bets. Who's going to
Oh,
go to
you
the
know what?
finals?
All right, let me go first. I think Underscore is going to win this game because his draft is... we've already been over it. Drow, Kana, Lycan. I don't know how you can beat that. But I did pick... I'm going to pick Don Armand anyway because he's my underdog. Nobody's heard of him.
Yeah,
He's been playing draft only. He's the only draft only player in the game in this tournament. So I'm gonna go with my boy. What do you guys think?
Go Don. I'm rooting for Don because he's undefeated in elimination games, so he's shown the ability to perform well under pressure. So let's see what he can do.
I'm guessing you both will be picking Underscore this game, yes?
I would. Well, the starting position is pretty good for Don Amon, but I would still pick Underscore.
Yeah, me too. Like, kind of like a draw is, I think, way too much.
So this is
that
pretty...
gonna give
yeah, this is a sexy combo. Not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever actually seen this. That's really nice. So each time any unit that survives deals physical damage, they will gain 1 damage permanently as long as this guy's here. And with his passive, he's doing that at the beginning of the round, so he's going to get 4. So he's going to have to put Lycan here to bounce Luna because she actually dies here.
Look at what item did he picked up.
Wait, is it the item? Oh, talking about Ring of Basilius?
Yep. Oh, I'm so surprised that Lincoln is going mid. So surprised. So very surprised. Like, I don't get it. Lincoln.
Oh, you're actually surprised.
Yeah, I would just... I don't care about that Luna.
Yeah, just put Lycan in with Kana. It doesn't quite make sense.
I mean, Lycan's dying anyways, right? So you might as well just get damage instead.
Yeah. I guess he really wants to build up those Eclipse charges.
Look at this hand, by the way. That is a rough hand.
I would say since Lycan goes mid, I think Don Amon has a good chance of winning.
All right.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, but we're gonna see a bunch of Greevils come out. They're all buffed up with Lycans, so there's only... You still get the damage buff this round, right? Even though this dies in combat, I'm pretty sure you still get that damage buff.
Yeah, you'll get the buff once more.
And this is an incredible creep to have.
Yes.
So
against Kana.
So this guy taunts number 1, and if he dies with a green hero in lane, then it turns into an improvement, an enchantment in the lane that deals retaliate damage. So these Kana creeps will constantly die every round. That's really nice.
But he does have that item, so...
That's true. He does have the item.
The ring of... How to pronounce it?
Basilius.
Basilius.
Oh, he actually uses it mid. So he's going to bounce again, I think. Or actually, no, he
he's
doesn't
going
have
to bounce
to.
like him now.
Yeah, he has to bounce.
Yeah.
Or to survive there.
Yeah, he has to bounce because Troll will have 2 damage. And then he might get roared.
35 gold. So Blink Dagger available. Could save his money. Go for a bigger tier item. It's hard to
Blink
pass up
is-
Blink, but yeah.
It's useless at this point of the game.
And he has Initiative and Burrow Strike available. So now if Luna comes mid, there's a 1 out of 3 chance that Troll just dies to the Lucent Beam. One thing we haven't mentioned, we haven't even seen yet, is there's another bounce. They're actually going to bounce Kana as well. Okay, she does not want to be in the lane with the Loyal Guardian. It's only 1 Retaliate. So he misses on the opportunity. Yeah, we're going to see a clear out here with the Burrow Strike and no more Eclipse, which is in hand. Didn't get lucky on the 1 out of 3. But Centaur Warband, this... I don't know how you guys feel. This is one of the best cards in draft. It's so freaking good. So if you have a green hero, it's just a regular 6/6. But if you have a red hero, like he does here, but he doesn't have mana, obviously, it immediately battles everything adjacent to it when it's played. It is so strong.
Yeah,
Love this
pretty
card.
good.
I just realized he has
It's
2
like
of them.
It's like 10 times better than the PA's Phantom Assassin's signature card.
The coup de grace? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
it's like
draft,
10
yeah,
times
in
better.
draft, no, but in draft, yeah.
All right, so blue is completely taken out of the hand here, and Drow, or I should say underscore, as Arm of the Rebellion as the only card to use. Which he obviously does, like this is a buff for all your creeps, and he doesn't want to use it until Holy Persuasion's already been popped, which I feel like you just hold on to Holy Persuasion. There's not even a point in using it right now.
Nope, he's not going to use it. I don't think so.
All right, we'll not have initiative, but again, Centaur Warband is a lane winner, especially if you can have him survive to actually hit the tower afterwards. All right, damage immunity onto Beast for 1 round.
That's an interesting play.
Yeah, Emissary,
This is
it feels like a
looking
7
pretty good.
mana creep nowadays, like the old days, because you have to activate it. So,
Great.
ooh,
Oh, lots of money. 48 gold. Ooh.
I think you keep saving.
It depends on what's in his deck, which we don't know.
Yeah, true. And the fact that you've made this much gold and you're winning every lane right now, I think it's fine to play a little greedy. I mean, Helm of the Dominator can have a big effect. It's like a shittier version of Holy Persuasion, but you have to wait for a creep to actually be used.
If he could get that emissary, it would have been nice. But he doesn't
Yeah.
know that he has emissary, I guess.
Indeed. So underscore has 22 gold on the other side. And of course, we can't see his shopping phase at all, but we can see he's picked up a Demolishing Warhammer. But against so many creeps, feels kind of bad. And I have a better item than that, honestly. And maybe somebody took the Strength Potion Twin Tap because that is a long deployment phase. Nope. All right, so Lycan and Kana in a lane together finally. And they have Corpse Horde applied to Kana, so... well, the Trample is applied to heroes now as well, not just creeps from Kana. And they all get 1 regen. Centaur Warband is a bit awkward here, actually.
It is a little bit. You have to let it die.
From Weeping Rose.
And it doesn't actually. Oh, there
Yeah.
it is.
Okay,
It doesn't
that's
kill
interesting.
Lycan. Yeah, so he puts the Emissary down, but he can't actually activate it right now. So,
If he's.
And Dawn Armand is probably gonna steal that creep next round with the item.
He
If
could get
sees
it.
again, yeah.
All right, he's gonna use
I think
the
he's going to
warband
get
here to get the kill in the
whips.
combat. I think that's fine. A little bit of extra damage for Chi. He gives up initiative doing this though. And another Centaur warband like we talked about in his hand.
Let us share in the bounty of
And you're right.
Oh, there's the Dominator.
Oh, he doesn't take it though.
Oh, he didn't
He
take
still
it.
could. Vesture,
Oh,
interesting.
I-
Okay,
Why
that's
did he not take?
really interesting.
I'm not sure I would take the helm, to be honest, because I expect the Luna to go
Oh.
left. Oh,
You never
should have
raised
Oh,
my
try-
All right, he gets the
Time
1
of
out of 4
triumph.
here. Yeah, that is
Drew
nice
the
to
time of
have.
triumph.
So Vesture, for
Becoming-
those that have watched Artifact 1, it's not nearly as good as before. It gives you rapid deployment, so that's the same. But the armor that it gives the tower, which, how much is it? Is it 2? It's 3. Armor works
3.
differently in Artifact 2. It's way worse. Let's just put it that way. Way worse. It doesn't block each instance. Just think of it as like extra HP. So we're going to see the Emissary get buffed here. And this lane is looking now in favor of Underscore. Until he gets a green hero here to use Centaur Warband, but I don't know if you can.
He's got that really awkward placement in the left lane, so
Yeah,
he hasn't had his boars out with Beastmaster.
he's going to have to cast it here, it looks like. Ooh, and an Arm of the Rebellion. This lane's super scary now. Yeah, Emissary doesn't buff herself either, so she's actually killable instead of just this literal creep you can never kill throughout the entire game. Good change, by the way.
I am the wrathful hand.
Yeah, the fact that Lycan has effectively 7 HP really hurts because of the Centaur Warband. Otherwise, we'll be able to get this kill. All right, this is actually a good way to set yourself up for this. He puts on the Sandstorm. It saves damage on the tower because every unit is given a random target instead. And then it gives a little bit of decay as well. So going down to effectively 6 HP allows you to Warband right here. Probably just uses the last potion, I would think. In the last lane, or not.
Probably don't need to.
Now that I said that, I realize he doesn't have a red here on this lane anytime soon. So maybe he can put it here if he needs to, but this looks like it's coming down to the middle lane. Of course,
Yeah.
this first lane could easily go for Ancient. Initiative on the side of Underscore.
Will be able to. Sand King will be able to stall it somewhat because he can use his stun and he has rapid deploy.
Right. This is true.
Here you go.
Next turn,
Sandstorm again.
Donamon can play the Time of Triumphs in mid.
Oh,
Okay.
that actually might be game. It is. Okay, that ended way
It
more
did.
suddenly than I thought it would. All right, that's GG.
Yeah.
Not having a hero in this lane really hurt.
I think that the choice of item really was a mistake.
Yeah,
That
being
was a
able,
huge mistake.
being able to take an Emissary would have been potentially game winning. I agree. Like he didn't actually get any effect out of the Vesture at all.
Vesture did nothing.
Nope. Not at all.
All right.
yeah. Even if you don't buy the helm, I don't think you buy the vesture.
Yeah, I mean, I saw in his deck, even though I guess at this rate it's easy to look back, but he had Silver Edge as as his next item if he upgraded one more time. Maybe that would have made a difference, but we'll never know.
I mean, it's the same upgrade.
Well, he didn't have it in the shop at the time. It was after he had purchased it. It was behind it.
Nice.
All right, let's update the brackets. So
Move on
congratulations
to the finals.
to Underscore.
But well played by Don. I enjoyed watching him play.
Yes, indeed. He did me proud. So Pero versus Underscore in the finals. Let's see if we're ready. So 2-minute break. Okay, sounds good. So what have you guys? Have you guys been surprised by any developments today? Anything surprise you in terms of picks, play, mistakes, anything?
Probably all the anti-mage picks was the biggest surprise, and also maybe Troll. There was a lot of Troll picks. I like Troll, but I didn't think he was that highly thought of that people would pick him as much as they have.
How about you guys? Equals 4, pro position 6. Thoughts?
I like Troll quite a bit, especially when you have lots of red heroes with higher attack. Troll signature cards can help you kill heroes, so I like Troll quite a bit.
Yeah, I think Tro is kind of top tier red hero. Like, you have to deal with Tro. Like, you cannot just let him stay in the lane. You have to do something about it. That's pretty powerful.
Looks like we're in game already, gentlemen. A Winter Wyvern?
Oh.
What? Is this an actual hero? I would say this is a bottom 5 black hero, for sure. Being able to move around is nice, but it's only range 3, and his card, I don't know, man. This feels like it's just always stuck. It's just like a... You never get full effect out of it. It just feels like a single target stun for 4 mana.
The active is really good though on Wyvern.
Yeah, it's every 2 rounds, I think, right? Yeah.
Yep, every second turn, and +3 damage is nothing to sneeze at. That's pretty big.
Oh, Rick's Oathbound. Take it. Take it.
Do it.
Oh. Going for the second best red hero in Timbersaw. We'll follow it up with Tidehunter, no doubt. Although Death Prophet is very enticing. All right. I like it.
Death Prophet's... Oh, I'm surprised, because Zeus just kills Death Prophet right away with his signature card.
I think Para is showing his confidence level is sky high right now, gentlemen. I'm sure these two have played each other a lot.
You're not going to draw that card. Oh.
Uh-oh. Pierpont, Imperia. Oh my god, you have Vanessa as well. Oh, never mind. That was a different pack.
Vanessa's gone. Yeah.
Earthshaker?
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Yeah, I hate to say this. I really do. But these are really good blue here. I would pick Underscore for this one.
I would pick Underscore for this one. It's so good.
I think if you could change anything, maybe... we are missing Kana, Prelix, Venom. I mean, there's every blue hero just feels completely bonkers, so... But yeah, Pierpont, Imperia, the combo is absurd. And you guys will see this.
All right, guys, and picks for the finals. I'm going Pero to win.
I'll pick Pero 2-1. He will lose game 1, though. I will be shocked if he wins this one.
Okay, I guess I'm going for Underscore then.
There you go.
I think I'm going Pero as well. But yeah, also not this game. This game is looking pretty hard.
I mean, it's hard not to root for somebody that has a cat for their avatar picture. Not gonna lie. I'm very partial to cats. Okay, so the funny thing is now that I can see both hands, you spectators won't be able to really feel the full effect of Pierpont Imperia together, because for the most part, I don't know how you guys feel about this. This combo is too strong. You will effectively just see their deck or their hand at all times, pretty much, it feels like, right?
Yep, it's brutal. And then
You have
Imperial
just
hits like a
so much
truck.
damage.
I think some changes that could potentially. I don't think Pierpont's number one, his active doesn't need to be quick cast. And Imperia, maybe a 3-round cooldown? Would that be enough?
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, I think that might be too much actually.
That's we're talking about blue here. That's fine. If it's too much, then it's in a good
I mean,
place.
yeah, I guess that's true.
Blue have a lot of options.
All right. So again, Pierpont, we'll see this next turn, but inspect will allow underscore to see. Is it 2 cards? Yeah, it'll up the mana cost of 2 cards and reveal them to him, and then Imperia. Oh, it looks like it's not going to matter. We're going to get the duel here.
Well, that's a really good start for Pero.
Yeah, that's very important to get Pierpont on the deck. Like, essentially what you're trying to do is delay the usage of, or deny even, for Imperia and Pierpont, who can cast their stuff every 2 rounds. So that's a good start, for sure.
Good hand here for underscore. He's got the kobold and the homunculus. How do you say it? Homunculus.
Homunculus. Yeah, so this is good for Imperia when she. Oh, we'll see in this round. He'll might even use it if he gets a big mana cost card. What do you think of defenestrating ogre becoming a kobold? I like this a lot because it's very obvious. Okay, this is not to talk shit. I just found it funny. But there's some art in the game that obviously was not actually polished and done, that they had to just find other art that was already. This is the Crack the Whip from original artifact that they had to delete, in terms of the name at least. And because it's the only, they couldn't find an ogre, so they had to rename it to Defenestrating Kobold instead. I love it. It's good shit.
It's pretty
like
cute.
It too, right?
I like it.
Yeah. Gotta love the kobold face.
Yeah, I love this character in Dota. Okay, so Imperia comes
Me
into
too.
the mid lane. So this is her ability, Skullduggery. She'll discard a card in their hand, which she can't see any of them right now. And then they'll replace it with a new card, so they'll draw one immediately. She will see what that new card is, and then she will gain damage based on what the mana cost of the new card is. Or is it the card that was discarded, actually?
The new one.
The new one. So if she gets like a massive, like 6 damage, let's say, then she can just put Homunculus on herself, which devours her. So it becomes like this giant ass creep. And the reason that's important is because the damage that you get from this passive only lasts for this round. So if you devour her, you're just getting that forever until they actually kill it. So like, this hero is ridiculous.
Pretty good play here by underscore to buy the Necronomicon, I think. And putting that on Luna is going to help to shut down that lane.
Yeah,
And keep Canna in check.
That is nice. Another Artificer's Mail, the classic Kana. I mean, Arc Bolt is pretty good here. Allows you to actually clear up all the Kana creeps this round. Which I think you have to do now, right? Because if she's going to put down Artificer's Mail, isn't that a 3-2? Yep. That wouldn't be enough to actually kill everything. Yeah, if she can get Exorcism, that's kind of the dream, actually. Oh, actually just passes. Okay. Like, this is a point where Pero might even think about just passing himself, and he does. This denies the use of the active from Imperia, which maybe he didn't even want to use this. Maybe he's waiting for Pierpont to come on, because Pierpont will be able to show a couple cards from the hand, and then she can choose which one to actually get rid of instead of blind picking. So there's potential for that.
I think the big thing is he wants to reveal as many cards as possible in one turn, so that the homunculus get as big as possible. I think that's the idea.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. All right. So Pierpont going to accompany Imperia, it seems like. And remember, with the Necronomicon on Luna, it transforms any new melee creeps that are spawning into these archers. They're 1/2s, and they deal 1 damage ahead of them at the beginning of the round. So very good counter, as Pronto said to Kana. Until she gets the Ring of Basilius, of course. Yeah, grand
Everyone's
finals,
favorite.
still best of 3. So this is game 1. So initiative is on the side of underscore. So remember, the inspect has quick cast, so you can actually cast that and then cast this right at one after another. So you don't really have to. He actually puts 3 in the same lane. Is he bouncing after this with Fissure? Maybe. Ooh. So Vendetta is gonna kill somebody. Probably Imperia. All right, so he reveals 2 cards and he ups the mana cost. So these are now 3, and he can see them. Honestly, you might have to Homunculus now. Because if you cast this, then he's just going to Vendetta. Yeah. All right, so now it's a 10-7.
But
Big
that
boy creep.
10-7 can still die if Nexus use his Vendetta on the creep and then Timbersaw casts his ability. He's
Yep,
still
that's
dead.
true. Could also just Whirling Death as well afterwards. Or Spike Carapace,
I think
anything.
if Vendetta's, I think their figure is gonna bounce the homunculus.
Right. That's
Wait.
true. Yep.
If you bounce this, does it stay? Like, do the stats stay?
Yes.
No, I mean it would be 1 house if it would be whatever house that's remaining.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So so what he's saying is Vendetta does 6 damage here. Oh, he's not even gonna do that. So now he has to bounce it. So Fissure will allow him to get rid of this creep back into the hand, and it'll keep the 10-6 stats apparently. Do you know what the mana cost is? Is it the same as original Homunculus?
I mean, now he can use spells to stun the Nyx, maybe. That can also be a play.
It would be the same mana cost. Yes.
I would probably bounce it now with the Fissure so it keeps the 10-6, and then you can devour, say, Pierpont with it and make it a 14-11 next turn.
Not next turn. Yes, next turn.
Yeah, I believe Pierpont will die after this. All right, so he puts it back into his hand.
Put it on Earthshaker.
Yeah, now that Fissure has been used, Vendetta, I think this is the best target. The Pierpont, most likely. Yeah, Whirling Death. That's death through combat for Luna.
Sure.
And actually, he doesn't know this, but if he does mini stun here by casting something, then Vendetta cannot be used. There's no cards to actually stall. Oh, actually, no. Artificer's Mail.
Yep.
So we haven't really mentioned this, but Earthshaker's passive, anytime the opponent, or whenever you play something, it mini stuns for 1 action. Okay, he's actually not going to do it. Holding on to it. I mean, underscore, he's playing this very slow, and he's losing 2 lanes horribly. Like, super bad. And he hasn't drawn Echo Slam yet. He could top deck it, which would be pretty nice. And the fact that Imperia hasn't even cast her ability feels absolutely awful from his perspective.
I think you go, if you're on the score, you go Zeus left and hope you have Thunder's God Wrath, right? That would be a pretty good play. You save your left one
Yeah.
and you kill 3.
If you top deck it, you kill 3. If you put Zeus here, that is true. Keeps putting 3 heroes mid. He has Call the Reserve so he can move somebody over during the round. But that's 5 mana. That's almost your entire turn.
He seems very confident in whatever he's planning.
Yeah.
I mean, he can kill the Nyx with this deploy, right? Using the arc bolt.
Yeah.
The only reason he's going mid, like Zeus going mid, is he want to guarantee to kill that Nyx.
All right. Well, he's gonna get it.
Okay.
And then he's gonna have to use. I assume. Oh, he's gonna use Ventriloquy instead. Okay. But
Don't have a chance.
now you just have to call the reserves, right?
Yep, it will call the reserve probably the right lane and to kill that 2 creeps with 1 house on Zeus.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, when you move him, his static field goes off here. And yet another round that we're not using Skullduggery. But yeah, this is, even with this play, able to kill a couple of these creeps. Pretty rough start. Or pretty rough game in general for Mr. Underscore. Eclipse has 4 charges, so that's potentially another play, although I don't really like it very much. You could Arc Bolt into Eclipse. No, that's not enough mana. Okay, he cannot call the reserves now. So he's getting rid of a creep.
Maybe
And he
he's
sees
gonna
that
put
card.
Homunculus down.
Yeah, there's not... I mean, Arc Bolt now is a play to kill some of these creeps at the very least. And then probably
He's
Homunculus
gonna,
afterwards.
Homunculus. He can Arcbolt afterwards as well. Oh.
Wait, why does this become a 15-11 all of a sudden? What did I
Because
miss?
he devoured another hero. He devoured another hero.
Did he just devour
if you
right
bounce
now?
It, you can keep devouring. Yeah, he just devoured people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that part then.
Here comes the murder.
So
Okay, that's a
Peapod
lot
is
of
bounced
damage.
for next turn.
So you're actually trading towers somehow with Healing Blade. My goodness. And you have actual ancient potential here as well. Arc Bolt will have to be used to kill a couple of these creeps.
And he's got Eclipse to block, to finish anyone who comes in.
If he somehow
combat
wins
is
this
going
game,
left to
I
right.
swear to God. This game looked super dead in the water.
Because combat is going left to right.
He didn't actually use Arc Bolt. Okay. Arc Bolt actually potentially even kills Timbersaw here through combat.
Yeah. And he can also spike Carapace, Death Prophet, and move Death Prophet in front of the big creep mid.
All right, 22
I mean,
damage.
The creep itself can also move, right? Because he can also cast the Call of the Reserves.
Yeah, he can call. Yeah, that's true.
All right. There's no Timber Chain. There's no heroes coming in. Wait, does he have any heroes coming in right now? No.
No, no.
Oh, wait, he has
no, but
Pierpont and Luna. So, is this just over in lane 2, actually?
No, he has
Well,
TP. He has TP.
Oh, he still
Here's
has
a
a
blink.
TP. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
But I feel like he has to spike Carapace first, right, to block the Eclipse.
I'm trying to understand why you don't Arc Bolt there to end that round.
Because there's an item on Kana that can potentially be used, and it would turn to a 5 attack creep, which would be almost the same as the 3 attack creeps doubled.
I mean, if you're killing 2 3 attack creeps plus Timber Saw. So I don't know. I also think using Arcbolt is good.
All right. Well, either way,
Maybe not.
Luna has a 1 out of 5 chance to get Timber Saw. Maybe he just really feels it in his bones that he's going to get this proc right now. Nope. Let's get one of the creeps, though. Is there a no hesitation? There is not. There is Exorcism. Not enough mana for it yet. Wouldn't really do anything here anyway. Let's see. Thunder God's Wrath kills 2 heroes. Eclipse has 5 charges. So if you Arc Bolt into Eclipse, it kills everything in this lane, right? You need 4 charges just to kill Kana. And in terms of the red cards, there's not too much. And blue cards, there's absolutely nothing. So Pero is going to have to TP somebody in the mid lane, 100%. And he'll probably go right in front of Homunculus.
Probably cast the spike first and put it on top of the Homunculus.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm kind of surprised Pierpont goes mid.
Well, he can show a couple
I
more
think
cards
H3
here.
wants-
And he'll gain a little bit of damage as well. So is this the time to Arc Bolt? Has it finally come? You can also Defenestrate and Kobold the Kana. Okay, that's what he does. So now 1 off lethal here for Pero. That's a lot of mana expended.
It is.
And that's a 1 of blue. Wait. No. Wait, what am I thinking? Yeah, it's a 1 of blue, so he's not likely to have any cards of use. I guess trying to deny the item usage to get the extra creep. I don't know what the end game is here for Underscore. I'm trying to figure it out. Because even if you kill everything in this 3rd lane, you're probably just going to lose it next round, I would think. So finally,
And
Arc Bolt
there's
is used.
one hero coming up next round which can maybe do something.
And you're going to have to Barbed Mail now Luna just to survive this engagement. But then we can see that there's another Strength Potion here to actually not only get the kill if that were to take the place, but save Timbersaw. He actually lives. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't even need to move mid lane, do you? Right, he's going to move anyway
Didn't
because he's
have
already
to,
expended
no.
this.
He has to block that.
Because he already used the Carapace, so he might as well use it to get the kill.
Yeah.
Imperia is returning next turn. Thunder God's Wrath could kill Death Prophet and Timbersaw potentially next turn if Timbersaw's alive.
Yeah, and this right lane is the first combat phase next turn. And from Underscore's perspective, he's done like almost no damage to these other 2 towers. So I think the play is still to go for Throne. Wait, what was that used on? It was on Legion?
Legion Commander.
Legion.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. So now Luna lives. You give up initiative, but then you have Pierpont's ability to gain it back. And now you have like a
Exorcism
monstrous
gets
6/6 for 2 mana. Yeah, Exorcism. Oh yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that would have mattered. Maybe.
That would matter.
It matters because he can now discard it with Imperium.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
Thunder God's Wrath will just clean up Death Prophet, right? I mean, you probably don't even need that. There's probably other ways, but...
Yeah, so Imperi is going to go here, and he has a... I mean, he can discard Exorcism now, if he wants. This music's hilarious. Alright, so now you actually have potential to take this last lane for underscore. And he still has Blink Scroll available, so if there's some shenanigans in this first lane, or this, yeah, the first lane, Earthshaker can always go and Fissure. Nyx's Vendetta is up, so he can kill literally any hero right now. It's up to him. Thunder Gods only kills one. That's a tough choice. Where would you go with Vendetta here? I mean, does he even have lethal in this tower? Could potentially get lethal here. Doesn't really... He has Legion Standard Bearer, so that'll give you 6 extra. That is lethal, actually. So I guess you force somebody to blink over, which would be Earthshaker. And he doesn't have duel to kill him, so it actually would be successful from underscore's perspective. And you still have mobility with Call the Reserves, but the problem is like you have so many high mana cost cards, and if you use one, your turn's just over. So he's going to start with a pretty low cost here. I think this is fine. Still can cast pretty much any of his big spells that he wants. I feel like Call the Reserves into lane 1 actually might be the play, but the problem is then you can Vendetta into the first lane. And we see that he cannot get lethal, but he doesn't know that.
Right, he doesn't know, so I don't think he would make that play.
Yeah, better late than never is cross lane, so you can put a creep into this lane if you want, and you can cast spells with it. But if you do that now, then you can't really cast anything afterwards because you only have 6 mana, so...
I think the first play on underscore should be placing a creep on the left lane. It's better than putting a creep in the mid lane.
Alright, goes for the Thunder Gods, so that's basically his turn now. Kills the DP. So this forces Nyx to come mid. Or, yeah, he has to come mid now, because he doesn't have a TP scroll, so he can't really show lethal with the Legion Standard Bearer anymore. So Vendetta onto anything.
Earthshaker.
Any of these units.
Probably Earthshaker.
And he still has 8 mana to work with. Whereas underscore not so much.
Can he take right lane if he used Vendetta on the right lane? I think he has lots of creeps, right? The zombie and Ray. I think he's taking right lane.
He has Assassin's Shadow. Yeah, maybe he does have lethal here.
Stuff.
Actually, yeah, you're right. I forgot that. Yeah, this is the first tower as well. And I keep forgetting that Kana's here. So you can Vendetta over. 6 mana left. You can still play Assassin's Shadow. It's a monstrous creep.
And Fissure, right? To save the right.
That's true. You can blink Earthshaker and Fissure. My God. How? Ugh. So if you do that, then next turn, there's no way. I don't think that you can defend this first. Oh, yeah, you have Call the Reserves. Oh, my God. There's so many answers, actually.
Right.
But the important thing from underscore is you cannot play any more cards. All right, so there we go. Showing lethal. So now... So where do you blink? I guess you blink in front of Nyx.
Or in front of the creep.
Okay, so now the
think you
only
need to kill.
play is Assassin's Shadow. Giant Creep gets devoured by Kana's ability. Probably right. It doesn't matter, actually, in front of either of these. Actually, in front of Luna is better in both respects. And then Fissure Block. So Timbersaw will be coming back with Timber Chain. I'm not sure if No Hesitation even exists in this deck, but if it does, you got to be really scared if you're underscore for this first lane next round. So if he's able to block damage here, this lane becomes entirely irrelevant because the game will end next round. This will be the first combat. This will be second. Whoa. Okay, so he puts it... Why would he put it there? It's going to gain 2 damage on the tower only, right?
Because the fissure cannot block this creep. But I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I think it's 1 off, right?
1 off. It's 1 off. Yep.
Unless he has a twin potion pack that we don't see in his hand right now.
Is that a bug?
I've been not being able to see the items every time. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I see it, sometimes I don't. No idea.
Well, if that's the case, that's the lethal.
I mean, but he can still push.
Okay. So there's the last play, and he's just going to chill. Okay.
Wait, it's
Okay.
not 1 off. It's 5 off.
Well, I think that's because... Oh, maybe... I don't know if that's because he fissured or not. All right, this certainly will be the last round. I cannot see this going any further. Blink Dagger on Pero. So both players have a lot of answers now. Luna's going to come into this first lane. She could get the 1 out of 3 kill on Legion. Oh, man. All right, 1 out of 3. This will make his life a lot easier. No.
A pity you couldn't put up more of a fight.
Duel actually isn't enough anyway. Spike, you cannot use any black cards. There's no black heroes available. Can he block enough? So Artificer's Mail blocks 1. Kana comes over, but you have Eclipse. You have 7 charges on Eclipse. Problem is you can only use it once. Not quite enough for 2. All right, increasing the mana cost of a couple cards and revealing. I mean, if you're underscore, you just pass. You don't need to do anything yet. I don't think he's going to have lethal in this first lane for Pero. All right, Timber Chain's over, blocking some more damage. Just continues to pass. So it's up to Pero to avoid lethal here. There's block number 1. And he does have Imperial Herald. It's a... Or actually, Legion Standard Bearer would be better. Cheaper. 3 mana. Alright, that also reduces the damage. Okay, so he has 5 mana left. Has reduced it down to 2. So the cheapest way to get this is put a melee creep down again. And again, Para can see this card. This is just like the ultra slow play. Prove to me that you can defend this lane. Oh man, Echo Slam. Echo Slam, if Kana comes over and they put another creep down, is easily game. Okay, Legion Standard Bearer. All right. So Eclipse 7 charges more than takes care of this as well. So he's gonna finally use it. And I think that's it. You can blink Kana over, but then you can't really do anything after. So that is going to be GG. Underscore takes game 1. The best of 3.
Whew.
That was actually pretty close for a pure quantum period.
Yeah, I didn't expect this game to be so, even.
Now, having said that, we favored Underscore's draft by far, if I remember correctly. So,
yep.
And Para had a 1 of Kana, which is, I mean, it's not like it's the bad hero to have a 1 of, but still, it's a tricolor. All right, we're drafting already. Well, Para getting some Sand King action today. Seeing a lot of love of that hero. Will he take Abaddon, the literal worst hero in the game? Or is it Wraith King? I don't know. I think Abaddon's worse.
I think it's Abaddon. Abaddon's the worst. One of the worst. What else?
See, Abaddon, Wraith King. I don't think Red even has a bad hero. I'm trying to remember if there even one
Keith
exists.
is pretty bad.
I think Tusk is the worst hero.
I think Tusk is worse than Keith.
Yes, I play Keith quite a bit.
I like Keith too.
Against red hero, yes.
Against red, against black.
I guess.
It's good stuff. All right, we got a mono blue underscore, and he takes Arc Warden actually. Lots of blue today, huh?
Pretty legit.
Arc Warden is good only if you have Midas.
But
I think it's actually pretty okay, even if you don't. Like, because you usually in draft you get some Harm of the Alpha, right? That's a pretty good item.
Oh. Well, OD is very good in a green-blue. Well, we might be seeing Arc Warden. Actually, Jamoy's probably going to get... Jamoy's card this game is actually good. It's very good. I don't know if he'll keep it, though. He will. Oh, my God. We get to see Jamoy. Wait, who did he drop?
He should, because he'll be great with Lina and also great with Arc Wardens.
Oh, yeah. So let's talk about Jamoy. 2/7. His ability, every 2 rounds you can draw a card. Kind of whatever. This is the card that, if you can get the right heroes around, is unbelievable. So you can either extend
Sand King.
Yeah, you can actually completely destroy Sand King with it. That's true. So you can either extend an enemy's cooldowns by 3, so like basically you'll never get Burrow Strike off ever, or you can reduce your own by 3, which works on Fiery Soul, works on Vanessa's skill, works on his own skill, Skywrath, and more importantly, Tempest Double. This is where things can get mega broken. You get a big item, you put on Arc Warden, you copy him, you put Runic what the fuck is it called, actually? Runic Instigation on him, and he makes a 3rd double. Really good. All right, Dragon
However, we do see a typical Pero's hand with 2 barracks.
Oh my God. All
Very
right.
typical.
Good luck. All right, I'm gonna favor Pero 2-1, like I said. Yeah, Barracks. This used to be 2 mana as of like 2 weeks ago.
It's still super good when it's 3 mana.
Yeah. So now this lane will just constantly be full for Miss Prelix. In fact, even Lena is going to get blocked here by another Mega Creep. I mean, is there any way he doesn't just Barracks? I don't think there's any other play. I mean, you're playing against Mono Blue. They literally cannot kill enchantments unless they get a Demagicking Maul. And even if they get a Demagicking Maul, how are they hitting the tower with 2 Barracks? Doesn't have initiative, though, so he could die here, potentially. We can talk a bit about Vanessa. She's a hero that we haven't seen yet today. Let's see what this turn looks like, though. So that's her signature card. So effectively, you take somebody's card and you discard it. And then you replace it with this 1/1 Eidolon that is feeble. So even if you try to block people, they'll just hit through the tower. So that's her signature card. She has 2 skills. Her passive is pretty simple. You just get extra stats from items, essentially. And then every 2 rounds, you can reduce the mana cost of 2 cards in your hand. So we'll probably be seeing it here. Did this used to be... Oh, it still is, of course. Quick cast for no particular reason.
Seconds remaining.
And there is the Barracks. Good luck. Have fun. Probably going to see Concussive Shot here to ensure the kill onto Prelix, and it'll give him back the initiative as well. Yeah, you're going to have to do that instead of Vanessa's skill, I believe. You can only choose one. Both give quick cast, though, for some reason. So the way that her stats work, like I was saying, you get +1 extra stat based on whatever the item gives you. So this item gives 1 armor normally. Instead, she gets 2. Oh, he actually uses it here. Okay. Probably assumes that the item would be able to save him anyway. Yeah, normally you would want the Midas on Arc Warden, but probably feeling the pressure against this lane that looks horrible already, and this lane with double Barracks. And now you have Burrow Strike to worry about. Ugh.
What I do with Barracks is just ignore that lane, because it only pushes 8 damage, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of deploying more heroes on to Prelix lane, I just simply ignore it and let it push.
We have 2 Runic Instigations. You can actually make a bunch of Arc Wardens. But the funny thing is there's Corrosive Mist. This would be hilarious to see. Corrosive Mist kills all items for enemy heroes in the lane. So if you imagine having Arc Warden just do his wombo combo and make like 4 illusions with all these items and you just destroy them all. Yeah, you're losing literally every lane is being lost right now. And there's no wave clear, really. There's Conflagration. Okay, Conflagration is really good. Oh, he actually does use the Corrosive Mist just to get rid of Midas Greaves. Or was there another item used? Did he use a second Midas Greaves?
I think there's second Midas.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good value then to get rid of that. So now Arc Warden is just another garbage hero. What do you guys think of not conflagrating? Using Conflagration?
I mean, it's okay because his original plan was to Midas the Dark Warden and use the clone, right? So That's probably why.
Yeah, this game looks like a mega stomp. I think this will be our second potential mega stomp of the entire day. As opposed to Dota, where it feels like 60% of the games are mega stomps, if not more.
Is this final a BO3 or BO5?
3. So, if Pero wins this game, it'll go to a final game 3. You can see Venomancer just going ham. Synergizes pretty well with Farvon, actually. Because he gets damage based on how many units are in a lane. Alright, did he draw anything useful? Holy shit, this is a hand of garbage. You could put a Spark Wraith down in front of Farvon to prevent a lot of damage. He doesn't really have any kind of response. And the fact that he already expended 2 heroes to defend this lane when Barracks is now put up feels pretty bad. He kind of just wants to die and get out of here, but by the time they come back, the game might already be over, honestly.
I think deploying Sky on the third lane was a mistake. He should just ignore that lane completely.
We're seeing Mystic Flare. I mean, he is doing damage to this tower somehow. Impressive. But then fills up again. And I suppose you can either spark... As much as you want a concussive shot here to get these 2 creeps, Spark Wraithing saves this lane. In theory. There is double strength potion twin pack though, so in reality, it actually does not do anything. And all the while, Pero sitting on 7 mana. Still has Burrow Strike. And I don't even see a reason for him to play a card. Like, literally, there's no reason. Okay, now that Prelix is gone, at least it's not Mega Creep spawning anymore. But you really don't have any heroes to work with. And this tower's taken out. The Ancient is exposed. Mega Stomp commences. See, did he actually get anything of use? Double Conflagration. So this is a really good card, but it does take a bit. Like you have to use 5 mana, and it doesn't work until the beginning of next round. I'm just continuing to push damage in this third lane. All right, Orchid, so he can silence OD. Actually, he actually has lethal on this tower as well. Main Gouch, or how the hell you say this thing, gives 4 attack because he doesn't have another item slot, and he has a total of 6 extra damage he can apply. And we can see there's no way for Underscore to even get to this lane. Oh! That's a helpful card, though. It locks his items for 1 round. That's pretty nice. And Paro's not too happy about that. And I don't think there's a way to get lethal. You can put 3 extra damage, you get rid of 1, so effectively you're just adding 2. But there's no rush for Pero. Almost certainly wins next round. And we're finally seeing a conflagration, but the fact that this creep is dying, very sad indeed.
This is how to fuse when when you play mono blue, sometimes the card's just really bad. Because blue heroes really relies on cards compared to like red heroes. Red heroes is just like whatever cards you get, the hero's strong.
Yep, I agree. So I'm not a huge blue guy in draft. But having a splash, like if you can rely on, like let's say it's a 3-2 split, you have like 3 red or 2 red, whatever the case may be. You can rely more on the skill set of some heroes, like Prelix. Just existing is helpful. Veno, just existing is helpful, as opposed to, you know, Jamoy.
Right, I
completely reliant.
I totally agree. Yeah. Those heroes feels like red heroes because they don't really rely on the signature cards.
All right, so Burrow Strike is available, which if he's going to use it now on Skyrath to prevent the concussive shot. And we can see at any cost is here, so he can do heavy damage. Won't actually kill Sand King, but... So that leaves Lena in play now. And still, these are... At any cost is like the only good card in his hand right now. Compel will draw you a card. That's about it. And he might even have lethal in this lane as well. Haven't even counted everything. With all the items, that's 8 damage. Right, so there's at any cost. It's not enough. And there's the Astral to stun Lena, and that will ensure that game number 2 goes to Pero. So game 3 incoming. 13-minute stomp. Unlike Dota, stomps sometimes take 40 minutes. I know my games do. Good lord. Feels like they're over at 10 minutes. There I am, 30 minutes later, still in the game somehow. So just to remind everybody what the bracket looked like so far. I did not put the game numbers, unfortunately. I'm a noob. Maybe for next tournament, if there is one. All right, we are in. Oh my god, did he actually take Wraith King? Is this real? Is this real life?
This is not real life. We're all hallucinating.
Either he's memeing or I don't know. It's just a flex, I feel like. I see another Anti-Mage. Hero's getting a lot of love today. Yeah, that's true.
Right, that Anti-Mage pick certainly balance up.
Alright, I will be beyond shocked if Underlord is not picked right now. Even though you have AM, you probably end up dropping him. Okay, I'm wrong. Oh, there is a Debbie now. That's pretty tempting. Are you guys Debbie fans?
Not at all.
Really? I love this hero.
Really?
I think she's legitimately good, actually. In draft, that is.
Let's see.
I'm telling you, like, if you let this hero hit the tower twice, game's over. You have a bunch of trebuchets in your deck, guaranteed. I unironically think she's actually quite good. Like, think of it this way. You have a hero that the opposing player has to do something about. Like, would you ever leave a Debbie to hit the tower?
No.
So there you go.
But
that's value.
It's not hitting the tower. It's most of the time it's not hitting the tower.
Unless you're good. You see? If you're good, you can hit the tower with Debbie. We'll see if underscore is good this game.
Okay. Well, with Storm's signature card, probably yes.
What is this deck? What is this? Is he actually going rainbow? There's no way.
I don't think Rasking. I don't think Rasking is being used here. It's probably a mono blue. No, sorry, not mono. Tinker and Parallax is probably the pick here.
Yeah, good call.
Right.
Still kind of weird.
No, it's not. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
You actually think it's good?
I actually think it's super good.
Huh.
Like Pero's stack is super good, like above
Do you
average.
think it's better than underscores? Or not?
I think it's better than underscores in my opinion, personally.
You
Oh,
just hate Debbie,
I
man.
think Pero's
Yeah, I hate Debbie and I hate Storm.
Yeah, Storm. I can understand
Yeah.
Storm. He had his time in the sun when he was back in the day. He was super OP. Since then, he hasn't really been a hero. I'll agree with that. Look at this. Debbie's hitting the tower. Oh shit! You can block him. All right, just wait. There's no accident. He can kill the 1/1. He has the power. So you could also go for a double edge on Sven to end up killing the Magnus. And we're going to see... Okay, watch this. Watch this play, guys. There it is. Oh, you see? She's hitting the tower. No counter now.
Right.
Okay, unbreakable.
So
Don't let us forget that this is on this hero.
Who has the upper hand according to your guys' opinion?
right now, I think underscore.
I mean,
Because
considering
he's
the hero
killed.
picks.
Just
Underscore.
considering hero picks. Yeah, I
Like
think
everything.
Really.
I mean, I agree with you that these are high quality heroes he's picked. I really don't feel like one-ofs. When you have two one-ofs, I don't think that's good generally. But I do think Pero is the best player in this tournament. I think it's pretty evident based on what he's been picking. But we'll see.
I sometimes play 4 colors.
Do
As
you
long
win,
as the hero
though?
is
Do
good.
you win?
I win.
Against
But
good
it has
players.
to be really good. Yeah. I mean, it has to be really good heroes, like Prelix or like Kana, or like Tide, or like Shadow Fiend. Those kind of like top heroes. It can potentially work.
All right. Debbie can still hit the tower. There's a force staff, though.
Force staff.
Yeah, that's a problem. But there's ball lightning. See, this is where demolishing Warhammer on Tide feels atrocious. Because if you're next to the creep wave, your anchor smash won't actually connect on the tower.
Yeah. But I think in this game you don't want to try to kill right tower anyways, right? You just try mid and left.
Yeah, most likely. All right, force. He's not respecting Debbie. I'm telling you guys. Not respecting the power. Of course, she will be blocked next round.
Yeah, because it will be blocked eventually, so he doesn't care.
You know the counter to that? Stampede from Centaur, available next turn.
Well, that's just one turn, and what's gonna happen after that? It's still gonna be blocked.
No, you worry about that later.
The jungle protects its own.
Okay, there's a trade in mid.
So demolishing Warhammer. Onto the storm. Okay.
Probably on storm.
Dealing a lot of damage to this tower now. Hasn't actually procced Anchor Smash, I feel like, this game. Otherwise, the wave would expand to block out Ursa here. Yeah, Debbie really needs a freaking trebuchet. I don't understand. Like, why is there a trebuchet on the other side? Come on. All right, so we got Magnus coming in. Was there a second hero? Yeah, there must be a second hero, whoever the last one is.
There's Tinker, right?
Yeah, I think they're both going to go mid. And Magnus can actually move Storm to another lane. But, oh, Trebuchet just activated. All right, we got it. Centaur's here as well.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I
For
told you.
underscore.
I told you.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to skewer Storm away necessarily. You have laser here. Escape route also pretty solid. I don't think you have enough mana to cast Stonehall Conscriptor this turn, considering how many little things you need to do. All right, there's the Trebuchet. Very nice. And remember, if you activate Stampede, it'll give you every unit trample, which in Debbie's case is the most important, because then she's technically hitting the tower again. So that's going to be -3 armor, and she will gain that armor herself. So the Trebuchet is just going to do more and more damage every round. In terms of the rest of the plays, I don't see much. Phase Boots keeps Storm alive, technically. I assume a March is going to come down in mid. I'd be surprised if it's not. And there it is. So this might prompt him to escape route or ball lightning away, so he doesn't die on the upkeep. I wonder how much he values. That's true. He can bounce with Sven. I feel like you have to Stampede here.
I mean, you can also always like move the Storm to be not in front of the Tinker. That also works.
Stampede doesn't give lots of damage other than reducing one more armor
Worth
on the tower.
I'm telling you, hey, this underscore knows my mentality, man, with Debbie. Gotta hit that tower.
For
all
sure.
right?
Yeah, I probably just don't play a lot of black.
All right, this is where I guess
he gets you one more turn, right?
Yeah, I think he gets to hit it another turn unless he puts Beastmaster here. This might prompt Beastmaster to come in this lane. Debbie's a problem. Gentlemen. Haters.
Okay, you prove yourself. Sorry, Suns fan, what's your name? Like, what do people call you?
Suns fan.
Just Suns fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like we're gonna have the, as expected, the bounce. Beastmaster mid though, and another March. Okay, so I think at this rate, you need to start going for the third lane. It feels like this feels pretty bad. Although Centaur can come in, but that's 6 damage or 4 damage every round.
Yeah, and he also has the broadsword, which is pretty good.
The fact that Tide is still stuck on the side of this lane is atrocious.
I think Pero wins the game at this point.
It's looking very likely now. And it's not because of Debbie. I just want to throw it out there. Debbie is carrying this game right now for underscore.
Okay. I'll give you that.
5 seconds remaining. 3.
I think he's going to have to move Debbie. Oh, he's actually... Yeah, he's going to move him here and then ball lightning probably. Oh, actually, he could try to go for this tower, I guess. And the fact that he's going to have 4 armor, he actually blocks all of the procs of March. So it's actually a pretty good candidate to have here. That's pretty nice. Of course, he can be moved by Magnus, but then he can ball lightning away. So, of course, you do have board just to block.
Probably,
so. Oof.
Probably gonna be moved. Okay, it's Liso there.
Ooh, rough stuff.
Did you see that item before he used it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Chat can tell
okay.
us.
For sure.
All right, he doesn't have enough mana to overpower, so you're not really scared of Debbie being in front necessarily. Although you can actually cast this on Sven. But you do have Force Staff, so... I actually don't know what you do here. You Stonehall Conscript just to get extra creeps, okay? Because this lane is lost now. Even if you put a creep down, you're just going to Force Staff it away. Yeah, Para on the offensive now. Still can block Debbie again.
He will block Debbie.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, Ball Lightning, he doesn't know this is in his hand, but he can skewer somebody away. All right, who do we have coming in? It's Storm Spirit.
I wonder if you deploy Storm right lane just so you can Ball Lightning the tight mid and Ravage. I would think that could be a play.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I think. Well, the problem with that is you get skewered.
No, but you have initiative.
Get skewered. But
oh yeah, I forgot Ball Lightning is quick
escape
cast.
route.
Yeah.
Oh, that is quick cast. Yes.
Yeah. It's not quick cast on the repeats. If it's
mid.
They kind of nerfed it.
No, it is quick cast unless you move
Put it on top of a unit
something that already exists. Yeah.
All right.
So there will be a Ravage mid.
Ursa can TP over at any time, and there's Roar available for once he does so. Alright, so Ball Lightning. Lowers damage a bit. Ravage.
Ravage.
Ravage. Now what? You have another Ball Lightning. Well, I guess you have the repeated, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, so now Overpower. Ring of Regen does not save you, actually. It's only 3 HP. And Overpower will actually just kill you. Gush does take out Tinker, so Storm can Ball Lightning in this position. But there's still Roar. Like, there's still so many options for Pero. Looks like he will get this first tower, though. So if he survives this round, he can TP Sven over. And he does have Trample, Stampede next round.
15 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Pero has Trebuchets, so I think it's over.
Oh, that's true.
Never mind, he has 5 improvements.
It's going to be 6 damage.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, if he didn't have the courier mid, he could just play Trebuchet.
He has another Trebuchet, though. So I guess that... How does a deck without Debbie get 2 Trebuchets? What is this nonsense?
I mean, it has Tinker, so I guess...
Alright. So with that... You can't really do too much. You're going to have to move Storm in front of one of these 2 units. Force Staff comes or whatever. You can move Centaur to block the other. But this is... So immediate damage next round is 4. And then Trebuchets actually do damage during the combat phase. So you'll have 4 additional damage. So no matter what, next round this game ends. But the question is, can he get lethal somehow next round as well to tie? It is possible with Stampede. Okay.
Oh.
So Centaur's going to end up
What?
on top of Storm. The Storm illusion, right? And that deals 2 damage.
Oh, right.
That's a cool play. That's
Right.
really cool.
That's a cool play. Yep. That's a really good play.
Now,
And Savage Roar.
still Roar, though. Yeah, Roar into Trebuchet. Okay, so this... It's all about the combat
he can't
phase
play
of next turn.
Trebuchet. He cannot
he
play
can play.
Trebuchet anymore.
Oh, right. Yeah, Tinker's dead. Very true.
Cannot
No,
do
he
it.
can play. He cannot. No, he absolutely can, but he's then gambling what's gonna get replaced, unless they
Right.
change the rule.
That's GG. So he will die on upkeep to March of the Machines.
Right.
That brings this
Oh, never
finals
mind,
to an
Tinker.
end.
That's-
Yeah, Tinker died, so he couldn't cast black anymore. But man, March of the Machines, MVP of this of every game that Tinker's been involved in. That's for sure. Holy jeez. Despite the nerfs to the hero. If he had somehow survived just a little bit longer, this is possible. Although no Stampede, so maybe not. I guess Centaur did die in the end. So Pero with the 2-1 victory, as predicted, in the finals. What did you guys think?
I mean,
I think he's
think
one of the best player. Yeah.
yeah, he's for sure, like no doubt about it, the best player currently playing Artifact, for sure. I think he won about like every single round he participated in.
Have you guys played a lot of Constructed against him?
I tried to play, but yeah, not much. And every time I play him, I just get destroyed and construct. Yeah, completely destroyed. Like draft, I don't know, but construct, no way.
All right. Well, appreciate you guys coming on. GG's to you.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to my stream or talk to the tournament, so have a good one, guys. Appreciate your participating in the tournament.
Yeah,
thank you for hosting.
Anytime.
Yeah.
All right,
do you envision hosting? Do you envision hosting something like this in the future, like another tournament or something like that?
Potentially. Depends on if people like it. I have no idea.
Okay, right.
Well, we'll gauge the reaction post-tournament. All right, GG, guys. Appreciate it.
GG.
All right, so congratulations to Pero. Yeah, let's see if we can get a little quick interview with the winner. See if he comes on. All right, he's coming on. Let me get my Discord link to him. Typical _ second as usual. So I guess we can officially put this in here. One moment. Great production value and whatnot. There we go. The Artifact Foundry International Champion, Pero. Yeah, we can ask him why he has a cat in his profile once he joins. He is typing. What? Do I hear you? Might as well bring the camera on here. Thanks, Gabe. Gabe was actually here the entire time, just listening in. Appreciate his insight and whatnot, as always. All right, Pero is having some issues. Let me see if I can. I'll just call him, actually. Oh, never mind. Hello? Hello?
Do you hear me?
Hello, Mr. Pero. How are you, friend?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Super happy that I won the tournament. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit, what?
No, I did have the volume up, so I was listening twice, right? So
Oh,
yeah,
I
but I
see.
muted the stream already. So
Cool.
so
Well,
yeah, I'm super happy, man. I'm super happy with my plays. I think I'm play okay. I get lucky some games, but that's the game. That's the way the games go
yeah,
sometimes, right?
March of the
Yeah.
Machines, pretty strong indeed. Yeah, congrats on winning, my friend. You rolled out with some crazy heroes, not gonna lie. You did a lot of tricolor. I want to ask you what you think of tricolor. Is it kind of memey, or do you think it's like legit? Like
No,
legitimately good?
for example, in constructed, I play only monocolors most of the time, right? But in draft, it's different. I think you can play tricolor, no problem. I actually play most of the time. I play tricolor on draft. Actually, never play monocolor. Sometimes I play rainbow, and sometimes dual color. But I think the most of the time I play tricolor because I rather have good heroes. You know, for example, Prelex is amazing, so it's okay to splash Prelex. It's okay to splash a Draw Ranger, Tide Hunter. So you basically needs to build a strong lineup, and then whatever, because the cards are random. You know, sometimes you receive bad cards, but unless your heroes are gonna be cool, right? So that's basically what I think.
Right.
So
So in
basically, you
draft,
pick good heroes.
yeah, you rely on the abilities of the heroes more so than the cards that may or may not come. Okay, cool. What in that last game you picked Wraith King first? What was? Take me through that
Yeah,
thought
that
process.
Yeah, basically the heroes of being offered were all garbage. So if I, for example, pick one of these blue garbage hero, I don't know, Sky, I think it was offered. For example, I pick Sky, then Kana shows and underscore pick Kana. So I'm super sad.
Ah,
So if I pick Grey King, is still being offered these trash heroes, and if for example Grey King replaced for another green hero, I don't care because green heroes are not that good, right? But that's basically the reasoning. It's a hate pick. You basically pick the worst hero just to keep the other trash heroes in the pool.
okay. I like that strat a lot. Actually, that's really cool to hear. Is there a hero that you like to play that or let's put it this way: is there a hero you wish was good that you would enjoy playing, but he's just so bad that you can't figure out how to make him work right now?
Yeah, probably Bristleback, because Bristleback, I really like minus armor decks, but Bristleback is not that good, so I wish BB received some love. But other than that, I don't know. There's a lot of heroes that need some buffs, right? Like Writing Dazzle, there's unplayable basically. So never was my intention to play the Grey King.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, cool. How many artifact tournaments have you won now?
I don't know, like 5, something like that.
Out of how many?
I don't know, like 6.
Wait, what's your card game experience in general? Did you play a lot of Artifact 1?
Yeah, I played like close to 1,000 hours of 1.0, but only draft. I play a lot of card games, right? Since I was like 10 years old, I started with the Magic the Gathering. So I've been playing card games like 20 years already. But always I play draft mode, like limited modes, right? I don't like constructed very much, but I like constructed in Artifact a lot. It's really good game mode.
Cool.
Because I like draft, but I don't like that much hero draft in 2.0. I kind of miss the full draft from Classic. But it's okay. It's a fun mod. But
yeah, the way that I look at it, because Phantom Draft and original Artifact was really good, but I think the idea is in order to try to appease the masses, which again the masses are not Artifact players, right? I think like this hero draft is really good at catering to a more casual crowd, which I think is a good entry level type thing.
Yeah, I really like hero draft. It's not like, but I kind of get bored of it because I played a ton. I played like 800 games of hero draft already in Foundry, right? So I'm kind of just going for constructed right now. But it's a great mode. I think is a lot of people say that draft is like no skills or something like that because it's pure random, but it's not like that. Of course, there's more random than in constructed, but there's still a lot of skills involved if you want to win consistently. So it's a great mode. You need to be thinking constantly.
I agree.
Because, for example, in constructed, you play the same deck every time, and then you kind of autopilot, right? But in draft, it's never like that.
Exactly. You have to think on your toes all the time. What's the story behind the cat picture as your avatar?
Yeah, well, I have 2 cats. I fucking love my cats, so it's basically the cutest cat in the world. So that's why I have it in my profile.
That's great to hear. I'm a huge cat person myself, having 3. I would recommend a third, by the way. You can get a third cat to accompany the other 2. It's good times.
Yeah,
the more the merrier.
Well, my girlfriend wants another cat, but I think 2 is enough.
That's what I told my girlfriend, but she won in the end. What player do you... Well, the question was, who do you respect the most? But let's say, who do you like playing against the most, generally, in Artifact?
Well, I don't know, but for example, the player I like the most is Equals4 because he's a fucking madman. Like, he built kind of crazy decks and it's super fun to play and watch. Like, he's super smart, you know. But to play, for example, I think the hardest opponents is Underscore and Unto. They're fucking amazing. Basically, Unto Cable, right? And Underscore. They basically the 2 other guys, I think. Because Equals4 is great, but he's kind of in the meme side of the things, right? So, but the other guys are tryhards, right?
That's true. They are tryhards, no doubt. Okay. A couple more questions. We were having a very heated argument during that game. I was adamant that Debbie is a good draft hero. What are your thoughts on this revelation?
I was thinking about picking Debbie, so I was kind of sad when he picked Debbie, but I think she's okay, but I don't think it's great.
But she's not unpickable, right? She's not unpickable.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's what I like to hear. All right, we'll go with the middle ground here. Okay, I guess with that, would you like to say anything to anyone, whether it be Artifact players, to Valve about continuing? I'm sure they're listening, right? Is there anything you'd like to say to all your fans out there, Mr. Pero?
Yeah, well, thanks to you for us in the tournament. It was super cool. I have a fun time playing it. GG's to the other players, right? Amazing. I know all of them, so always good to play them. And to Valve, yes, fuck you, Valve. Why do you kill Artifact? That's not the way to go, man. Nah, just joking.
Excellent. So you heard it here first. Fuck you. All right, buddy. I appreciate you participating. Congratulations on the win. I will send you the 4.2 million Iranian rials in the coming days via PayPal, hopefully, depending on what works for you. We'll be in contact, and if we run another one of these, you will probably be invited. So appreciate your time, my friend. GG's. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of the Artifact Foundry International. That was a lot of fun. That is pretty much, let's see, I've been live for 9.5 hours. That's like 8 hours straight of casting. It flew by, man. That was a lot of fun. You can type !Artifact in the chat if you have interest in learning a bit more about it or playing. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Appreciate it, friends. I don't think I'm going to upload this on YouTube because you can just watch it on Twitch. So, yeah. And whether we do another tournament or not, we'll see. I have no idea, honestly. If it's an open tournament, it requires a lot of effort. Like this was easy. Like casting for 8 hours straight is not that hard, honestly. And the production, it's very basic, not much needed. It's single limb, only 8 players. Like, it doesn't require that much effort. But more than that, yeah, we'll have to think about it, whether it's worth the effort or not, in all honesty. But either way, had a lot of fun. That's true. The Twitch VODs only last a certain amount of time. Maybe I'll highlight the whole thing and post it on Artifact Cinema. Not sure. We'll see. Appreciate all the viewers. I appreciate all the players who joined me for casting as well, and including Pronto, who wasn't playing, but he casted with me for majority of it. Appreciate it. And yeah, I guess that's the end of the tournament. Thanks for watching, guys. Until next time, Sunsfan signing out. Goodbye. We'll go to the waiting screen to make this more proper ending. We'll delete the BRB and just chill for 10 seconds. And then end the stream awkwardly. Goodbye.